Well, hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Lake Gru, the home site of Action Water Sports and of Ski Fluid, and this is the second and final days of coverage of the 2020 MasterCraft Pro. My name is Tony Lightfoot, he is Wade Cox, and he is Zach Warden. So how you doing this morning, Zach?
I'm doing great, man. Unfortunately, I had to watch the webcast yesterday, but you guys did an amazing job down to actually see it here in person tonight. This afternoon, and excited for an action-packed day. Big scores went down yesterday. I expect nothing but bigger scores to go down today, and it's going to be a fun one.
All right then, and Wade, who spent a majority of his time around about dockside yesterday for the slalom event, I mean, you must have been pretty stoked to see those slalom performances.
No, it was a really, really fun day. There was the biggest scores we've had on the men's side, and it was a unique experience to be hanging with the ladies as the men went first. So, sort of listen to their chatter and their sort of banter and before they went out. And then, I was fortunate enough to stick around and watch the men's jumping. And wow, Igor, Felipe, man, just huge scores. And then obviously Freddie went out and lit it up. So it was a great event to watch.
Yes, and back to slalom, because in the last 14 skiers of that event, 13 of them made it through 39.5 off, which speaks volume for the consistency of those slalom skiers at that level.
Well, that's it. We're looking for most of those guys, they know they got to go down and back twice. If you can make it down and back twice, Now you got a shot at where you need to be at that rope line. So they're all getting really, really good at that. And as we've reached this 10.25 meter line, or the 41 line, we've made the sort of similarities to golf, to where now you've got so many athletes sitting right there on the bubble, and we'll see what that bubble's going to be. Looks like where Cole McCormick is with that 2.5 at 41, that could be about it.
Yes, indeed, and all seem to be around about that level. And you briefly alluded to the jumpers event, and I'll turn to Zach Warden, because you watched the webcast yesterday, and you saw some bombs being thrown down by the likes of Felipe Miranda, and of course Freddie Krueger, who leads the field with 2:37.
Yeah, no, these guys were absolutely sitting yesterday. I know when Kyle was on the mic, you couldn't have asked for better conditions. We had a straight down the lake, nice headwind. A little bit stronger, so I know some of the skiers that kind of got a little bit up under their tips and kind of threw them on their heels a little bit, so to speak. But the guys who were aggressive were rewarded gratefully, and we saw that. A bunch of guys over 220, which is good to see in a pro men's preliminary round, much less the finals. And then you got two guys over 230, which the likes of that really doesn't happen that often. So it was good to see some big scores, and like we said, Tony, that was in round one, and then the LCQ round in round two. So these guys are getting dialed in, getting the boat figured out, getting the lake figured out. It looks like we're going to have another beautiful headwind today as things are shaping up. So I expect nothing but bigger scores. You guys are going to go a little bit harder. The intensity goes up, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm kind of jealous, to be honest.
And looking forward to crowning some big old winners. And you folks out there can be a big old winner yourself by entering the podium predictor competition for our audience prizes. Accurately predict the podium for the women's and the men's slalom event, and you could score big with a brand new slalom ski. If you accurately predict the men, you can choose from any D3 slalom ski you wish, whether it be the Ion or the NRG. If you win out in the women's competition, then you get yourself a brand new Conley DV8 with the new Versatile technology, and it's signed by Manon Costard. But here's the caveat, though: you've got less than 30 minutes to get your entry in, because we're going to close off the entries to that audience prize competition as soon as that first skier hits the water in the women's slalom event. So a lot going on as we continue right along with the 2020 MasterCraft Pro right here at Lake Gru, and had the opportunity yesterday to basically go into Action Water Sports, and it is an absolutely fantastic facility, state-of-the-art. Boat maintenance, boat sales, the MasterCraft dealership. I mean, they're definitely on point with that, Zach.
Yeah, no, it's a beautiful facility they got down here, and it was really cool to see the transformation they made being the old Water Ski Hall of Fame and transforming into this beautiful showroom. And I've had the opportunity to come down, do some work on this lake, and help the guys out, just lake maintenance and do some stuff. And all about the sport, putting them back into it. And their facility shows for it. It's very beautiful, and they got a great lineup of bad-looking boats, It's great.
All right, then. Here, bottom line. Two slalom events. We got women's and men's. Wade, what do you think is going to be the top score? You tell us what the top score is going to be.
Well, I certainly think that not only Regina but Manon will run the 10.75 today, and probably a score of 2 at 41 for the ladies, I would say, as a top score. And then for the men, we saw what Nate did yesterday. He ran the 41, and we've seen. The winning score from the Swiss 2 weeks ago was 5 at 10.25. So yeah, I predict another 41 it's going to take to win the event.
And I certainly like the way you incorporated the metric system into the whole line legs. I'm half expecting you to go into 32 and 35 and 38 off, but we're kicking and screaming into the metric system there, Wade.
It just makes it easy. I'll make the references for those Americanos out there that want to hear the 13 or see, there it is already, the 32 off. I'm just converted to the Euro style language, and it makes it easy for everybody, I think.
All right, then, and we will mention the metric jump distances when we get to that jump event, not nearly as often, but Zach, the same question to you. What kind of jump is it going to take to win against the balance of this field?
Well, you look at the boys yet. We had 2 guys over 230 yesterday in their first round. Followed up with the LCQ round. All the guys were, 226, 224, 222. Even Bouillon with a 217 out there. It's even to make this podium, you're going to have to be, I'm saying even to make podium, you're looking at 228, 229. Igor's right on that cusp of breaking that 230 mark, that that holy grail. Not a lot of guys have broken that. Pipe broke it yesterday. He's fired up. He slept good last night. He's getting ready to come back out and charge today in similar conditions. But I'm thinking it's going to take a 230. I'm going to go 237 for that win today. But I see some guys nipping on the heels of that 237. I see a stacked podium, 2 out of the 3 over 230.
All right, then, yes, and we mentioned Freddie Krueger and Igor Morozov and Felipe Miranda having to jump 1 round less to make it through to the next round of the competition, because yesterday was a 2-round affair with the top 3 in the first round going through, and then we had a second round LCQ repechage where the top 3 in that round goes through. So do you think it honestly makes a difference if the top competitors are more rested up because they have 1 less round to jump in to get to where they need to be?
It goes both ways. I love this format. For me, it makes me be aggressive in round number 1. And when I've been fortunate enough to been skiing, I've been lucky enough to usually I've made the top 3 a couple times in the round number 1. It does one thing for you. It boosts your confidence. So you went out there, you're top 3 right off the bat. It's big confidence booster. In hindsight, if you, let's say, lucky enough to qualify and you got to ski round number 2, you got your sight bearings. You were able to see the sight one more time, a couple more looks at the jump ramp. There's your advantage on that note. But you are going to go out 4 through 6. You're not going to be able to crack into that top 3. You crack into that top 3, you got a good confidence riding. You already beat these guys once, Yeah. Let's see if we can do it twice.
Well, then, Zach, in slalom, it could be a similar situation where a couple of the guys or the ladies can get to that point and choose not to go because maybe they've already had the score from yesterday to make it. But it also, we know our eyes better. A lot of times we get a little better feel. But, hey, our body may be telling us otherwise, right? Our body may be saying, hey, man, if you can stay on the dock another round, you'll save more juice for the final, right?
I can speak to that all day, man. If I can make it in round 1, ice those knees, baby, and I'll wait till round 3, so to speak. And, we saw it last weekend or 2 weeks ago at the Swiss Pro. A lot of these guys went out there. They already knew they were in the finals, and what we saw was a lot of these guys being more aggressive, trying to turn buoys that they would usually check up at, just to see what it would be like, because they know in the finals they're going to have to turn that buoy. It took 5 at 41 in the finals to take home the victory. So, we saw some guys in that round 2 that already knew they were making it through to the finals, but we saw them taking some big gate shots. They saw them taking big ones. They weren't so much checking up, but they were trying to put it down the line.
All right, and between the jump and the slalom event, there's a chance for you good folks out there watching, to vote for your skier of the day. You can go to waterskibroadcasting.com and click on the link for skier of the day. Make your pick, and if the most popular skier comes through, then they could win themselves a big old prize on the end of it. And I'm looking at one of the favorites right now in the form of Regina Jaquus. I mean, she's been absolutely on fire there. I mean, she's the only winner of the Swiss Pro Slalom event, and she's won probably more major slalom titles than any competitor out there, irrespective of being male or female.
Well, we'd have to maybe serve up the past on that. We'd have to go back to Sir Andy Mapple or Christy Overton that would maybe have the career resume that Regina would. So when you're dealing with the greatest of all time and you get to be compared to other generations' best, I think that's enough said.
Indeed. And when it comes down to the jump event, I mean, we've got none other than Freddy Krueger. I mean, he is the only competitor in the men's jump field that's aged over 40, and yet he is still hanging tough with the young guns that are competing in this event as well.
Well, similar. He's managed his body well. He's crashed, Zach. You probably be a witness to this less than maybe any pro has in a career that spanned a couple decades. But we're dealing with comparing Freddie to once again, the greatest of all time. We only maybe go back to Sammy Duvall, Mike Hazelwood before that to go, wow, somebody that was that dominant.
Yeah, I mean, I went on tour in 2008 is when I started skiing professionally, and I think I could count on one, maybe two hands the amount of times that Freddie's even missed a podium. I was lucky enough to squeak through a couple victories in there. As of late, Ryan Todd was able to kind of come through and get some podium wins, but I can't remember the last time that Freddie wasn't on a podium, a top 3 event for the last, since 08 when I really started getting involved, and I started paying attention 10 years before that, and it was a lot of the same thing. Freddie doesn't mess up. He's consistent. Probably
last year's tournament at Trophy Lakes was about the last time that he didn't ascend the podium, but he was carrying a pretty significant injury going into that event, and he was there just to essentially try his luck to see if he can make it on top.
Yeah, I'll give him the asterisk on that one. So, but no, Freddie, he's been a guy who's been a dominant force, and I'm almost 30 and my knees can barely take it anymore. I don't know how I'm going to make it to 40, but I don't mind sitting here talking about it. It makes me feel all right.
Well, I tell you what, Zach, I've been watching Will Roberts and John Lutz grow up over the last few years, and when I was watching the jump yesterday, I think every guy, irrelevant of their set, went over 200 feet, which I haven't seen that a whole bunch in sort of watching men's jump. And then we talk, in that mid-level of 4th, 5th, and 6th position, when you got Dorian Llewellyn and those guys in the mid-220s, and I think, oh, my word. And that's just to crack the top 5 was sort of that distance. So it's really, really neat to be here. Like you said, we had really awesome conditions, that prevailing headwind, that easterly breeze that we're getting. So, yeah, we're looking forward to huge scores.
Now, you get a great taste of the old – no offense, Fred, but and you get this new crew rolling in, and some of these boys, man, to be out there and you get a whole finals going over 200, 220, and then it's shaping up for be a great day today.
All right, then we're getting ready for the start of our second round of slalom, and here at the 2020 MasterCraft Pro, and we're transferring over to our good friend Colin, and he will take over for the next few minutes. Colin, what you got?
What's going on, guys? I'm Colin Schweigert. I'm down here in Florida at the MasterCraft Pro, and we're going to be going through and walking through the new 2021 Pro Star. So we'll kind of go through, we'll do a little walkthrough here and kind of focus on a few of the things that we've changed, as well as kind of focus on the things that we kept the same that everybody loved on the 2014 Pro Star. So one of the big improvements that we really focused on was tracking and handling to make the boat handle really solid through the course, make it really easy for the driver, whether they're pulling, new skiers or the strongest skiers. So if you look underneath the hull, we added some tracking strakes right down the center line of the boat there, and we also added a fourth fin. So if you drive this boat, if you're familiar with driving the 2014 or the previous Pro Star, and you drive this boat, you'll instantly notice a big difference. So the tracking is a big change. Also, in terms of just general handling, we also changed the rudder connection setup to make the boat have a little less slop and tighten the whole steering system up. We've also added an adjustable rudder so you can change how much steering torque you've got up at the helm. So really focusing on the driver's overall experience was a big thing for us. So wakes, a lot of people are asking if the wakes changed. That was one of the things that we really wanted to keep the same. A lot of the guys, love the slalom wakes, and so that was something that we didn't want to change, and we wanted to keep the same for everyone who's familiar with this boat. So across the board, the wakes are pretty similar, something that you'll know and love and be pretty comfortable with. So the other thing we can go through and climb up in the boat, kind of go through around the boat and check out the dash and the upper area there. So go ahead and climb in. So we can start in the back and kind of move our way forward then. So we've got new removable seats. So these things come right out, really easy, nice and light. The previous versions were metal. These are rotomolded plastic, so they're a lot easier to move in and out, and they won't damage anything else as you're trying to get them out. So here, let's get this guy. There we go. Sweet. So we also have our rear storage tubs that you're used to, but we've changed how they hinge. This way they're able to hinge, and you can access them from both the front of the boat or the back of the boat when you're getting ready to ski. And they're a great place to throw your lead weight bags. And if you're tricking, we've designed them to be able to handle those bags. We've integrated the ski racks into the wall here. So similar ski rack with what we've had before. Great place, you just step down, drop your ski in, and they're just integrated fully into the wall. So while we're talking about that, we can kind of go over how we changed the overall construction of this boat. Oh, look at that. Arn's got our lead weight bags. Dropping them right in there. So 25-pound bags that he's got there, dropping them straight in. And yeah, so the one of the biggest differences with this boat and the previous Pro Star was the construction method. So one of the things we were able to do is create an overall tub deck, and that allows us to do a few things. It gives us better overall structural rigidity of the boat. It also is greatly reduces the sound of the boat when you're driving. So that was a big focus for the little creature comforts for the driver. Overall, if you hop in this boat and you start driving, you immediately notice that's a lot quieter. So the tub deck, it's the entire deck and all the gunnels, it's all one continuous piece. You see that the whole floor is integrated straight through the deck, and that allows us to do a couple things. It gives us a really nice gasket and seal around the motor box. So I can show you guys that. So that gives us a really solid close. This whole gutter here is all molded in, and then we've got a seal. So when you shut this motor box, it's almost like you're shutting the door on your car, and it's a really tight seal, and you close up the box and you won't hear the engine noise. So So we've also added some structural rigidity up front with a yoke that gives you a lot less flex when you're crossing wakes. Up at the dash, we've changed from a 7-inch screen to a 10-inch screen to really enhance the driver's experience. We also have a wireless phone charger over here down to the right. Keeps your phone out of the sun. Battery switch isn't on yet, so yeah, few creature comforts across through the boat. A lot of the things that you'll find similar is the removable bow cover, the storage over here on the observer side, glove box, and yeah, across the board, we're just really excited about this boat, and we were able to just refine the product that everyone already really loved. So I think that's it for the walkthrough. I think Aaron's saying we're a little low on time, so yeah, I appreciate you guys kind of checking it out with me, and hopefully you guys stay around and watch the whole event.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Colin, from Action Water Sports, giving us a look inside the brand new MasterCraft Pro Star for 2021. Glad to see the newer refinement, upgrades to the zero-off system and the engine options and everything that goes into making that boat one of the best out there for pulling a free event.
No, absolutely. I mean, the scores attest to it right away. You see guys in the 43 off. You see guys over 230. Obviously, something's working right behind that pull.
All right, then we're a little over 5 minutes out from getting our first skier out. Women's round 2, men's round 2 in that order, and you've only got a few minutes left to get your audience prize prediction in. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com, get your prediction in. You've got just a little over 5 minutes to get that entry in. Top prizes: a D-free slalom ski of your choice. For accurately predicting the men, a Connolly slalom ski, the DV8 with signed by Manon Costard is there for the women's competition if you predict that podium right and get the winning score correct as well. This is the 2020 MasterCraft Pro, and we'll be back right on the flip side of this.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
try to make a name. I just like the way it feels, honey. That little rise, rise, rise to
Hello, I'm April Coble-Eller from Coble Water Ski and Wakeboard Camp here in Lillington, North Carolina. Our facility is situated on 10 private lakes.
Denali. No hype, just science.
These are some of the prototypes used in the development of the Whisper Fin. These are some of the fins used improving upon that design. The new fins first set with a Pro, one at 43, off the dock.
All right then, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2020 MasterCraft Pro event. We've got women's slalom on tap as our first event of the day, the women's slalom second round, which will be followed by a men's slalom second round. And after that, we will be in a position to determine the top 6 competitors that will advance through to the slalom finals, which will take place immediately after the conclusion of the second and final preliminary round of slalom. 6 advance in women, 6 advance in men, and that is based upon the top performance, irrespective of what round they perform it in. And obviously, if there is a tied situation, then they will look at the backup score to determine whether the skier advances or not. All right, then we got Will Bush at the helm of that MasterCraft Pro Star towboat. There's still time for you to get in your entry for the skier of the day, but time is running out for you to get your entry in for the audience prize. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com right now to get your entry in for the audience prize. Because once that line goes tight to bring in our first competitor off the dock, the entries for the audience prize will close from there. And just a reminder that the skier of the day of voting is brought to you courtesy of Lead Wake. Lead Wake is our sponsor of the skier of the day. So, our first skier has dropped herself into the water, and with that, the audience prize competition is now closed.
That was to a test.
They've had an excess of of 790 entries for the audience prize, but that competition is now closed. The entries are being tabulated right now, and they will be compared against the podiums for both the men and the women's slalom competition, and the top score will also be taken into account to determine who wins the prize of those slalom skis. So, all right then. So Chelsea Mills, a scratch right from the get-go. So our next competitor down is Luisa Jaramillo, coming to us out of Colombia. We will see what she can do.
All right, getting kicked off here, Tony. Luisa, 28 off, 34 miles an hour for the women. Luisa, we saw her last 2 weeks ago over at the Swiss Pro. Good to see some new faces out here in the Pro Women division. It's going to be an exciting future for all these ladies.
Yes, indeed. And Luisa Jaramillo, who comes to us originally from Colombia, but is resident of Santa Rosa Beach, and is graduating senior of South Walton High School, right up there in Santa Rosa County. So one of our younger skiers coming into this event and looking very sharp out there on the slalom ski. And 28 off, very much at ease there.
Yeah, no big deal for her. It's a warm-up. We have a tailwind off the dock, which, I think we've actually seen the last few pro events, which for the ladies shaping up, taking that hard headwind in the past 28, you're taking your 38 into that headwind. The ladies who are starting at 32 off are going to be taking that 39 into the headwind. So that'll come into play a little bit later on. See what these ladies want to do, try to crack into that top 6. So.
All righty, Roo. So, Luisa Jaramillo coming in on 13 meters now. 14.25 meters or 28 off is a relatively easy pass for these competitors. Now, what kind of things change up a little bit between the starting pass and this next pass, 32 off, Zach?
Now, I've always been a big proponent of skiing the same way you would ski 28, the same way you ski 38, just the intensity level has to go up. And so, Luisa here, a nice consistent style, nice tight line out of 3-ball there. So what she's going to do as she gets through a big 4-ball, that big 4-ball, that's something that we're going to want to see, maybe 35 into 38 off. Just we're taking that intensity level up. We'll be a little bit more aggressive behind the boat and moving on from there.
All right, then. So Luisa, 6 at 14.25 meters, and a little bit of a double pump technique there into buoy number 1, a little smoother on number 2. But then again, you would halfway expect that considering that she's a righty.
Yeah, and what I like about her style is we call it a double pump. But what that allows these skiers to do is to come up on the boat, maintain line tension, and then get the ski to release to go out around the buoy. I think a person that we'll see later on the list is Brooke Baldwin, who does a great job of doing that double pump. A lot of times when skiers do that, they tend to fade away a little bit.
All right, then. And for the first time today, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. Wade Cox here on the dock with the lady slalom skiers, and it's been awesome for me the last few events. Is being down here, I get the same look as if I was competing, and then I sort of get to see their nervousness and their sort of routine as well. And some want to chat with me, no worries, and some are avoiding me, no end. But yeah, awesome conditions. Just a light tailwind on their opening pass, so their 4th pass back into the head breeze. Back to you guys.
All right, back on the water, we got Luisa Jaramillo. This is 12 meters, a pass that she ended up on yesterday with 3, so she's already ahead of the first round score, and there you go. Just dug in deep and got all 6 on 12 meters, and that is a better score out of the 2 that she registers for this competition so far.
Yeah, way to fight through that one. A little bit of a tailwind there. She did not get a great start here, Tony. 1 ball is a little bit shaky, but, props to Luisa for going out there and see that ski almost out of the water. Lost all her angle. Comes over here to the onside, big 2-ball, and that's the beauty of being a right foot forward skier is you can make up a lot of ground on 2, 4, 6, and there's always the argument which one's left or right is better. But for Luisa today, it was happy that she was a right foot forward skier because she needed that big 2-ball. Got her back in the game. Tailwind 35, going to be coming back at 38 off.
And certainly not the worst setup that we've seen. I mean, I'm reminded yesterday that Karen Truelove was almost dead and buried off buoy number 2 on 13 meters yesterday, but dug in deep and ran through that pass and would eventually get 5 or 11.25 meters to currently put her in 5th spot right now. But even in 5th spot at this time is no guarantee of advancing it through, considering the field of slalom skiers that we have.
Yeah, look at the rest of the ladies here on the start list. I can count back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 off the top of my head of women that I know can run 38 off, which it shapes up to be a tight top 6. So here we go, Luisa coming in 38 off.
Ooh,
good one
better
ball.
one.
Better one. Nice
look
2.
at this.
Little in the heel on the 3.
Look at this.
Tight line. Get that ski around 4.
Getting broken
She
over.
does.
Oh, look at this.
Get a piece of 5. That's going to be close,
No,
Tony.
and
I don't
slapping
think
a
she
5
quite
there.
got it. But
did she get outside number 5? We'll find out. She definitely tried to sell us on the notion that she got round 5 buoys, but our cameras are there to pick it up on the instant replay to see if she made it round or not. But
that was her best 1-ball of the set, Tony. She had a great
Yeah.
1-ball there. And I liked her 2-ball. A little bit slow. Lost that line tension. You saw her get back down there. It looked nice. 3-ball, as she started to lose angle, and you saw those hips collapse a little bit. I was surprised she was able to keep the ski in the water around 4.
Look at
and
that
let's see
neck.
it. Yeah,
No.
just inside 5 there. So 4 buoys, 38 off for Luisa. And, hey, that's some really good skiing. I mean, she had a 3 at 35 in the first round to follow it up with a 4 at 38 in round number 2. Really good to see that.
all right then. So our next skier about to take to water will be Alicia Bagnoli. It looks like we're taking a little bit of a technical timeout. We'll return right after this at the 2020 MasterCraft Pro. All right, then Will Bush out there on the at the helm. Certainly one of the best drivers on the planet for competitions such as this.
Yeah, Will's been in the game a long time, and it shows. I know he's a big part of MasterCraft and what this boat does, and the driving ability and the steering ability coming from the driver's standpoint. And, not so much a skier athlete testing the wakes and testing the pull. Will's behind there, but the man behind the throttle, and had a lot to do with this innovation of this new boat.
All right, then. So our open women's starting list. Chelsea Mills, unfortunately, not here, so she's a scratch. We've just seen Luisa Jaramillo on the water, getting 4 and 11.25 meters. Our next skier up is going to be Alicia Bagnoli, then Lydia Yoga, Anne-Marie Wroblewski, and the remaining portion of that running order you can find at waterskibroadcasting.com, waterskibroadcasting.com for all the running orders. All right, over to Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. Wade again here with Miss Luisa. I won't hammer your last name. I'm sorry. Hey, a much better score today, right? And enough at this point, preliminarily, you've moved into the 6th position in the last final spot.
Yeah, yesterday was a little bit rough for me, but I'm happy with the score I put out there. And it's definitely very good conditions, so I think we're expecting some very big scores today.
So based on, we won't talk about what happened yesterday, but let's talk about that. Just a light little tail breeze on your 12, and then 11 coming back into the wind, and you were this close, right?
Yeah, it's a very nice wind because it's not that strong, but it's like enough to put you in a good spot. And yeah, I just have to work on being a little more consistent, but I'm very happy with my score.
Great skiing. We're going to wait and hope with her. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. And Luisa getting photobombed by her brother for good measure there. They're a funny bunch, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I saw you in the background there, Federico. That was good. He's excited for his sister, as he should be. I mean, 4 at 38. our first skier off the dock. That's a big score, Tony. I mean, we still got 14 more women. You know, as of now, that would put her one buoy out of the finals. That's not a bad place to shape up for skier number 1 off the dock.
All right, let's have a look. We've got Alicia Bagnoli. And of course, right now, 4 buoys at 38 off, 11.25 meters, currently giving Luisa 6th place right now, right ahead of Paige Rini.
All right, Tony. We saw Lisa at the Swiss Pro 2 weeks ago. Took home our skier of the day in the women's division, and usually we announce it for the biggest crash, but we actually kind of changed up the awards a little bit and gave it to Lise because she was our only pro women's slalom skier to go out there and actually opt up from a pass. She did it from 28, came back in 35 off, ran 35 off, and then got deep into 38. So I'm curious to see if we'll see a similar setup today, or she's going to run up the line, or we see a little opt up from her again.
Okay, so if she was to opt up through this point into 12 meters, then she would be taking 12 meters or 35 off into a slight breeze, therefore bringing back 38 off or 11.25 meters with the tail. I don't think that's going to be highly likely.
No, I think the Pro-Am last 2 weeks ago, we saw a headwind off the dock for our skiers. Today we're seeing a tailwind off the dock. Most of these ladies, I could see some opportunity to opt up, maybe taking a 38 headwind, but with the conditions right now, you're only looking at maybe 4 or 5 mile an hour headwind versus tailwind. It's not quite enough to, have someone opt up, but, I could be wrong. Prove me wrong. Let's see what they got.
Okay, and on dockside is Switzerland's Rhea Yoga. And she's in the final moments of getting prepared for her set, but she's going to have to wait and see what Alicia Bagnoli can do, coming to us out of Rocchetto in Italy. Now, skied the majority of her time here in Central Florida, unable to make it back to Italy, what with the whole pandemic thing going on. And the northern part of Italy had huge storms that basically flooded their entire national training facility in Rocchetto, so totally unskiable right now, but I'm so sure that she's grateful for a place to ski right here in Central Florida.
I mean, if you're going to be stuck somewhere during the pandemic, Central Florida and you're a water skier really isn't the worst place to be, Tony. Mm-hmm. But strong looking 32 off from that. Some big power turns in there, maybe a little overkill for a 32 off, but big turns like that at 35 and 38 is what it's going to take to push it down the line.
Yeah, I think at this point at 32 off, and she gets 6.6 buoys for that, she's just trying to see how much she can safely load after the turn and still stay stable behind the boat to try and get into that rim, because as you mentioned, the skiers want to try and get into a nice constant rhythm between all the passes as far as possible, between 14, 13, and 12, and then when it gets down to 11, then you might have to muscle it out a little bit.
Yeah, but the name of the game of, all disciplines in water skiing is pushing the limits, and we see a lot of that. A lot of the girls go out here and you'll see them test the waters, no pun intended, but test the water, so to speak, on those earlier passes, see what kind of angle they can take, see what kind of load they can handle behind the boat, because, a pass like 35 off coming up here, she's going to need that.
Oh, good start on number one. Round number two, a little bit of a delay off number two, but nothing she can't handle at this point. She's prepared to muscle it. Round four, round number 5, that's where she went down yesterday, but not today.
There we go.
6 buoys at 35 off, and so far, the first couple of competitors, they've gotten into 11.25 meters so far.
That's what we'd like to see. We had a kind of a rough start here. I missed 1 ball, but I know 2 balls a bit slow. And then look at this 3 ball here. It's her onside turn, little hitched out of 2, arms sitting in the back seat, and then she slam dunks 3 ball. Boom. Gets locked and loaded early before the first wake, allowing her to make up all that ground nice and early for 4. Nice 4 ball. The 3, 4, 5, 6 was a much better style than she opened up with there on 1 and 2.
and checked up a little bit on number 5 to make sure that she was still going forward, still going in the right direction. I think that was an expression of relief more than anything else compared to yesterday. And the conditions here cannot be any better. I mean, there's no wind blowing right now. Well, it looks like we're just saving that for the jumper then.
Yeah, hold off on that. Save that for the jumpers. But I mean, there is, Tony, I mean, there's maybe a mile an hour here or two, which is, you know, I prefer, and I think most water skiers will test that, you prefer almost just a little ripple in the water versus a perfectly flat, calm lake. The little ripple allows your ski to ride a little bit higher and get a little bit more speed under it. That glassy, calm water tends to sucker you in sometimes. Here we go. 38 off.
38 off. Gets the start that she needs. Oh,
There
look
we
at
go.
this. That's
Get it, girl.
Ooh, takes a bit of a hit there around buoy number 4. Checks up and gets 4.
Yeah.
There you go. And she is absolutely delighted with that.
There
It's
we
enough
go.
to tie for the lead. And currently puts her in
Sixth position.
6th place tie right now.
Ah, you know what? I love that. I love to see the fist pump after. She knows, you know, it might not quite squeak her in the finals, but a happy skier and, you know, possibly a new PB.
Well, a PB is actually 1 at 39.5 off, so...
Hey.
Hey.
You're 3 boos off your PB, that ain't a bad day.
Yes, indeed, and she is in 6th place because when you factor in the tiebreaker, it means Alice is ahead of Luisa right now. So she's in 6th place outright.
Hey, not a bad place to be sitting. A lot more women to come. Try to push that score a little bit, but a great way to open up our women's. I call it LCQ round, but our second round, so to speak. And I'm excited to see. I mean, the girls are already improving their scores, and I think once you get that kind of momentum going at the beginning of an event, it tends to transpire through the rest of it.
All right, let's see if that happens with our next competitor. We've got from Switzerland, Rhea Jorge. 14.25 meter start. So Rhea on this pass of 14.25 meters, and I don't see much wrong with that.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here at the dock with Alice with 4 at 11, which now is the cut line. So right there. How do you feel? You're catching your breath, so you're working hard, huh?
Yeah, I'm still catching my breath. I was definitely very disappointed with my skiing of yesterday, and I was so scared of falling at 35, but I just tried not to think about it and tried to think about running it. And then I knew I had to do a score of 4 to kind of get through the cut line, because I know a lot of people did 3, so 4 is the score out there. Let's see what people do.
Awesome stuff, Alice. Back to you, Tony.
All righty, great skiing there.
All right, and using that good slalom ski and that edge boot to great effect there. 4 and 11.25 meters, currently putting her in 6th. Now, some of you wondering, what is the edge ski boot? And Zach has that information for you.
No, the edges of binding I'm extremely familiar with. I grew up with John Travers, who's one of the innovators behind it, and did a lot of testing for them. And starting way back in 2016. And Edge has kind of redeveloped the way that we thought about hard shells, and they've kind of set a new standard. And it obviously shows a lot of these skiers running that edge binding, a lot of control behind it, plastic mold injecting on their plates, and the boot rips. That's what I ride.
All right, and you'll find that the majority of slalom skiers have migrated to the hard shell boot. Gone are the times where a normal rubber boot would suffice, and not today. And Rhea Jorge doing a fine job on with the second pass, which is 30 meters, going down the line with each particular run. For those of you watching slalom skiing for the very first time, the boat speed currently runs at 55 kilometers an hour, 34 miles an hour, and with each successful pass of 6 buoys, the rope gets shortened to the next predetermined length. The length on the line right now is 13 meters. The course width is 11.5 11 and a half meters wide.
11.25.
11. Well, it's 11. Well, it's 11 and a half meters wide, but when you get to the line length of 11.25
then
meters,
that's when
the
you're
handle
actually
comes in shorter. So, but there you go. All right, then on dockside we've got Anne-Marie Wroblewski about to take to the water. So obviously, when we get to 11.25, which we've seen on our first couple of skiers, that handle didn't make it to the to buoy's width when they make the turns.
Yeah, I mean, our first two skiers getting all the way through that, and so we'll see Ray through this 35 off here. So far, looks off to a good start. Looks nice, consistent. Big gate turn in for Ray. Little slack out of 1. Hooks up nice out of 2, gets back down behind the boat.
Ooh, taking a big hit there. Round number 4. Look at this. She's determined. She wants this. There we go. And it's a 6 buoy count on 12 meters. All right.
There we go.
So, 3 out of 3 so far, getting into 11.25 meters right off the dock.
I'm liking it. And she had a big hole shot here. And, Tony, we saw that big hit out of 3. And, I think being the female with the ponytail, it makes it that whiplash effect look a little bit bigger. But, I mean, that was a big 3 ball that Ray had there. Nice to see her turn that, keep the ski in the water. Got through that 35 off. And now she's got herself set up for a nice headwind. Well, if there's any wind, headwind 38 off.
What was that song by Willow? I whip my hair back and forth.
Tony, it's too early for whip your hair back and forth.
I don't have any to work with, so you're gonna have to do that for me, I guess.
All right. Well, we'll wait till lunchtime. We'll turn the music up a little bit for you.
All right. Okie dokie. We've got also joining Anne-Marie Wroblewski on the dock. There we see Jessie Duberton and skiers from North Carolina and Central Florida, respectively, right there, just chatting it up before they take to the water. But our focus now exclusively on Rhea Jorge. I wonder what the Swiss women's national slalom record is, because I think that she's pretty close to it. Here we go. Here comes Rhea Jorge. Round number 1. Oh, handle up high. She's going to struggle with this one. Yeah. Oh, and it's going to be 1 1/2, which moves Alicia Bagnoli up 1 spot. Maybe getting through to the next round of the competition, but Rhea Jorge, her day and her tournament is done with 1 1/2 at 38 off.
Yeah, you saw it here on that gate shot there. She kind of sat back in that back seat, and when that ski tried to roll out on its edge, she hit that flat spot. And once you do that, really at the beginning of the pass, it's tough to recover. And she hit that back seat coming out of the gate, hit that flat ski into 1. And once you do that, you kind of lose all your angle. That ski speeds up, and it's tough to make up from that.
Not bad, though. Scores of 1/2 buoy and 1 1/2 buoys at 38 off, although I kind of suspect she would have liked a little bit more when you put that score in context against Louisa and Alice at this point. But decent skiing from Rhea Jorge. 2 consecutive rounds where she's gone through 35 off and beyond.
Yeah, it's still consistent skiing. I know at the end of the day she probably wanted to get further in there, push for contention to make it into that top 6. It wasn't necessarily her day, but looking back on it, she ran a good 35. She fought through it. She took the start she thought she needed to get down the line at 38. She didn't really hesitate on her gate. She went for a big 1 ball and went for a big 2 ball, and it didn't quite shake out today.
All right, let's see how things shake out for our competitor on the water. This is Anne-Marie Wroblewski. Now, Anne-Marie Wroblewski trains over at the Coble Water Ski School over in Lillington, not too far outside of the research triangle of Raleigh-Durham, and a little ways north of Fayetteville in North Carolina. And looking pretty good out there. Wade, what do you have, sir?
Hey, thanks, Tony. Wade Cox here at the dock with Miss Allie Nicholson. So I'll give a little bit of her resume. Junior world champ, collegiate champ, national champ, World University Games.
No.
Oh, well, no, there we go. That's the only time she couldn't go. So already looked like you're probably in at this point. You ran a 2 at 39 yesterday. So if it comes case in point, are you still going to go out for your second round?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm here to have fun for the weekend, to see what I can do, get a little warm up before the final. But I'm sitting in third right now, so hopefully it holds up and we'll be guaranteed into the final. But going out, just get another practice set, see how we can do, see if we can get more at 39.
Good stuff. I like her attitude. Back to you, Tony.
And Ellie Nicholson there finding the one spot where she can't be photobombed by Zane Nicholson this time around.
Put that banner right behind you. You don't got to stress about it.
All right. Okay, so Ellie Nicholson, who will be skiing fourth from last on the starting dock. Still got a ways to go before we get to that point. But as we continue right along, we've got Anne-Marie Wroblewski on that Conley GTR slalom ski. Not looking too bad right off the gate.
No, I haven't seen Anne-Marie ski a ton, but what I am seeing in these first opening passes is this girl's got a big 2.4. 1.3 a little bit slow, but I love the slam dunk 2.46 that she has. And I got a feeling coming up in this 35 and into 38, we're going to see you see some aggressive onside turns from her, and I'm kind of excited to watch this. Looks like a nice, strong, powerful skier behind the boat. See her on this 2-ball really gets that ski around, and it can make some big turns there. So I'm excited to see this next couple passes where she gets into 35, hopefully into 38.
Yes, and I'm sure that given an opportunity, I'm sure that Anne-Marie Wroblewski will be riding that brand new Conley DV8 with the Versatile by Conley skis that they've been producing skis all the way since 1965, and known for a number of industry firsts with the Big Easy design, the V-Step technology, the Skettlecore, and most recently the brand new Versatile, which allows you to actually change the profile of your slant ski by changing out the tail configuration, whether it's a square tail, rounded tail, or somewhere in between.
No, Connolly's one of the OGs in this ski division, and it's exciting to see them always testing new stuff with the product. The whole tail thing, that's new knowledge to me. I got a chance to take a look at it earlier today, and that thing's pretty sweet looking.
All right, here comes Anne-Marie Wroblewski. This is the 12-meter line, or 35 off. Ooh, look at that. Loads up pretty well off number 2 into 3 to still stay on track. And this is about the easiest and most comfortable 12-meter passes that we've seen thus far. 4 skiers in as many skiers to make it through 12 meters.
I'm liking the start of this, and what I love about our style is you can see her, Tony, she stays nice and tall at all times. You'll see some of these skiers get a little bit lower behind the boat, a little bit more squatted, trying to get in that power position. You look at Anne-Marie here, reminiscence of that Chris Pear style, nice and tall, over the tip of the ski, and it paid dividends for her here on this 35, getting through it nice and comfortably. Had a little bit of hiccup on 3-ball, but there we saw that big 4 we were talking about earlier. Stayed tall through her whole pass. That was a clean-looking 35, and I'm excited because I think that kind of start, she gets that at 38. That's going to put into contention to push that 4-ball, maybe get a piece of 5 and set herself ahead of the competition.
And that gate shot into number 1. I saw something there a little bit whenever she completed the turn there. She took a big old gulp of air and just turned in and just held a position. Now, what's your thoughts on that so far as either just holding your breath throughout all the entirety of the pass or breathing constantly?
Tony, I got a quick little story for you. I tried to put I always thought I talked to myself while I was skiing out loud, so I put a mic in my jump helmet one time just to see what I was saying, and all I heard was just extremely heavy breathing the entire time. Maybe that's me being out of shape, but I think we're just breathing the whole time. You do it, feels right for you, but here we go. 38 off.
Look at that. Good attacking posture into number 1.
Good one there.
That's 1. There's number 2.
There's
She's still on top of the water. She's round number 3, getting broken over. A little loose into number 4, and now we've got a 3-way tie for the lead. And because Anne-Marie Wroblewski had a better score than Alicia Bagnoli from the opening round, that means that Anne-Marie Wroblewski is currently in 6th place right now, outright.
Yep, so great ski in there. We saw a little fist pump at the end. I think she knew she set herself up for in contention to make that top 6. And, You know, for a girl who's relatively new on scene, she didn't buckle under pressure. She went down. She threw a nice 35 down. Had a big ball at 2:38. So great ski in there. I'm happy for her. And now she's sitting here sitting in 6th, kind of on that bubble spot.
All right, and just look at the instant replay again. I'm sure that we're going to get an opportunity to talk with her, or at least Wade gets that opportunity on dockside. But looking pretty balanced and a little late with the edge change into number 3, but her neck jolted back there into number 4, and she was pleased with that. 4 at 38 off, 11.25 meters. All right, let's go on to dockside with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here at the dock with a very excited Anne-Marie. Saw you throw the fist, but hey, the first thing you said was, oh my gosh, I could have run that.
Yeah, oh my gosh, the start was really, really good. Although I probably thought I could run this a little bit too soon, so that's probably why I messed up a little bit there at the end.
So she's even nervous under all this excitement, right? So hey, we could be seeing you again. It could be a runoff, so stick around, right? Back to you, Tony.
All right, then we rejoin the action. We just saw Jessie Duberton go through the opening pass of 14.25 meters.
No big deal, Tony. It's 28 off for these pro women. It's just a warm up, so we'll catch her here on the replay. Good looking pass.
And Jessie Duberton riding the Radar Vapor slalom ski and looking very, very strong on that. And Radar is actually providing us with the cash prize and a brand new slalom mainline for the person who pulls with the greatest amount of force against that tow line using our rope tension system.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it shakes out. We saw Mr. Stadebauer take it down at the Swiss Pro-Am, kind of been consistently up at the top. We saw Corey Vaughn take it down the weekend before that. Now, then again, it is a weight to pull ratio, so it's not necessarily your biggest number, it's your weight to pull ratio, and so easily one of these ladies with a big hit and a big turn could easily take down that biggest pull.
All right, then let's have a look and see. We've got Jessie Duberton now. 6 buoys to the good on 14.25 meters. Now looking up over the towboat and taking a look at the slalom course from the opposite direction. Now this is 30 meters or 32 off. Nice strike into buoy number 2. Now she's left foot forward, which means her 135 side turns are going to be a lot easier for her to accomplish at the expense of the gate shot and 2-4. But looking confident and looking in good form right now.
No, you're right, Tony. I mean, nice balanced looking pass. I know Jessie's got that big 135, but it's nice to see her keeping that tip down around 2-4. And we'll see it here on this 2-ball. Big 1-ball, but usually when you see that, you kind of see skiers check up a little bit too. But nice strong too. And when you have a skier that has that strong of an onside turn, but yet can keep that ski in the water on their offside, that's a recipe for big scores. And good, confident-looking, strong-looking skiing from Jessie through her first 2 passes.
All right, and great skiing, and getting some comments here from our good folks. Looking in, we are coming to you live from Lake Gru, which is just outside of Polk City in Central Florida. This is the home of Action Water Sports and Ski Fluid. You can find out more about Ski Fluid by going to their website, which is skifluid.com, and also find out more about Action Water Sports by going to actionwater.com, and you can find out about each of those entities, including where to find said Lake Gru, which seems to be the major question that we've gotten comments on, so hopefully that's answered that for you. Here we go. Here's Jessie Duberton. This is 12 meters. Like where she's going with this. Oh, nice good looking. Number 4. She's all over it.
I love that was our cleanest 35 we've seen through the day, and like we talked about in her 28 and 32, just a strong skier all around. One of those skiers we talked about upping the intensity as you get shorter and shorter. Jessie's one of those girls that goes out there and she attacks right from the very beginning. So great looking 35, probably the best 35 we've seen through the opening women here. If she can even attack 38 remotely like that, I see her pushing the limits of that 4-ball that we saw as the girls getting hung up on earlier.
Speaking of a great all-round skier, we're looking at one on the starting dock now. Twice world overall women's champion. Actually, 3 times world women's overall champion, as far as I can ascertain. That is Whitney McClintock-Reaney, who's making a little bit of a comeback here, and we'll see her out next. But out on the water, we'll see Jessie Duberton. Coming back in on 11.25 meters. For those of you that are just joining us, welcome to Lake Gru, the home of action water sports and ski fluid for the 2020 MasterCraft Pro event. I'm Tony Lightfoot. This is Zach Warden.
Happy to be here, man.
Big Z Daddy, huh?
Yeah, Big Daddy Z.
Is that your DJ name?
Nah, well, if I ever start DJing, I just play music in the truck.
All right. Here we go. 11.25 meters, 38 off. This is Jessie Duberton.
4's the mark to beat, Tony. Little slack line out of 1. See if she can make it up at 2.
Oh, broken over. Oh, my word.
Oh, man. Unfortunate to see there from Jessie. That 35 from her looks so strong, and just 38, maybe bit off a little bit more. Let's take a look at this replay. Bit off a little bit more than she could chew here at 1 ball. Didn't quite have the line ready for her. And at 38, it's just too short to be able to make mistakes like that. And sitting on the back seat, lost her angle coming into 2 ball, and unfortunately being that offside turn, that's all she wrote.
All right, then. And that moves Anne-Marie Wroblewski a little bit closer to the promised land, because she has the top score. Although it's tied with 2 other people, her backup is superior, and that means that Anne-Marie Wroblewski is in with a possible chance of making it through to next in the competition. But Jessie Duberton swimming to the dock side. We'll have a quick word with her, courtesy of Wade Cox on the dock, and you can find out more about Wade by going to skiwithwade.com, skiwithwade.com. You can also find him on Instagram and on Facebook as well. So, a little bit disappointing there from Jessie Duberton. We'll get a word with her, and you can also email Wade Cox at wade@skiwithwade.com. Wade@skiwithwade.com. All right, skier on the water, approaching the course. Many times world champion, a terrific all-round competitor, and especially good on the slalom ski. This is Whitney McClintock-Reaney.
Now, I know we touched base on it last weekend, but, Whit just giving birth to her first kid, what was it, a couple months ago? I don't know. I can't keep track of that stuff, but pretty impressive to see Whit back out here in true Whitney form. Got the big wave on that offside turn. Good to see her out here. And, last weekend, let's go ahead and head over to Doc and see what Wade's got for us.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here on the dock here with Miss Jessie. Maybe not super happy with your performance, but hey, you ran the 12 downwind. You gave yourself a shot. That's what I always, when I was competing, was, hey, man, just give yourself a chance, and you did that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted another shot at 38 and see what I could get.
So I've gone from not knowing you to been hanging out with you months on end now here into the season. So what are your plans for the winter?
Keep training and working more on weights, getting stronger, and seeing if I can push these girls a little harder next year.
There you go. She's got the right attitude as well. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Those were some words from Jessie Duberton with Wade Cox there, and there is the rope tension leaderboard for the women. Jessie and the lead.
6:35. That's a big old score right there.
Halfway down 12 meters, the pass previous to the one where she ultimately ended her run. Alicia Bagnoli with 6:26, Manon Costard 5:89, Luisa Jaramillo with 5:84, and Brooke Baldwin, who is yet to ski, with 5:82 from number 5 on 11.25 meters in the first round yesterday. So, Whitney McClintock-Reaney approaching the course as we check in on dockside to see Ali Garcia getting ready to take to the water. Whitney McClintock-Reaney on 13 meters. Good strike off number 1. She's a lefty. A little bit of a jolt there on number 2.
All right.
Not bad.
Clean looking 32. I mean, you'd expect nothing less from Witt. But granted her most recent circumstances, it's still it's a damn good looking pass.
Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, considering her major life event that happened recently, I'm saying that she is definitely skiing out of her skin right now. Just hasn't been able to train for obvious reasons to be in the kind of shape that she needs to be at the higher echelon slalom skiing. But I tell you what, she got into 11.25 meters of 38 off twice at the Swiss Pro Slalom, and has already done it once here at the MasterCraft Pro. So we'll see what she can conjure up with the next pass and maybe beyond.
Yeah, I could see Witt easily. We talk lightly of a 4:38. For Whitney, usually would be almost a guarantee on any given site, especially a place like this in Lake Grew at Ski Fluid. Given the recent events, having a kid, man, it's not a given. But if anyone's going to be able to go out there and do it, this is when the old technique, this is when the old habits kick in for Witt. And I could see her getting a little scrappy and putting it down past 4 ball at 38 very easily.
All right then, so looks like we've got a few fans of some skiers in particular commenting in right now on the YouTube channel. Here is Whitney McClintock-Reaney making that look smooth for the most part.
A good-looking 35 there. I mean, her onside looks a little bit slow today, but what Whitney does a really good job of, she's one of those skiers who's able to make up a lot of ground on her offside turn, which you'll see here on 2 and 4. One ball, a little bit hitched, kind of gets picked up a little bit, but you'll see she's got a beautiful offside turn. Ski stays nice and low in the water. That inside the buoy shot's beautiful. I love that. Nice and powerful out of the finish of the turn, and that's why Whitney's able to get through 38, through 39, and one of the few women to get into that 41 off line length. And it's with big turns like that. And I'm excited to see this 38. I know she got 2 the first round, but the way she's looking right now, Tony, I could easily see this going past that.
Yes, indeed, and hasn't been back on the water all that long. And, there are certain things that tend to go first whenever you haven't been able to train effectively all that much going into a competition. And one of the first things that goes is your timing, especially with a one-handed gate shot, how critical it is to pull out and get that glide to a certain point and then turn in on the handle and hook up all at the same time.
Now, timing's everything, and it all with slalom skiing and all coming around the island or coming into the course, it all starts with that gate shot. Granted, the course starts when you go through the gates and you're approaching number 1, but it really starts on the timing for the gate when you even think about pulling out. And so that's one of the first things to go. But Whitney, being the veteran that she is, that's one of the first things she'll be able to regain. So let's see what she got here for the 38. A little slow out of 1. Could she get the 2 that she needs? She does, Tony.
Look at that.
Here we go.
Look at
Drop
this.
The hip
She's
at 3,
still there.
Ski around 4.
Does she get the 4? Yes,
Yeah,
turns. All
goes.
right. And I
There
think she takes the
goes.
lead at that point, doesn't she?
She will. She's got a backup score at 2:38 from round number 1, a 4:38 in round number 2, putting her in the sole spot.
6th place right now.
6th place, getting her into that women's finals as of now with 3 skiers remaining on the dock that could potentially bump her out.
And at this point, eliminating Anne-Marie Rabluski at the same time. So Whitney McClintock might be in with a shout of making it among our top 6 competitors, but a big old grin off for number 3, like saying, what the?
Yeah. If we rewind a year, I know Whit's going to be disappointed with 4:30. I think today she's pretty excited about the fight she put in behind the boat. And Tony, I told you, she could easily put herself in contention. Now here we are. She's sitting in that 6th place with no ties. She's got 3 skiers left that are all capable of getting through that 38, but we'll see how it shakes down for her. But, great skiing from Whitney, and it's good to see her in the water. That's a good way to wrap up the season if her day ends here. Maybe we'll see her in the top 6 a little bit later on. But regardless, a good way to end the year for Whitney.
All right, maximum pull 554. It's 2.9 to 1 against her body weight. All right, so here comes Ali Garcia riding on that good slalom ski and looking pretty good.
Ali, good friend of mine. I had the opportunity to watch this girl grow up and coach her, through slalom and tried coaching her during jump for a little bit, but that was a short little live. But good looking opening pass from Ali, and let's go ahead and turn it over to Doc. I think Wade's got someone we want to talk to.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm at the dock with a very excited and winded Miss Whitney McClintock-Rini, and only second tournament back, but I knew it wouldn't take you long to get back in the mix, and you're right there.
It doesn't feel like it's easy yet, but I almost went down at one ball, and I was not willing to give up this time, so I fought for every buoy that I got to 4-ball there, and I took it home. But it's really hard to breathe nowadays.
Well, that's it. Like a true professional, she knew exactly what the mark was, and she met it, and now she's going to wait and see and catch her breath. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Wade, and a special thanks to Whitney McClintock-Rini out there and doing a fine job with her performance. 4 buoys at 11.25 meters. Out of the 6 skiers that we've gotten so far, 4 of them have gotten to that 4th buoy on 11.25 meters. So we definitely see some improvement going on down the line. I think almost every single one has actually improved up to this point.
Yeah, our first 6 women off the dock all improved their scores, anywhere from 7 buoys to a buoy. So, if that trend stays the same, Ali had a 3 at 38 in the first round. I know Ali ran 38 for the first time earlier this season. She's been doing a lot of hard training up at Lyman Land at the University of Alabama. So exciting to see her out here. Allie's a girl. She can fight, and she can easily push that 4-ball, and she's got the better backup score if she gets in that log jam at 4. But first, we got to get her through 32 off. Strong-looking skier. She's got that snow ski-esque, West Coast style-esque 135 that you see there. Really good at getting her hips rotated out on both sides of the buoy, something that they preach a lot in downhill snow skiing, which Allie is a phenomenal snow skier. And you see that translate to the water really well, and a great-looking 32. We got to keep that rhythm going.
All right, we're just really working her edges right off the gate shot, and just not losing any type of power off her number one, and just looking in tremendous shape there on that good slalom ski. They're a proud sponsor of the MasterCraft Pro, as well as other premier events such as the Big Dog World Tour, and since 2000 they have been the title sponsor of the U.S. National Water Ski Championships, and they recently signed a deal renewing their commitment to be the title sponsor for a considerable future. So good on good. And you can find out more about their products by going to goodskis.com. That is good.com. GOODE.com to find out more about those good products.
All right. Well, Tony, let's do a little quick breakdown for you viewers at home. We got our top 5 is still our top 5. We had a little bit of shakeup. We got a group of girls at 4 at 38, which right now is our cut line.
Yeah.
So if any of these remaining girls get a full 4 buoys at 38, that'll get them into the final, and then we'll go back to backup score after that. Right now it looks like we have Regina, Manon, Brooke, Allie, Karen, and then that 6th spot we have Whitney, bumping out Paige Rini, Elizabeth Montavon, and Alex Garcia, who all had 3 at 38 from the previous round. So that mark to make is 4 buoys at 38 as of now. But if one of these girls get 4 at 38, we're going to look at backup score.
Yeah. And then beyond that, because we have tie in the opening round between Ali Garcia, Elizabeth Montauban, and Paige Rini. So if those next 3 competitors all tie with a score of 4,
Yeah, then it starts to shake. It gets a little funky there. So we'll have to we'll see what shakes out with these next 3 skiers. But 4 ball is that mark to beat as of right now. Now with these girls all having a 3 in the first round and then potentially a 4 or further, that could really shake things up.
Back after this. All right, then, back to live action. This is the 2020 MasterCraft Pro, Ali Garcia on the water. She, as we briefly alluded to, tied with Elizabeth Montavon and Paige Rainey yesterday with 3 at 38 off. And we have a four-way tie with 4 at 38 off so far in the second round. So that's the target that she's gonna have to aim for. Off number 1, getting into a little bit of difficulty off number 2. She's still there. She's still determined. Now she needs a piece of... Doesn't need a piece of 5, but she has the 4, and that's enough to put her nose up in front as the 6th place skier thus far.
Yeah, Tony, that was a slow start there for Ali at that 1 ball, but a true test to her mentality on the water and fighting through that 2 ball. Gets over to 3 and able to squeak that ski all the way around 4 ball, which we said, we got 5 girls all tied at 4 at 38 right now, but Ali had that 3 at 38 backup, which moves her solely into that 6th position going into the women's finals. I'll be curious to see what Elizabeth Montavon and Paige Rainey have for us in store because they all have a 3 backup. So
as good as yesterday,
we'll have to get with the officials and see if we're running off of that final position or it's a Swiss Pro-Am style where we take all the women into the finals. We'll have to get with our judges on that one. But right now, that mark to beat is 4 at 38, and a piece of 5 ball
would put it beyond doubt. But then again, you've got one other competitor to come afterwards. All right then. So you've just received some breaking news information regarding the tires.
Yeah. So update from the officials. So with the foreseeable tie for this 6th place position getting in, they will do 1 round of runoffs, Tony, and the winner of that will go into the finals. Now, if there is a tie in that runoff, they will go back to our original seeding, which I'll have to get our first preliminary list. It'll go back to the world ranking list where these girls were seated at. So we potentially have some more slalom skiing to do today if these girls get log jammed at 4 ball.
All right, and we've just seen Elizabeth Montavon, who skis out of the West Palm Beach area, and Wade.
Hey, we're just discussing the cut line with Miss Ali Garcia, and you've got a 3 from yesterday at 11 meters and then a 4 today. So it looks like you're in a decent spot at least.
Yeah, nothing's for sure. There's some pretty awesome girls on the dock, but I knew that 4 would tie me for the lead right now, and I knew that I had the strongest backup score so far. So I just pulled all the way there and hoped I got outside of it.
Hey, so we're watching a young lady come of age out there doing exactly what she needed. Back to you, Tony.
All right, thank you very much, Wade, and thank you very much, Ali Garcia, who I'm sure is probably banking on the next 2 competitors to come up short on 4 and 11.25 meters in order for her to advance as the 6th place competitor.
No, I mean, you always want to see big scores from the ladies out there, but at the same time, it's competitive nature. They're all friends on the dock, but when it comes to being out in the water, it's no holds bar.
It's a slugfest.
Yeah, and then 1 round of runoffs, and then they go back to seeding if there's time runoffs. So before we'll do any kind of...
All right, here we go. This is Elizabeth Montavon. Good aggressive strike into buoy number 1. This is 13 meters. A pass that's well within her capability, but a pass that she can't be too complacent on. And there we go. That's 5, and that is number 6. Well early for number 6 on 13 meters. And looking in very, very good shape at this point.
Now, Elizabeth's a fun skier to watch, and if you're even remotely active on social media, you've seen Elizabeth's slalom passes and seen her out there. And this is a girl who ran 2 at 39 just about a month ago at the Travers Grand Prix. A girl that's well capable of putting herself through 38, and a fun skier to watch, technically a great skier, but when I say fun, Tony, I mean fun because this girl can scrap, get herself in some heat, and make up a lot of lost ground real quick with one big turn.
Yes, indeed, and a skier that's looking to make her mark in the world of being a personal trainer. She's working on her CPT, which is a Certified Personal Trainer's qualification, and she is also a marketing consultant as well. That is Elizabeth Montavon. All right, here we go. This is Elizabeth Montavon on 12 meters. Needs a decent start on the gates.
Big 2-ball there from Elizabeth.
Knows that she needs to get more than 4 on the next pass, but she needs to get there first on 12 meters. Looking very calm, looking very steady, and 12 meters in the bag for Elizabeth Montavon. And now, if she can get a piece of 5 on the next pass, then she moves into the 6th place slot.
Correct, Tony. And what I love about Liz's style is she stands so tall on this ski at all times. You can see her really coming up on that offside you see in particular. She lets that ski roll out and then immediately brings her chest and her hips up over the front of that ski, allowing it to slow down a little bit and then make that offside turn. Another thing you'll see out of her is on her onside, she tends to, we call it sitting in the back seat, sit a little bit back, but what that does for her, it gets that ski moving across course extremely quick, but she's so good about standing right back up on the front of the ski, slowing it back down, keeping the ski in the water, and get a nice tight turn.
All right, so on the starting dock, we see Paige Reaney getting ready for her turn. Her father, Matt Reaney, not too far away on dockside. A few words of encouragement, a few tips there, no doubt being vocalized for Paige Reaney.
No, I mean right now, on the dock with your, you got your coach, you got, obviously in this case your pop sitting down there. The strategy right now is go out there and do what you know how to do. Paige well capable of getting a 5-ball, but it's a reminder where that cut line is, which right now is sitting at 4 at 38. So we'll see Elizabeth coming back here, 38 off. Tight looking, good start on 1 ball there. Tight looking 2, Tony. This looks good.
This looks very good indeed.
3.
Look at this. Now, look
Here
at
we
this.
go.
She checks up on 4. She's good on number 5. And our first person to get through 38 off is Elizabeth Montavon.
There we go. That's a little under the rope fist pump right there. She knows that was a big score. And that log jam at 4 ball, she was the first one to, really put the ski in the water there at 4, get all the way through it. Strong looking 38. I didn't see a lot that I would pick apart there for. Worked away a little bit down course through the whole thing, but I mean, what a start here at 1 ball.
She just got into that rhythm of the first couple of buoys and just did not let it go.
No, great looking pass there, and I know she'll be happy with that. And Tony, if she could put down a 1 ball like that at 39, I know her PBs.
She was really strong off number 3. I mean, it wasn't the perfect turn, but I mean, she got back into it and did not let go.
Well, that's why we don't do style points in water skiing, Tony.
Mm-hmm. And a nice view there from the exclusive TWBC buoy cam right there.
Big 5 ball.
Oh, look at that. And she wasn't particularly early into number 6, but she got round it. And
there we go. And
yeah, there you go.
And then the fist pump. A little discreet there, but I saw it. That looked good. So here we go. Now you got Matt and Paige down on the dock checking this out. So Paige knows it's going to take, it moves Karen Truelove with that 5 at 38 from the previous round. That moves her actually into the 6th position. So that 5 now becomes the benchmark to get into the finals here. But Elizabeth Montavon, 39 off. Here we go. What kind of start can she get for us? Tight looking 1.
Look at that. Round number 2. Oh, and gets 1.5. Wow. Some great skiing there from Elizabeth Montavon.
And that's going to move her solely into the 5th place, moving Karen Truelove down to 6th place with a 5 at 38. So we have 1 skier left on our mark to beat, so to speak, which our cut line was 4 at 38. Now with Elizabeth getting into 39 off, that cut line's now been moved to 5 at 38 with that score of Karen Truelove. So Paige Ring and Doc, she knows what she has to get. She's got to get a full 5, and she's got to get a piece of 6 because Karen could likely better her backup score from the previous round. So 5 will put your hat in the ring. A piece of 6 will really start to get things talking.
So yeah, at this point in the proceedings, the highest that that Elizabeth Montavon can finish out of this round is, as you say, is basically a 5th place right now, which would put her into the next round as long as it hasn't been superseded.
Lessons learned from the silent flight of owls has been applied to aerospace and to Formula One racing. Now, they've been applied to the water ski fin. Coming soon, the Whisper Fin Pro.
Alpha 2. Oh, they're switching judges, I guess.
All right, Paige Rini on the dockside there, getting ready for her go out there on the slalom course, and she's knows pretty much what it's going to take her to get through to the next round.
All right, well, real quick while we exchange some boat crew, back here at the announcer's tent, we got Elizabeth Montavon. You just threw down a 1.5 at 39 off. The mark to beat was 4 at 38 going into that round. You said, screw the 4 at 38, I'm going to run it, and then get into 39. Walk us through that 38, what you were thinking on the dock, and then that start at 39 looked beautiful.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm really pleased with that. I knew a full pass at 38 was probably going to make it to the final, so I thought I'd play it safe and just run the whole damn thing.
Yeah. Here's your replay here. This is their 39 off coming in. What do you think?
Let me see. Yeah, I like one ball.
Best number 1 of the season.
Yeah, seriously. Came up a little bit early, a little bit back foot at 2 right there. And yeah, that's what happened. So I came up way over the front of the ski after being back foot, got that rocking horse kind of started, and then I lost my line.
That's all right. I mean, 1.5 at 39. As of right now, that puts you in the 5th. There could be a little shake-up. We got 2 more skiers that could potentially bump you out, but you set the bar high, Elizabeth, and we'll see how it holds up going in the finals. Great skiing out there.
Thanks you guys.
All right, so on the water right now is Paige Rini, and we're going to go to the dock and check in with Wade. Who do you have?
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm here with Matt Rini, Paige's father. And so, Matt, we've been buddies since we were little kids, and we were doing this, and now a little bit different for you to have your baby out here as one of the budding superstars, huh?
Yeah, for sure. I've been on the dock at the Worlds lots of times with people, but it's never the same when it's your own kid out there skiing. So for sure, inside it's a little bit of a nervous thing for me. So.
Man, I got like goosebumps right here just listening to that. It's really, really cool because, yeah, she's, like I said, this budding superstar. Now, she's already run the 38 off pass, so making the cut now, which has moved up to 5 at 38, certainly within her wheelhouse.
Yeah, absolutely. She's been skiing well. You know, it's the end of the season. She's been working hard, so it's totally doable. But again, it's on the day. You know, you got to do it today. And she got fooled by the wind a little bit yesterday, but the wind's down. Everything's perfect out here, so she should be able to do it. Fingers crossed. Hoping for my girl.
All right, you heard from Dad and Coach. Back to you guys.
All right, appreciate you, Wade. Thank you, Matt. Good to hear from you down there. We got Paige on the water. These passes here, you know, like we said, Tony, just a nice warm-up. But that benchmark sat at 4 at 38 for quite some time. Elizabeth went out there and raised the bar a little bit. So now it's moved to 5 at 38 with Karen Truelove on that cut line. So let's see what Paige has got for us. Should be a nice, easy 13 meters, 32 off for Paige. Big 2-ball there. I like to see that. But making her way through. No big deal. Feeling it out. Getting in that rhythm. Paige threw a 3 at 38 from us earlier in the yesterday's round. Very capable of, you know, surpassing that 5 ball at 38, which she needs to if she wants to put some heat on Karen Truelove. So,
feeling the flow, working it.
I like it. And she looks off to a good start. She looks strong, Tony.
On that brand new Radar slalom ski, which will be the new edition of the Vapor for the 2021 model, and very light, looking in very, very good shape, and a ski that Matt Reaney no doubt has his fingerprints all over it so far as the design and concept point of view.
Absolutely. Paige is in a pretty sweet spot, being able to kind of sit there with that, and a lot of times you get to be the test dummy for a lot of a lot of skis, but at the same time, when you get one that works, you get to run with it and kind of put your mark on the ski. And having Matt there, working a lot in PD&D with that ski, developing it, working on it. I know Paige has probably ridden 100 of those. And it's nice that she's got a ski. She feels well balanced on it. Shows on the water. She looks good on her offside, her onside, well balanced. And here we go, 35 off, Tony, for Paige Reaney.
All right, here we go. This is Paige Reaney. Round buoy number 2. Knows that this pass is well within her capabilities, but can't afford to put too much of a foot wrong. And there you go. That's 12 meters, just like that. And every single skier that we've seen so far has gone through 12 meters at the very least.
Hey, that's what we like to see. And this pass coming up right here will make it or break it for our women's finals. As of right now, we have Regina Jaquist, Manon Costard, Brooke Baldwin, Allie Nicholson, and Elizabeth Montavon, all in your top 5. Number 6 is Karen Truelove sitting on the dock with a 5 at 38. So, if Paige fails to surpass 5 at 38, we'll have our final set. If she's able to get past 5 ball at 38 here, that shakes things up a little bit for Karen going off next.
All right, so a lot of permutations, a lot of calculations going on to determine. And here's Elizabeth Montavon. All right, then. We got Paige Reaney at the opposite end of the course, and I'm sure that she knows, as well as everybody else by now, that the score that's on her mind that she's going to be zeroing in on is anything more than 5.
Correct, Tony. I mean, a full 5 may put her in contention, but a piece of 6 ball, and that's a full pass at 38. She really needs to get through this. She needs a good start here. Onside 1 ball coming up. A decent looking 1. Could she make up some ground at 2? She does. Big 2 ball there out of Paige. Big 3. I like where she's headed. Tony, could you get the ski in the water?
Look at this, keeping it going.
Here we go. Could you get the ski around 6?
There you go.
She does.
Oh, yeah.
Another fist pump out the gates at 38 off, Tony. Now it's going to shake down, because now we have Paige moving in to that 6th position, and now we have Karen Truelove sitting 1 spot out. So we'll see what shakes out for her here coming in at this 39 off. She got through at 38. We knew it was going to take a big start for her. And when you say you need a piece of 5 ball, you need a piece of 6, you might as well just run the whole thing, and that's exactly what Paige did.
Might as well. It'd just be being polite not to. So as we take a look at the tail end of 11.25 meters from Paige Reaney, let's go to dockside and check in with Wade. Wade, who you have?
Hey guys, here in the dock with a very excited Elizabeth Montavon, our first ladies finalist.
Yeah, Wade, I'm super excited. This season's been about running as many 38s and pro events as I can. I got another one under my belt, so I got what I came for, and I'm super happy to ski in the final this evening.
Yay! Back to you guys.
And from our estimations, so far as Elizabeth Montavon is concerned, it's going to take 2 skiers back-to-back to beat 1.5 at 10.75 meters to knock her out of the top 6 slots right now. Let's have a look and see. This is Paige Reaney.
There we go. Oh, checked up at 1 ball. Could you get the ski around 2? She does. Oh.
And that's 1.5.
Oh,
Now we've got a genuine tie between Elizabeth Montavon and Paige Rini. They both scored 3 at 38 off yesterday, and both scored 1.5 at 39 today.
Correct. Just hearing it from officials, a confirmed 1.5 for Paige there. So now things could shake up a little bit. With the backup score they had yesterday, we still have one skier kind of sitting between those two girls and getting into the finals with Karen Truelove on the dock. So if Karen goes out there and bests them of a 1.5 at 39, that gets Karen into the finals. Anything short of that, both girls go through. But it's all up to Karen here, whether she can force a runoff for the girls or she can, punch her way into the ticket. But it's going to take a full 1.5 at 39 for Karen to get in the finals here.
All right, and there we see Paige checking up. She knew where she needed to get to make certain of a spot through to the next round of the competition, and coming up just a few feet short there is Karen Truelove getting ready to slalom. We see the stats for Paige Rini. 597 pounds, that's 4.4 to 1 against her body weight. Paige Rini sitting up at 0 off as a 2. Wow, that's all I can say at this point, because the next performance coming up could shape the destiny of not only herself but 2 other competitors.
But we look here at our top 6, Tony. We got 5 at 39 from Regina, 4 at 39, 2, 1.5 at 39 for all the girls. So it's going to take Karen getting a big score to get in here.
All right, then we're going to have a word with Paige Rini in just a moment or so as we get ready to bring in Karen Truelove. And there's Will Bush at the helm of that towboat.
All righty, well, we bringing Karen in on her first pass, but right now here at the announcer's booth we have the lovely Paige Rini.
All right, here comes Karen Truelove, 14.25 meters, 28 off the standard 75-foot line, leaving her with 47 feet to get round all 6 buoys. Not looking too bad. Certainly one of the most consistent pro women slalom skiers of all time. That is Karen Truelove.
All righty, Paige. What a round out there. Nice looking 35 off. You knew the mark to beat was Karen's 5 at 38. You got through 38. You went and tied yourself up with Elizabeth Montavon with 1.5 at 39. Walk us through that big 38 off you ran and how you felt at 39, and what do you think is going to shake out? Do you think that's going to be enough to keep Karen out of the finals and get yourself in?
I just wanted to do my best. I just wanted to run 38, and I was really happy with what I did. So the 39 wasn't as good as I wanted it to be, but hopefully that'll get me through. So.
Talk us through this 39, because, we're looking at the instant replay. You got a little bit jolted off number 1, and from here it's just a case of survival, yeah?
Yeah, I just didn't get a good S-turn. S-turns are not my thing, so.
But there you go. And
I tried, though.
You attempted the S-turn.
Yeah.
But there you go. A little bit back to the drawing board so far as that is concerned. But 1.5 at 39 is certainly a great score to be in the tournament with. So now we're looking at Karen Truelove. She's got to beat that score in order for her to advance and to potentially put you and Elizabeth in a runoff situation.
Yeah.
So I'm sure this is nervous times. We'll let you stick around here for a little bit. So we'll get your reaction as we see Karen Truelove. Look at this. Certainly not one of our taller skiers, but she has power aplenty and the experience to back it up. 30 meters. No. So from a fellow competitor's perspective, whenever you see Karen out there, what are you typically looking for to emulate from someone like Karen?
She's a true legend, honestly. She's been around for so long, and she's someone that I look up to as a young skier. So it's just awesome to see her out here and skiing and performing so well along all of our competitors. So.
All right, so looking in good shape. Zach, anything there?
No, I think Paige touched on it really well. I mean, it's fun. I was in that position, coming up through the pro ranks when you're a younger skier, you're a junior, and then you start to make your name known, like Paige has in the pro women division. So it's great to see her up here and being able to, set yourself up there and go against a true legend like Karen.
All right, then. So as we continue right along, Paige, we're letting Paige head all the way back to the dock because, well, we said it ourselves. I mean, if there is a position where Karen gets over 1.5, then there is a two-way tie currently in 6th place right now. She needs to be on dock side and ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. That's part of being on the bubble. You kind of got to stay ready for if and when. You get yourself into a tie, into that position, whether it be just to get into the finals or just to a podium finish, something like that. So sent Paige back down to the dock to kind of stay focused, stay ready. Seeing our way here through 35 off for Karen. This is a woman who's well capable of getting deep down 39. And Karen's a veteran of the sport. She's no shy of knowing what the cut is to make, knowing the bubble, and going out there and delivering when she needs to. So strong looking 35 off there. Karen, a 5 at 38 in the first round, well capable of running that pass. And so excited to see what's going to shake down here in these next two passes. And we'll get a little bit more clearer view, Tony, of where we're going to stand going into the finals and who's going to be in our finals, whether it be Paige and Elizabeth Montavon, or maybe it'll be Karen Truelove squeaking herself through.
All right, so essentially the target score is 1.5, and it's not on this pass, it's on the pass beyond. So anything less between here and there drops Elizabeth Montavon and Paige Rini through to the next round of the competition.
Correct. So she needs a full pass here. I mean, she almost got through it in the first round. Needs to get a good start here. Karen, I can't really speak to it enough. She's calm, cool, collected at the end of the lake there. She knows exactly what she needs to do. She's got a familiar boat crew with her. She's very familiar with the MasterCraft. And so...
and someone who's taken special interest in this performance is her husband, Freddie Kruger.
All right, Karen, needs a good start here.
Here we go, 11.25 meters. Needs everything out of this pass.
Nice 2-ball, little back seat. Needs to make up some ground at 3. Could use a big 4-ball here.
She gets it too. Oh, look at this.
She
gets the big 5 in round buoy number 6. All right.
She said, hold my beer, Tony. Watch this.
Get up it.
All righty. Look at this, Tony. We're shaking it up. I mean, all our girls threw 35 off. Karen knows she had to run 38. Goes out there and nails a beautiful-looking 38. Fought herself through that. Got off to a good start here. And now it's shaken up to be a little bit of a nail-biter here going into this, what is the bubble skier, whether we're going to see Elizabeth and Paige going through the finals or whether Karen can get a piece of 2-ball. A piece of 2-ball would get Karen in and then force Paige and Elizabeth into a runoff for that 6th position.
And it's certainly interesting to see the emotion written on the face of Freddie Kruger right now, pensive to start and happier to finish. I tell you what, he'll be focused in very, very intently to the next buoy and a half that will be at the very start of 10.75 meters of 39.5 off. Anything over 1.5 will see her through to the next round. Anything less, and it puts Paige Rini and Elizabeth Montavon through to the next round. So,
time will tell, Tony. Here we go. Moments away. Karen Truelove coming in 39 off. Like we said, 1.5 will punch her ticket in. Anything less, and she is out. Let's see what she's got for us. Needs a big 1-ball. Over the side. Can she get the ski around 2? Woo!
Does she get it round 2? Not even too sure that she got round number 2. We're going to take a look at the instant replay here to find out for certain.
A bit in the back seat there on one ball, but was it enough to get that ski around two? If it was, it'll force a runoff. Let's see here.
Click, click, click. Inside.
Oh, inside two ball there.
Which base it?
All right, let's head over. Let's head down to the dock. I think Wade's got someone for us.
Hey, we were just sort of a few nervous moments with Miss Paige Reaney here, waiting on the official confirmation from Karen, but I think you're in. Another finalist. All excited, right?
Yeah, I'm super excited. I was really happy to run 38, and getting into the finals was really awesome for me, so I'm really happy.
And you didn't just run 38, you sort of ripped it, as we would say. Yeah, it was fun to watch. You were early at 4, 5, and 6, and it was free flow, and it was fun.
I was just really confident this round. Last round I was a little tentative, and I told myself I just have to go for it, and it worked. So.
And you're going to get to see her again soon in the finals. Back to you guys.
All right, and just saw Paige Reaney there with Wade Cox, and she's a happy camper. She's happy in the knowledge that she has made it through to the next round of the competition alongside Elizabeth Montavon.
Correct. So, I mean, going into the finals, we'll know who our 6th and our 5th seed are. You'll have Elizabeth Montavon first off going into the finals. You'll have Paige Reaney following her. Now, we know our top 4 will be Allie Nicholson, Brooke Baldwin, Mana Kassar, and Regina Jaquez, but now we got a seeding round. They're all through the finals, but we could see some shakeup here in the seeding going in. You know, one of these girls wants to put out a big score, try to get themselves off a little bit later into the running order.
All right, so we'll be back right after this for the 2020 MasterCraft Pro. All right, then, here comes Allie Nicholson. Score of 2 buoys at 39.5 off yesterday ensures that she is already through to the next round of the competition. But this opening pass is 13 meters. So looking to put 39.5 off into the wind, I believe.
Yeah, that's what we talked about, this wind a little bit earlier. And it is starting to pick up a little bit as the day goes on here. As this wind's going to start playing a factor. And, yeah, she's going to be trying to take that 39 from the opposite end. She's already into the finals. But, you know, looking at the girls she has going behind her, how you have a tendency to want to sit a little bit further back in the pack to see what scores are thrown down at the beginning, so you know what you have to chase. And we'll see what it shakes up for. 32. Got a couple more passes here. Get her through 38 downwind. The wind is picking up a little bit, but that sets her up for a nice 39 headwind. Granted, she makes it through 38.
All right, let's go over to Wade in just a moment after we see the completion of this pass by Allie Nicholson. Wade, who do you have? All right, then we'll check back with him momentarily, but beautiful sight here at Lake Grew. Wind picking up a little bit, which probably prompted Allie Nicholson to go in on 30 meters. Actually, she went in on 30 meters yesterday, so consistent in that regard. So kind of alluded to it a little bit earlier, the notion of going in on a later pass or maybe opting up, as we've already seen so far this season in one of our previous events on TWBC. Here we go. This is Allie Nicholson, and this is 12 meters, second pass as the sun creeps through past the clouds above this Lake Grew facility, which is the home of Action Water Sports and Ski Fluid. Looking strong. There's Allie Nicholson, who did the majority of her work in terms of making it through to the final yesterday, and is now looking to go up in the seedings beyond number 4.
Yeah, she's definitely able to reap the benefits of putting down a big score yesterday. Didn't have the pressure of having to throw out a big score here in round number 2, so you're able to ski with a little bit less on your mind, which is nice for a round number 2, able to, you know, really hone in and dial in on your technique, feeling the lake out, feeling the water out, feeling the boat out. And so we'll see what she can shake up for us here. But it is nice going into a finals knowing you're already guaranteed a spot there, but now it's time to lay down the hammer and see where she can push it.
All right, so Ellie Nicholson recently qualified to be a nurse and working her first job as a nurse in Escambia County, which is all the way up as far west as you can go in Florida before you hit Alabama and Mississippi and my home state, Louisiana. I am from Louisiana. Don't let the accent fool you.
Oh, we spent some time there, Tony. It was a good time.
All right, so here we go. This now is Ellie Nicholson. Good strike on number one. Always 11.25 meters. And gets 3 and will ski to the dock with that, unfortunately, there. So the option to go in at 30 meters worked yesterday, not quite today.
Yeah, Tony, and maybe that was just feeling out for the finals. Maybe after that round, she goes back to the drawing board a little bit and says, here in the finals, I might go off at 28 and get myself through 38 and see what I can do depending on, what this wind is doing for her. There, it ate her up a little bit. She had a little bit too much speed on that gate shot, and it ate her up on 1 and out of 2 right away. And she's going to have some things to think about for the rest of the afternoon going into these finals. She is guaranteed. She's going to be, as of right now, sitting in that 4th position. She'll be guaranteed 4th going into the finals. So,
but definitely won't go any higher.
No, she's not going to move ahead of that. But it was a good. But while we're here, let's go ahead and head down the dock, see what Wade's got for us.
Hey, thanks, guys. Wade Coxkin here with our world champ, Miss Manon Costard. And, hey, the ladies are putting up much bigger scores today. Even though you've got this protected score, it's going to take more in the finals maybe than we thought, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. But, it was expected. Yes, it's pretty windy. It was the first round. We're always, a little bit more timid, let's say, when we haven't tried the lake or, So first round is always a bit lower scores usually. And I'm not too surprised to see those good scores. It looks good out there, and just a little head tail should be good.
No, that's it. As we watch Allie come in, that's just what I was coming to the guys back there. The wind is holding really nice, so the boat and the ski and the lake are skiing great. So we look forward to a big score from Miss Manon. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Wade. And we just spoke to Manon Costard, and we should see her ski within about the next couple. This is the 2020 MasterCraft Pro. Will return right after this.
Alrighty, here we go. Back on the water with Miss Brooke Baldwin coming in. She had a 2 at 39 in round number 1. A strong skier. We talked about that double pump earlier, Tony, and it'll be fun to watch Brooke kind of advance herself through these line lengths. And you see it. You'll see it a lot on her onside. She kind of comes up nice and tall through the wakes, releases the handle, and then at the last second lets that ski roll out and get big turns there. So Brooks first pass through 28. Let's head back down the dock. I think we got another little skier with Wade.
Hey, guys, here with Miss Allie, who just came off the water. Little disappointed, but you're our first skier that you're using your protected score from yesterday. Now you're in the finals. So what went wrong out there?
I just really didn't get a good start there at 38. I don't know. I'm definitely disappointed with that. Luckily, I had a score from yesterday, so I'm still into the final. Sometimes you just have those rounds. So hopefully I got it out of the way, and finals will go better for me.
Well, so let me ask you this for you guys at home. How were your first 2 passes? How did you feel after those? Did you feel settled for your 38?
I really did. I thought 35 almost felt a bit rolly. I think it was just me. I just was a little unsettled there, but I felt good going into 38, and I'm going to go back and watch it, see what I did. I don't know what I did on the gate or what, but yeah, it just wasn't a good start there.
Well, she's got that spot protected in the final. We're going to see her again soon. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Wade.
All right, thank you, Wade. Thank you, Allie. Allie, we'll see you in the finals. Right now, we're going to have Brooke Baldwin coming back in, 35 off. Brooke, a lady who's really come on the scene here strong in the last couple years. A unique style, a fun style to watch, and what a performer. Easily capable of getting through that 38. We saw 2 at 39 in the first round. It'll be exciting to see how this shakes out for Brooke. You know, she's been scraping at the podium here at a couple pro women's events. And, you know, if she can keep skiing like this and skiing strong, can easily put herself on the podium and maybe a little further up the chain.
Yeah, just stretching out a little bit towards the end of that pass, right outside the exit gate. 14.25 meter start, and this is 13 meters, and just really working that D3 slalom ski to great effect. Just looking really, really easy and really simple there with the opener at 13 meters, or 32 off in old school parlance. Only 2 skiers remain after her. That is Manon Costard and Regina Jaquist, and she is safe in the knowledge that she has made it through to the next round of competition based on the first round score.
All right, we got Manon on the dock. You know, all these girls are through the finals already, but it's a matter of seeding, and it's a matter of confidence booster here in the second round. You don't necessarily want to go out there and lay an egg and kind of waste a set, so to speak, but you want to go out there and you want to be aggressive. You want to see what the potential is for this afternoon with your scores. How hard can you push it and keep that ski dialed in and see where it's at. So wind is picking up here for Brooke. 38 tailwind should be an issue. We got a nice 2-ball there, nice tight line. Brooke does a great job of keeping 2 hands on the handle nice and long into the approach of the buoy, allowing her to run, Tony, a 38 off like that, a nice tight line, and I wouldn't call it a strong tailwind, but a pretty substantial, noticeable tailwind there. And now she's set herself up for a really nice, fun 39 off here into the headwind, capable of getting way down this line. Let's see what she can get for us. She's the mark to beat right now is Manon's got a 4 from the first round. Regina Jaquist has a 5 from the first round. So in order for her to better her seeding, it's going to take beyond 4-ball, piece of 5, which she can do. But I think this is going to be a confidence booster pass right here coming up for Brooke.
Right, you are, and wind's starting to pick up a little bit. It may be a little cause for concern, but I'm seeing her perform in all kinds of conditions, a complete calm to wind conditions that produce more than a little bit of a ripple, and she's excelled in pretty much all instances.
Yeah, that's the nature of our sport. I mean, we do average about 6.5, 7 minutes a skier. So granted, from the very start when we saw Luisa take off the water at 9 a.m. this morning to we're here at 10:35, the conditions change. It is Florida. They can vary quite a bit and quite often. So that is the nature of the beast. Is you might be going up against a competitor who had a little bit better conditions in the beginning of the round. A lot like snow skiing, we get tracked up a little bit where a skier later on in the pass. But here we go, 39 off. Brooke, good out of 1. Nice 2-ball.
Nicely. Getting loaded there off of buoy number 3. A little narrow on number 4, but 11.25 meters. Ooh. Woo. So I believe she started in at 14.25 meters, which will make that 11.25 meters going into the slight wind.
Yeah, that was my apologies there. I thought, I got stuck on the starting off at 32 off from Allie on that first pass. So starting at 28 there, getting herself through a nice headwind 38. Now she can maintain that tight line and get a good start at 39. It's going to take a piece of 4 to shake up the rankings a little bit, but if anyone can do it, it's Brooke.
All right, and in the process, whipping that hair back and forth.
Tony, I told you, you got to wait till lunchtime to start singing.
All right, then. That is Brooke Baldwin doing a fine job with 11.25 meters, already through to the next round of the competition, as we mentioned, on the basis of the round 1 score that she produced of 2 at 39.5 off. She could potentially move up in the seeding, provided that she gets a piece of 5 on the next pass coming up, and if that score remains unchallenged, then she could potentially move all the way up to the number 1 seed if she can run this particular pass at 10.75 meters. Here she comes.
Nice. Oh.
All round number 2, and that replicates the score that she produced yesterday, so consistent, we give her that.
Yeah, consistent skiing, and that tailwind caught up with her. She had a good-looking 1 there, and then looks like she pulled a little bit long into 2, and when she did that, it's so tough to get that ski to slow down, especially in that tailwind, and she lost the line there, and you can tell she's just checking up, getting a full 2, taking a little bigger hit than we like to see in a round that necessarily didn't really count, but, Brooke, no stranger to danger, and, testing the waters. That's the 1 ball she wants. I'll be curious to see if she takes it in the headwind in the following rounds. Maybe we'll see a little opt up or going off the dock at 32 off. But solid performance there. Ties her 2 at 39. And we're down to our remaining 2 skiers, Manon Castard and Regina Jaquez.
All right, let's go dockside and see. We'll go dockside.
April Coble-Eller from Coble Water Ski and Wakeboard Camp here in Lillington, North Carolina. Our facility is situated on 10 private lakes.
Denali. No hype, just science.
All right then, and at the Lake Groove facility, which is the home to Action Water Sports and Ski Fluid, we will find our next competitor about to take to the water. Coming to us out of France. Ordinarily would ski over at Lacanau, which is a little ways west of Bordeaux in the western portion of France. But to skiing at the boarding school these days in Central Florida, this is Manon Castard.
All right, Tony. We saw Brooke Baldwin go back to that 28 off 14-meter line or opening pass. Now we got Manon electing to go back out at 13 meters, 32 off, which we talked about earlier, sets her up for that headwind 39. Manon getting through this pass just 2 weeks ago at the Swiss Pro, getting through this pass several times this season. So good-looking opening pass, and let's go ahead and head back down to the dock with Wade. Who do you got?
Hey, guys, here in the dock with Brooke. You're not even breathing hard. Like I heard somebody say, hey, nice 38. You just stroll through that 38 off, no problem.
Oh, thank you. I was just trying to relax, and it all came together, so I'm happy.
Nice, got a spot in the finals, huh?
Yeah, before I skied, I knew I was in the finals, so this was just more of a fun set, I guess, but
doesn't mean it's not a little nerve-wracking, I guess.
Nice spot to be. Another one of our finalists. We'll see her soon. Back to you guys.
And just as a little bit of information to put on the end there, 608 pounds of pressure against that towboat. That's almost equivalent to 5 times her body weight. So she was beefing it up there with that performance.
Yes, I tell you, some of the most elegant-looking skiers and the smooth-looking skiers are some of the strongest. And that's the name of the game. It's all about that lean line tension and load on the rope. And Brooke does a great job of being a powerful skier. For a small and compact body, so to speak. So,
yes,
great performance.
Looks can be deceiving.
They can. Well, back to the water here. We're going to have Menon coming back in at 12 meters.
A buoy malfunction? Oh, yes. Looks like we got a boat guide buoy for buoy number 2. So we're going to have the crew on standby. We'll continue to bring to you more live coverage of the 2020 MasterCraft Pro. We'll get that buoy back on, and then we'll continue on with Manon Costard.
Nothing else to do?
Lessons learned from the silent flight of owls has been applied to aerospace and to Formula One racing. Now, they've been applied to the water ski fin. Coming soon, the Whisper Fin Pro.
All right, then, approaching the course, 12 meters. Manon Costard on that Conley GTR. The current world slalom champion won that title last season. Costard doing a grand job on 12 meters.
All right. No big deal through there. 35 off headwind, 38 tail. This wind, it's getting stronger by the moment, Tony. I'll be curious to see kind of how much this picks up. I'll have to get the forecast out here in a little bit and see what we're in store for this afternoon. But this is definitely a great opportunity for Manon to, take a 38 downwind, build the confidence a little bit, which we, early in the earlier rounds we had a little bit calmer. So get her through this 38, but then it's going to set her up for a beautiful headwind 39. She's already got a score of 4 in the books. She's only a buoy behind your leader, Regina. So see if she can shake up the seating a little bit.
And from a tactical point of view, she's definitely trying to put 39.5 off into the wind and skiing for what I would call the knowledge. The knowledge of knowing what you need to do to win.
No, absolutely. You couldn't have put that better. I mean, you're at this point, we're skiing for rank, whether she's going to be number 1 or number 2 off a dock. But right now, we're skiing for feel. We're skiing for knowledge. I can't hone it down on much. Like we're testing those.
Look at this.
Big 3 there, but for a 38 downwind, a pass that'll eats a lot of girls up and on. Makes it look like a cakewalk out there, and speaks to her experience as your reigning world champion, and did a really great job.
So Manon Costard doing a fantastic job out there with the angle coming off the buoy and just nice tight line and good extension. Good extension, going cross course and just holding her head up high, and knows this pass is well within her grasp every time she goes out there to ski.
Yeah, Manon's a fun skier to watch. She gets really low behind the boat, and those knees are really bent up through her edge change. We'll see a lot of the other girls will stay super tall through that edge change. Manon tacks it a little bit differently. She gets lower in that squatted position, lets that ski kind of suck up to her waistline and then back out on the to the opposing buoy. So a fun skier to watch, a different style. And, Tony, it works really well, and it works great in conditions like this where, maybe it's wind, it's a little bit choppy. She's a extremely strong skier, and you'll see it here, right from the very beginning. Gets nice and low on that ski, even on the gate pull out. What kind of start can she get here at 39 for us? Through the wakes.
Oh, headwind 39. Look at this. Look at this.
Good 2-ball, Tony.
Look at this. Buoy number 3, she's still there. She's good to number 4. Can't afford to put too much of a foot wrong. And with this pass completed,
ladies and
she has
gentlemen,
moved into the top seed with 1 skier remaining.
We talked about it, and that's exactly. She took that 39 head, which was ideal. We'll go back here on the instant replay, Manon. Strong-looking 1, a little bit out of shape at 2, but then hammered down at 3, set herself back into it, and that's the glory of getting that headwind and your hardest pass, and Manon taking full advantage of it there, nice and wide around number 2.
And I tell you what,
that onside turn on 3-ball.
And I tell you what, she has her fans not only online but also on site as well. For those of you that are listening in, those horns are coming off I-4. They were checking in on Manon Costard and are giving her all the encouragement that they can muster.
After a 5-ball like that, she deserves all the honks in the world coming down I-4. Big 5-ball there to be able to get her ski around 6.
£665 of force.
I told you it was a big 665. I mean, that's puts her 40 pounds heavier than the next closest competitor, and it was that 5-ball there we saw at 39. It's her onside turn, and we talked about her getting nice and low on the ski. When you get low on the ski like that, it allows you to take big hits like that. But here we go. She's your new leader right now. Coming back in, 41 off.
Here we go. Manon Costard, look at this. 41 off, round number 1. Does she get a piece of number 2? Good effort there. I believe it's good enough for 1.
I think she got the ski around there. I'll be curious to see where the judges call it. As the rules, the ski, you must maintain line tension in a skiing position and have that ski make it back inside the buoy line. Let's see if she got around 2. We won't quite tell from that angle. We'll get the boat here in a second, but just losing that line to finish, it's going to be a matter if they scored potentially a 1.5 or maybe a 1 1/4. Here's our replay. We'll actually get a good view here of that 2-ball, Tony. But for a tailwind 41, I liked her start here. Maybe came off the handle a little bit soon into a little bit flat skied. Did she get around it?
Look at this. She got round buoy number 2.
Now, when did she lose that handle? Just the ski is past 2-ball there. It looks like the handle is out there. Did the ski cross back in that line of 11.5 meters? Gonna have to check with our officials here to see if that was scored as a 1 1/4 or a 1.5, Tony.
And if it is anything more than 1, you have just seen Manon Costard break the European women's slalom record.
Well, would you look at that, Tony? I didn't even know that.
666 pounds. Well, that's a number that's pretty scary for a lot of people.
Well, when you pull that hard, it deserves to be scary. Manon, 29 pounds heavier than the next closest competitor. I'm sorry, 31 pounds heavier. But, I mean, that was a beast of a 5-ball there at 39. Got herself all the way through it. Now she's in sole possession of the lead going into the finals with 1 skier remaining, Regina Jacobs on the dock. We've seen Regina take down this 39 off quite often coming through here.
Do you have an official score for Manon? Okay, still trying to decide the score for Manon. Manon, come on.
All right, well, just got official confirmation. 1.5 at 41 off for Manon Costard.
As Regina Jacquez, the only competitor left that can possibly unseat Manon Costard for the number 1 seed. A great effort there from Manon Costard, and here she is at the announcing point, and with 1.5 at 41 off at 10.25 meters, that breaks the European slalom record.
Yes, I'm super excited. I've been trying pretty hard, honestly, to get to 2. And I've done a lot of ones and being frustrated with not being able to keep going after that. So I'm really, really happy with what I did today. And I just sort of hope that I could have held on at 2. But
here's your record-breaking performance. Talk us through it, Manon.
Good extension round. You're almost a little narrow on number 1, but you managed to hike that ski around.
Yeah, and I'm braking a little bit after 1 and then barely making it, But very excited,
All right, that record of 1 at 41 off has stood since 2018, since November of that year. So October 2020, I mean, another half a buoy, new record. You must be pretty chuffed.
Yeah, I'm really happy. It's a different time from when you're a kid and you get like 1 more pass every year. Now it's half of a buoy for 3 years, but that's good.
All right then. So congratulations. We're going to have to confiscate that line, aren't we? Then the handle to make sure everything is measured out right. So we're going to measure out that rope. Thanks a lot, Manon Costard. But she's sticking around here because she's taking a look at the boat view of Regina Jacquez, the only competitor left that can unseat her right now. Manon Costard is your number 1 seeded competitor going into the women's slalom final, but not quite done yet. No worries. Yeah, stick around, sit down. So, All right, then, Manon Costard making her way back to the dock. The one thing that she's looking for is the handle now.
Yep. So, I do a lot of TCing and technical controlling at this tournaments, and in all of our tournaments we have a certified technical control person on a world basis to make sure that what we're competing on here is the same standards that they're competing onto in South America and Australia, all over Europe. So what they do, it's a standard board that sets the rules and the applications for all these rope lengths. And so what they'll do here after a record like this is the technical controller will go down to the end of the dock. They'll take that rope and they'll take that handle and they'll double check to make sure that the handle was within the 1.5 meter tolerance and that the rope lengths in question being 35 through 41 off are all measured within a tolerance, and there's only a tolerance of about 2.5 centimeters when you get to the shorter line lengths, and it's up to the technical controller to make sure a good rope's provided. But here we go, Regina 38 off, tailwind coming down the lake. She had a score at 5 at 39 in the first round. Big 3-ball there, no big deal for Regina. Makes her way around 5, around 6, full 38. And now Regina here as well. She ran 39 at the Swiss Pro just a few weeks ago. She's run it probably the most out of any professional women's slalom skier
And she wasn't that far from running 39.5 off yesterday either. Kind of got a little bit bogged down on 5 and came up short on 39 yesterday, but we'll see what she can do today.
Yeah, and it's shaping out to be great conditions for if you're able to be gutsy enough and take that 38 downwind, you get to reap the benefits of that with that 39 head. And I know there's going to be some guys, slalom skiers, that are early off in this competition that are taking an eye right now and watching this win and watching how these women are skiing and how they're competing and deciding on their strategy of what their starting rope length is going to be, whether they want to take 39 headwind or they may want a 41 headwind, take 39 tail. So that'll be fun to shake up to see what these guys do for us. I could see some opt-ups going. I could see some guys going off at 12 meters. But more importantly, we're going to have Regina Jacobs coming back in at 39 off here in just a moment.
And she too, skiing for the knowledge of the score that you need to beat or the competitor that you need to beat in order to take the title in the women's slalom final. So let's see if she can produce the score that will get her closer to knowing. Here comes Regina Jacobs. This is 10.75 meters now. 10.75 round the first couple of buoys. Here comes number 3. Nicely done. Look at that. Checks up on 4.
Big 4-ball.
Look at that. Number 5. Yeah. And she is not going to give up without a fight, I tell you what.
Yeah, she said, good job, Manon. I'm proud of you, but not so fast. So, I mean, then again, where this is a seeding round.
Did you just go on full-on Lee Corso there?
You like
not
that?
So fast.
I'm getting into my vibes here today, Tony.
All right, and look at this from Regina Jacobs, multiple-time world slalom champion, multiple-time world record holder.
Is there anything she hasn't won yet?
I'm trying to think. No, actually,
Yeah.
if I'm being honest, I mean she's the only winner of the Swiss Pro Slalom. She's won the Malibu Open more times than we can count. Masters and US Opens, World Championships, just every tournament out there you could possibly think of. And if she's been skiing good enough to earn your vote of skier of the day, go to waterskibroadcasting.com and put in your vote for skier of the day. Is it Manon Costard? Is it Regina Jacobs? Is it maybe one or two of our other skiers that have featured prominently up until now?
Yeah, there are no rules for that voting process. It's whoever you felt put down the best performance today or the gutsiest performance or, just a fan favorite. But here we go. Regina coming back in, 41 off. Manon Costard with a new European record, 1.5 at 41 in the lead as of right now. Let's see what she's got for us. Regina coming in.
Round 1.
Slight-looking one. Got the skill round
Makes
2.
the play on 2. She's the number 1 seed, and there you go.
Wow.
How about dem apples?
I like that. Hey, Tony, that 1 ball, maybe not the greatest, but and I know she went inside 3, but the way she attacked 2 ball there, that was simply attacking, knowing what she can do for the finals. She turned 2, knowing that whether she gets 1.5, it is no big deal. But she turned 2 here like she wants to get further down that pass. Dropping that hip in, big hit out of 2, and just going to come up inside 3. I know if that's a finals round and there's this big score out there, she's going to put that ski around it and do whatever it takes to get it. But beautiful looking performances from all these ladies. Regina, 2 at 41. Manon, 1.5 at 41.
And just look at how well she's built. I mean, just look at those arms.
Yeah, she is a specimen when it comes to water skiing, and a true athlete all around in all 3 events, and particularly slaloming. And I would say probably pound for pound, one of the strongest, fittest competitors we've seen on the water, and she's been doing it like this for the last 2 decades.
All right, then, and there's the women's leaderboard. Regina Jaquist, 2 at 41 off. Second place with the new European slalom record, 1.5 at 41 for Manon Costard. Then Brooke Baldwin with 2 at 10.75 meters, and she has the upper hand ahead of Ellie Nicholson, also with the same score, and a tied 5th place between Elizabeth Montavon and Paige Reaney, with nothing to separate those last 2 skiers making it through to the next round of the competition. They both scored the equivalent score yesterday and today, so it may actually come down to a coin flip to decide who will ski ahead of the other when we go into the women's slalom final, which will take place upon the conclusion of the men's slalom final. Here's the rope tension. Manon Costard, 666 pounds, number 5 at 10.75 meters. Jessie Duberton.
Yeah, I mean...
Dobberton. That's the one. Thank you very much. I'll remember that now.
That's why I stick the first names only, Tony.
All right.
But
so there we go. That is women's slalom. Men's slalom comes up next, and we'll go to the dock first around to check out Wade and whoever he's got next to him. Wade, who you got?
Here in the dock with Regina. Awesome skiing. You had some pressure. The girls were like throwing it down this set, right?
Yes, I mean, off the dock, all of the girls were getting deep 38, getting down 39, Manon running into 41. So just competition that you love to see. I mean, it's the end of our season, so we're all kind of ready and peaking, and it's just nice to get out there. And it felt great this morning, and now we'll rest up and get to the finals this afternoon.
And all 6 ladies ran into the 39 to make the cut. That's big skiing.
No, that's awesome. Whenever we can all be into the 39 offs going into the finals, that's just taking the bar to the next level for our sport for women. And it's just awesome to see that all of us are just keep pushing the level. It's great for women, and that just kind of makes sure that we're always here at the events too.
Well, you guys at home are going to have the best seat in the house. Thank you, Adam, and the rest of our camera crew, Vince, Tony. Love you guys at TWBC.
All right, thanks a lot, Wade, doing a sterling job at the starting dock area, and there was Regina Jaquist. She has, quote-unquote, the knowledge now, knowing what she needs to score to take the title here at the 2020 MasterCraft Pro. We'll continue on with the men's slalom competition right after this, so do not go away.
Ryan.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
All right, and we're getting ready to go with the men's slalom competition. The boat's going to take its mandatory pass up and down the simulation run, and when we do go into the slalom event, the following skiers will feature right from the get-go. So, on this list, we're going to see Andrew Bergman from Canada take to the water first, followed by Garrett Reese, then Zane Nicholson, then Landon Giles, Jonathan Travers, Federico Jaramillo, Blaze Grubbs, Chris Parrish, Dane Meckler, Jamie Calhoun, Sean Hunter, and Adam Saddlemeyer, and the remaining skiers featuring in this competition. We'll continue on with Benjamin Stadelbauer, then Will Asher, Frederick Winter, Cole McCormick, Corey Vaughn, Thomas DeGasperi, Stephen Neveu. And our final competitor will be Nate Smith, who produced an absolutely scintillating performance yesterday with one buoy at 43 off on 9.75 meters. So a lot of good skiing to come. We're waiting on that towboat to come on back and bring on our first competitor, who is Andrew Bergman, who yesterday scored 1.5 at 38 off yesterday, or 11.25 meters.
And making sure those guys keep their existence.
Looking forward to some great performances here at Lake Gru, which is the home of Action Water Sports and Ski Fluid. And you can find out more about Action Water Sports by going to their website, actionwater.com. Actionwater.com, full service MasterCraft dealership for both sales and service, and they've also got a fantastic pro shop there with all the latest and greatest water sports gear, and they also have an online pro shop called wakehouse.com. You can check those guys out as well, wakehouse.com, for all the latest and greatest water sports gear available online, and all that is courtesy of Action Water Sports right here, also on Lake Gru, and also in 4 other locations in the Michigan area.
Yeah, some great sponsors here out there to make this possible, and it's a great way to cap off our pro series throughout the year. Granted, the year that we did have, it's amazing to see everyone come together and kind of keep this thing alive and keep it afloat. No pun intended.
Yeah, indeed. So I mean, and for those of you that are watching the webcast, there is our schedule. We've already gone through women's round 2. We're now into men's round 2 to determine the top 6 making it through to the next round of the competition. And then we're going to go into the women's final and the men's final, and then the men's jump final. And we should have a prize presentation at about 2:30 this afternoon, if things go along as they should without too much in the way of interruption. So the format for the slalom, best score of 2 rounds, irrespective of which round you score it in. Top six women, which we've already determined, and the top 6 men will advance. And we will return right after these.
From Coble Water Ski and Wakeboard Camp here in Lillington, North Carolina. Our facility is situated on 10 private lakes.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Hey, thanks, guys. Wade Cox again here in the dock. And as many of you might know, I was a pro in my day and got to compete actually on this lake. So it's very cool this weekend. I've had this view with all the athletes. The wind has switched just a little bit. Now it's a little bit more of a quartering tailwind on their first pass. So it'll be a quartering into the wind, headwind coming back. And after watching all those ladies rip it up, man, I can't wait. Got goosebumps already. Back to you guys.
All right, then. With the minimum starting line length of 32 off, we have got Andrew Bergman approaching the course now. Boat speed is at 36 miles an hour for the men's slalom event, and here we go. And nicely performed. And so, 30 meters for Andrew Bergman. And what do you see there, Zach?
That's a nice looking opening pass. I mean, Andrew, 1.5 at 38. I know he's capable a little bit more, but going off 32 off, that puts him 38 downwind, but, capable of getting through that. And, try and take 39 back, coming back at the dock on pass number 4. So, said he first set of the day, getting dialed in. Good looking opening pass there, not too much critique. All
right, so 30 meters, always a
Solo,
tricky pass to open up.
5 closed doors open. And then followed by a delete.
Trying to stay cool and relaxed, and not too sure how clean that sock is on his left foot.
About as clean as that mustache on his face. All right, well, obviously the competitors looking on. A couple of these guys at the front really didn't have the scores they wanted in the first round. But with the competition, the field that we have, just looking at it right now as we stand, there's a runoff for 5-way tie for 6th place at 2 at 41. So, these guys are really going to have to push the limits. Little wheelie there. Gets back in it at 4 ball for Andrew. Over to 6.
And
nice
just
through that
absolutely rips that through that 12-meter run, and just looked very, very stable from the beginning. He did ski into a pretty gusting headwind right now. So, that's something that you need to take into account, especially if you're using the one-handed gate shot. You want to try and have a little bit of tension on that line as you turn in, but it can't be too tight. Otherwise, the ski won't be able to fully rotate and give you that jump on number 1 that you're always looking to have.
Yeah, it is beautiful having a nice headwind like that. But what you see a skier is not as experienced, they tend to take that headwind for granted and almost ski a little bit too easy, and that headwind can eat you up pretty quick, especially if you don't ski aggressive at it. It'll be quick to slow you down. It'll be quick to set you up narrow. But we got a really experienced field here. They know the headwind like this. They got to stay strong. And then coming back in the tailwind, they've got to stay light on that line and keep line tension through that edge change. Without that line, they're going nowhere with a downwind pass like this.
All right, continuing right along here at Lake Grew, the home of action water sports and ski fluid, and one of the great locations that you can visit in Central Florida, and you can find out more about other locations by going to visit centralflorida.org. Visit centralflorida.org.
All right, Andrew had a 1.5 of the first. Oh, man.
Oh, and going down hard.
Frustration there, and rightfully so. It looks like that, maybe a little bit too much speed through that gate there. That tailwind caught him up a little bit. And you'll see his edge change here, kind of sat back in the back seat, never got on top of the front of the ski to slow it down. And when that happens, you're right out the back door. You'll see that just off the back of the ski and not able to hold on. And, unfortunate there for Andrew. The conditions got the best of him on that one. But, good to see him out here. Definitely a tough skier. And, he'll be back next year.
See if that ski actually makes contact with the line. No, he just skied onto onto a slack line and just couldn't really recover from that point onwards. So, skier from Gallatin in Tennessee about to take to the water. It's Zane Nicholson, and you know a little bit about him, Zach.
Unfortunately. No, Zane and I are good buddies. I know we had an opportunity to ski together on Team HO for quite some time. Zane's a guy I grew up with, competing against, and here in the later years really started to set himself apart with the slalom skiing, and starting to get through that 39 and get into 41 and set himself up there in the pro ranks. And you saw his sister go out there earlier, sitting in the 4th seed, going in the pro women's final. So definitely a family affair when it comes to Zane and Allie, both riding the HO and both confident-looking skiers. Zane with the mustache, though, maybe style points. It's like the Gunnar Minshew of slalom skiing right now.
Nice reference.
You like that? I love football.
Yeah, I love football as well, but the kind of real football that we play is part of the New Orleans Saints.
Well, right now my Bucks are taking you down, Tony. We look good. We're bringing in all the big pieces.
Well, enjoy it while it lasts. All right, then. We've got the Gardner Minshew of water ski slalom. We've got Zane Nicholson.
Hey, man, whenever you're ready.
Following up Zane there, we'll have Landon Giels, JT, Jonathan Travers, Federico Armilo, Chris Parrish, Dane Meckler, Jamie Calhoun, and so on. So excited to see some of the rest of these guys come off the dock. But right now we got Zane Nicholson on the water, 13 meters, 32 off. Let's see what he's got for us in store today.
And with the top scores that we saw from the previous round, it does kind of limit the options so far as what's starting line length to come in on. If 13 meters short enough, but you're probably highly unlikely to see anyone going on 12 meters because of where that would put your 10.75 meter run, which would be on a tailwind.
Correct. And I'm looking at the beginning of this list, and most of these guys who maybe didn't quite get through 39 the first round, they're just looking for a good score. They 2 at 41 will maybe get your hat in the ring to get you through the finals, but they're going to take the 32, they're going to take 39 into the win and have a nice confidence set, get through 39. I mean, that's the name of the game at every pro event. You got to run 39 to even be in contention. I will be curious to see what shakes down when we get a little further down the list. Some of these guys who maybe are already guaranteed a spot in the finals, but we're going to go ahead and head down the Wade and see who's got for us, bud.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm on the dock here with Colin Swigert. I saw him doing a walkthrough of a boat this morning. I'm like, wow, he sounds pretty good. So, a graduate of University of Michigan and a boat design engineer. What a cool job.
Yeah, I love it. It's definitely a pretty cool thing to be involved in. So, yeah.
And so you've been involved with the design of this new ProStar, and from the results so far. It's working out. Everybody loves it.
Yeah, I'm pretty pumped. I think everyone's pretty excited. So, working with the whole crew of athletes and everything, people had things about the boat they loved and things about it that they wanted to change or improve on. So we just try to go through the list and check the boxes.
And there you go. Hey, man. So stay in school, kids. Look, you could have his job one day. Back to you guys.
All right, looking at the tail end of that second pass from Zane Nicholson with 12 meters, he'll pull out to shorten to 11.25 meters and attempt that pass with the tailwind. And for those of you that are commenting on the YouTube channel, wanting to know the running order, well, you can find that at waterskibroadcasting.com, and there as well you can vote for your favorite skier of the day, waterskibroadcasting.com. But looking at Zane Nicholson, looking in very, very good shape here.
Yeah, I mean, clean looking 35 there. We saw him go down at 38 in the first round, a score I know he's not really happy with, but clean looking 35 there, set himself up nice here. He's got to get through this tailwind 38, and then, if he gets through that, we talk about it again, he gets to reap the benefits of this 39 headwind, which wind's picking up a little bit, so he's going to have to maintain nice tight line through this 38. And the name of the game in a tailwind is you got to stay calm. You see a lot of these skiers try to fight back into it too hard. They pull too hard, they pull too long, they lose that line tension, and it's game over quick in a sport like this.
All right, so let's have a look and see what we have. We've got Zane Nicholson with 13 and 12 under his belt. Here he comes.
Tight looking one. Oh, checked up at 2. Can he get back down? Needs a big 3 ball. Gets back in it. He gets it. Needs to stay patient here at 4. Maybe a
on
little
the back
too
of the
patient.
ski there. Come on. Oh, and tried his best there. Looks like it is going to be a 5 buoy count at 11.25 meters, and just didn't get the turn on his offside on number 2 and number 4 that would have saved his bacon.
Yeah, and that the 135 was working well. And, what I saw going in 2-4 there, just pulling a little bit long and almost being too aggressive, trying to make up too much ground, like I just talked about going into that. And you saw it right there on the 2 ball and the 4 ball, just pull a little bit long. And when you have that much speed going in the buoy, I don't care who you are, it's really tough to get that ski to finish, especially if you don't have the tight line. And, that's all she wrote there. And he tried to get a big 5 ball there, but unfortunately not able to hold on and get over to 6. And that'll be all she wrote for Zane. That'll cap up the 2020 season for him. Not the way he wanted to finish, but we'll definitely leave him hungry and motivated going into next season.
All right, so far as our scores that are potentially making it through to next round of the competition, the scores that we got from the previous round yesterday absolutely seems like there is actually a multiple way tie for 6th place right now. But there might be room for a skier to come in with a superior score in this round that we wouldn't have expected to get to that point. Here is Wade Cox on dockside.
What do you want with that? Me too. Bravo 2.
Hey guys, here with my man JT, John Travers, father, business owner, pro skier. So what are we seeing here with the conditions?
Yeah, a little bit more of a head tail than I skied in yesterday for sure, and I didn't have the best set ever yesterday, so I kind of got to go all or nothing here, and I had something a little unique that people might think I'm crazy, but I'm going to do 39 tail, so I'm going all in. I'm hoping to get deep down 41, so we'll see what happens.
There you go. That's what I was sort of thinking, that somebody was going to sort of do something outside the box, and we're going to see an opt-up, so you'll see JT real soon. See you guys.
All righty, Wade checking in down there with John Travers, who he's going to be coming up here in just a few skiers. It's great to get that dockside perspective from these skiers, kind of before and after, what their game plan is going out in the water, what it's looking like. Skier like JT finding himself off a little bit earlier in the running order than he's used to, but, right now we got Landon Gills coming out of the USA, 2.5 at 39 in the first round. Coming back in at 13 meters, looking for that 39 headwind. but he's got to be our first skier through 38 here to do it so.
Getting into a nice rhythm to start off with, getting a little bit broken forward off number 5, but these opening 2 passes an opportunity for our skiers to get dialed into the conditions and see what is possible whenever you load a certain amount off the buoy. You know, whether you need to load more at a different time, back off, be a little bit bolder, and. So
yeah,
Landon doing a good job.
Yeah, I like this 2-4 there, but I'd be a little bit more hesitant on this on his offside here. He's tending to get in that chest a little bit ahead of his hips there, and it's causing him to kind of break at the waist and lose that line a little bit. You'll see it right there on 5 ball. So let's see if we make the correction here, going back at 38.
All right. So yeah, so the starting line length.
Used in the development of the whisper fin. These are some of the fins used improving upon that design. The new fins first set with a pro, 1 at 43, off the dock.
All right, here comes Landon coming in on 12 meters. The minimum starting line length is 13, don't forget. And as I mentioned earlier, that does kind of limit the options for our competitors in trying to position a pass in a particular wind direction. But Landon seems to be all over that.
Yeah, good looking 35 there, and did a much better job of kind of keeping those hips up on his offside turn on 135. Still at that stellar 2-4. He does a great job of getting that hand back on the handle and getting his hips lined up before he engages that ski. You'll see a lot of times these skiers they'll get the hand on the handle, they'll get their hips around, that ski's not quite ready for it, and they'll push on that ski, and you'll see them lose momentum, and you'll see them lose angle across course. So great job on that. Let's go ahead and take it back down to the dock. Wade's got another skier for us.
Hey guys, here on the dock with Dane Meckler. Dane, I was making fun of you yesterday because I tried to catch you and you had a binding issue, so I was sort of making fun of you. But I got the pleasure, which I always want to do, is you'd won the Junior Worlds a few years back, and we're in Cincinnati in your hometown, and I asked, hey man, can I ride in the boat? This guy's really good. It's going to be fun to watch.
Thanks, Wade. I appreciate it. It's looking good out there. We got a little bit of wind coming up, a nice head tail. Looking forward to getting down the lake at 41 and getting in this final.
So if you want to know how to do it right, watch this guy. He'll be up soon. Back to you guys.
All right, look at this. From Landon, 11. Oh, just not getting into great rhythm to start things off there, and that is going to be 2.5. For Landon, so he probably won't move up too much in the standings.
And same score as round 1 there for him. Got a good start here and had a big 2-ball and looked like he just came off the handle a little bit too soon. And we talked about it earlier, let that chest get a little too far over the front of the ski. And that happens, Tony. That fin is so quick to release on you. And that's what ended up biting him there around 3-ball 39. Consistent skiing. I know he wanted a little bit more, a little frustrated with it, but not the easiest conditions. That tailwind's pushing him pretty hard down there, so valiant effort for him.
Yeah, I noticed on the entrance gates into buoy number 1, almost as soon as he got within proximity of the wakes, he started coming up off that edge a little bit in an attempt to slow that ski down. And what happens when that happens with the tailwind, you lose residual angle off that second wake, and there is no way from that point onwards you're going to keep the line tight enough to make a play.
Yeah, correct. And I mean, the name of the game, when you have a tailwind like that, angle is your friend, and you got to keep that ski on edge. And we saw Landon there ride a little bit of a flat ski, came up a little bit early in the 3-ball there, and you'd be surprised. As soon as you start riding that flat ski, it tends to accelerate down the lake, and it's so hard to get that ski to slow back down again once you've made that error, especially at 39 off in a tailwind like that. So,
and that's the thing, though. It's it's time on the water, it's training, it's trying to get that confidence in knowing that even if you do take in a dose more speed, you can still make a play on that particular buoy because you've actually got residual angle and that ski is going to track wide enough for you to keep a good tight line and to keep that ski moving. And that's the name of the game, keeping that ski moving.
Absolutely, and you know these skis, the way they're designed, they're designed to be ridden on edges. You really don't want to ever ride a flat ski unless you're coming around the island and back into the course. And you know the skis are meant to have angle, and that's where their sweet spots are built and designed at. And yeah, unfortunately, they're just not quite able to make a connect for landing. But next on the water, we're going to have a former Masters champion Team HO rider, Mr. Jonathan Travers, coming out. A guy who just 2 weeks ago put himself through the 41 off pass and into 43 off. An absolutely huge score. You know, unfortunately going down awfully early for JT in the first round, 2.5 at 39. But definitely dialed in. I know he's hungry for this round number 2. Kind of get the feel for this win. And JT's a fun guy to watch, man. He takes some big hits. He's a fun skier. He's a scrapper. So we're definitely in store for a good treat here with JT.
And one of those skiers on this list that's a bit of an outlier. I mean, he's not in contention at this moment in time to make it through to the next round, but we'll explain a little bit more about that after we check in with Wade.
Hey, so a real pleasure and honor for me. We've got the twins here. So, Luisa, you're here cheering on brother, right? So, what are we expecting?
Yeah, I am expecting big buoys from him because he can do it.
Hey, so very, very cool. They both won the Junior Masters, and they're both on the verge of becoming college students. So, how's it standing on the dock here today, Federico?
It feels pretty fun. There's a big win, but being in between John Travers and Chris Parrish, it's exciting. You want to put up a big score.
Yeah, this is cool. You heard him going between JT and CP. He's going to make a name for himself, and they already are. Back to you guys.
So, good words there from Federico Jaramillo, and I tell you what, so far as photobombs are concerned, Luisa's attempt there was definitely on point. Photobombing Federico back from that earlier little deal in slalom.
All right, I just got a word through the radio that I'm hearing an opt up to 38 here.
Whoa, so here we go.
I know we talked about it earlier, and this wind's going to have that effect. So JT opting up to 38 off coming in. He needs to get a full 6 buoys on this pass to make it count.
Oh, no. Ooh.
Wow. Uncharacteristic there of JT sitting way in the back seat on that one ball, and maybe drifted back a little bit far on that gate. That headwind maybe snuck on him a little bit much. And yeah, just uncharacteristic of JT. He's known for having those big 135s, and I'm not quite sure what happened there. It looked like he drifted.
Just completely lost the line. And I mean, it's one of those situations where we expanded upon before. I mean, this is a headwind, but I mean, you could be led into some sort of complacency there.
Yeah, and just didn't. You know, a bummer to see, because, I mean, he was setting himself up. He knew the score to beat 2 at 41. He wants to take that in the headwind. So what he was doing there, opting up, was, you know, letting him go out at 32 off, opt up, come back at 38 off in the headwind, hope to scrap through 39 tail and set himself up for a 41 head. So he really went at this, you know, all out. And so, unfortunately, just didn't quite pan out there for him.
Back after this. Here comes Federico Jaramillo from Colombia, coming in on 30 meters, the minimum starting line length. Didn't expect the boat to be making its way back towards the starting dock that soon to pick him up, but he's ready to whip this through. And it looks like it's going to be a 6 buoy count there. So we'll return to the dock and hear from Wade.
Hey, got a question actually for you, Zach. That was your man J-Trav out there. He went for opt-up, so we got to catch him for an interview after. We want to sort of hear what the wind was like, if that was a sort of factor. It was odd to see him go down early like that, but we got some big boys down here left. So back to you guys.
All right, then. So we'll get an answer to that question very, very soon from Zach Warden. But we're keeping our eye on Federico Jaramillo. So, as we get ready to bring Federico Jaramillo back into the course, and and basically the question was from Wade, why did Zach opt up?
Well, I mean, the strategy we talked about earlier, going off at 32 off, you're setting yourself up for a 39 headwind. Granted, a nice score at 39 might be nice. It's not going to get you in the finals. Right now, 2 is the mark to beat. So JT went into that knowing if I go 32 off and I elect to skip 35 off and go right into 38, down the line, that's going to pay off for a 41 headwind. So that was really it was a gutsy call.
Exactly.
That's an onside kick attempt, in the final moments, and a lot of times it doesn't exactly pay off, unfortunately, there for JT. But that's a strategy that I think we're going to see maybe a couple more times throughout this.
I think so.
Some of these guys who are capable of running 39 into 41, they're going to elect to take that 39 tailwind, which either requires them A, starting off at 35 off, or B, starting at 32 and then doing like JT did and opting up to that 38 off pass.
And certainly there are skiers on this list that are capable of doing both, whether it is opting up through 35 to 38, or go in at a 35 off. And I ask you, Zach, if you had the choice between the two, which one would you plump for?
I like opting up. I've done it before, and it's nice to. All these skiers, when they go off in practice, 9 times out of 10, they're always going to start at 32 off. That's what they know. That's what the rhythm is. They don't always practice going off at 35. Granted, they're all good enough skiers to get through 35, 38, 39. We're going to see these guys more than likely maybe go off at 32 off, something they're very familiar with, get their bearings, feel the boat out, feel the driver out, feel out day number 2, and then they're going to attack on pass number 2, electing to opt up there. So that's where I see the mindset being at versus going off at 35. Now, granted, some of these skiers, like some veterans we have down the line here, have gone off at 35 cold starts, 38 cold starts. 32 is just a nice familiar pass.
All right, and we just saw the graphic there on Jonathan Travers, still in the lead with the rope tension rankings being brought to you by Radar Skis. This is 11.25 meters. This is Federico Jaramillo. Round number 4 seems to have a pretty darn lock on that run, even though he got out of rhythm a little bit with the final 2 buoys, as we see Chris Parrish on the starting dock. And
good looking start here at 38 off for Federico, but that 5 ball spooked us a little bit. You almost kind of started to wonder, you turn 4 ball like that, you're setting yourself ahead, and you're almost thinking about 6 ball too soon, and it kind of caught up with him for a second there at 5 ball. He'll get away with it there at 38, but at 39 it won't. And we saw Federico 2 weeks ago at the Swiss Pro throw down I think he threw a 1 at 41 down in one of the preliminary rounds, and a guy capable of running this 39 off, and he did all the hard work, the 38 tail, so now he gets to take this 39 into the wind and see if he can scrape through this one more time for us.
All right, rather pensive look there from Chris Parrish. Man who towers above everybody else in terms of height. I mean, he is an absolute beast out there on the slalom course.
What was his nickname again, Tony?
The Tower.
But Chris getting dialed in the dock, watching the rest of these competitors. He was our first skier, sitting there at half 41 from yesterday's score, eagerly watching on a guy who, Federico out there now, who ran 39 just 2 weeks ago, getting into 41. So here we go, coming back in, 39 off.
All right, here we go, 35 off.
Nice one. Little check up at 2. Needs to get a good 3.
Oh, and getting in a little bit deeper, 10.75 meters. It's a score that will take the lead, but not a score that will see him advance out of this round to the finals.
Yeah, unfortunately, not the skiing he wanted to do. I thought he had a beautiful start here, and then came in the 2-ball here and just kind of sat back a little bit. And then you see there, Tony, he lost that angle going over to 3. He was forced to make a big move on 3 here.
Oh.
And when the ski turns that hard, you're not quite ready for it. It's going to buck you off just like it happened there. And unfortunately, go down around 3-ball. But he'll take a couple good things away from this set. A beautiful start at 39, something he's used to. And then he's not going to make that mistake again at 2-ball. I can guarantee that.
Yes, indeed. And almost put himself in a rather dangerous position off buoy number 3 if we're right there. And that's Federico. And dockside, we have got Wade. Wade, who do you have?
Hey, guys. I'm here with Andrew Bergman, our first men's slalom skier of the day. So I asked how you're feeling this morning. You said exactly what I wanted to hear. You said, man, I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, I was just super excited to be out here. Like, it's such a strong field, and these guys have been competing for so long. So I really kind of just got to get my feet wet and experience what it's like to be out here with the cameras and Tony announcing and all these legends on the water.
Well, you heard it from Andrew. We're going to be seeing more of him next year. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Wade. Back on the water, the man, the myth, the legend, the tower, Mr. Chris Parrish, making easy work of that 32 off.
Yes.
No big deal, but when you're as tall as he is, it feels more like 15 off, I swear.
Right, and we'll wait to see what pass he comes in on next, because there's always that possibility of performing the opt-up, and he knows that if he wants to make a play on possibly skiing through to the finals, then he's got to go in for the penny, in for the pound, as it were.
Yeah, well, I haven't heard that saying before, but now I learned something new. But, yeah, I'm kind of listening to the radio here, see if we see any updates if he elects to opt up. We are getting a bit of a gust coming across the lake here, and a lot of these skiers, speaking from...
All right. Back right on time with Chris Parrish on 12 meters, going with the schedule. Although he has one potential opportunity left to opt up, and that would be directly through to 39.5 off on the next pass if he feels frisky enough to try it.
I'd say that's a bold move, Cotton. But we've seen guys like this do this, where they go in and they'll go something from crazy from like 35 straight into 39. Chris has been doing this, for the last 2+ decades. So 39 is no big deal for him, but he's got to get through 38. And watching that 35 there, I want to see the intensity level pick up a little bit on that onside turn. That's his moneymaker, and kind of taking his time, taking a little bit of a long turn, which you get away with at 35 being Chris's height. But 38 and 39 coming in, that intensity level's got to be stepped up a little bit and be a little bit more aggressive.
No, he checked up a little bit on 3 and 5, and the reason why I think he did that was to kind of like test his bearings on possibly going through to an opt-up directly through to 39.5 off. And now I know that you mentioned your reason for selecting the opt-up over going in on a later pass, and I would actually disagree with you a little bit, because I figured that, if you go in on 30 meters, you establish a rhythm that would not be easy, that would be a little bit too easy to transition from there to 38 off, or to directly from 30 meters to 11.25 meters. I would personally rather go in on 12 and keep the schedule going. Here we go. Look at this. This is 11.25 meters, 38 off.
All right, so Chris, we didn't get any word on the radio. Obviously coming back in 38 off, deciding to make that strategy to ski right up the line. And a lot of times you see it, it only takes one skier to do the opt-up or to shake things up a little bit, like either go off at 35 or opt up, and then it gets the rest of the competitors on the beach, on the sidelines watching and kind of paying attention. He had a big two ball there, a little uncharacteristic of Chris, because as big as he is, he's one of the lightest skiers to drive and a very efficient skier, and you have to be at that height. So getting through 38 off there, set himself up for a nice 39. He ran this in round number 1. It's a nice, shaping up to be a nice headwind 39 coming back here.
All right, and this tells us a lot about what his thinking is right now, because he's put himself at 39.5 off, 10.75 into the wind. He must think that if he goes through that pass and tries 41 off into the tailwind, that he feels that he can get far enough down the course, maybe over halfway, and that would put himself in a pretty decent position of making it through to the next round.
Yeah, I mean, that's where he's thinking. He's thinking, let me get through 39 and let my instincts kick in on 41 and get myself, to at least two ball and hopefully beyond. So, I mean, this is a seasoned veteran that is confident in his skiing. So he's going to take 39 head here, do his best to get through it and take 41 tail, but nice looking one ball there. Hooked up, tight line out of 2, hips rotated out to 3, over to 4.
Oh, an inside 5 there. Unfortunately, it's good enough for the lead in this round, but unfortunately won't do much for him in terms of possibly making it through to the next round of the competition. So that is a 5 buoy count, actually a 4 buoy count for Chris Parrish. And for the first half of the slalom course, he looked in pretty darn good shape.
Yeah, he looked good, Tony, and he got hooked up good out of 3 here and got hooked up out of 4, but those hips trailed him coming out of 4 a little bit, and when you're in that kind of position and being Chris, as tall body he is and a tall stance, any little bob you'll see there, boom, on the second wake, that ski kind of jumps on him, and as soon as it did, it buckled him at the waist there, and at 39, you can't afford a mistake like that or any bounce out of position. So unfortunately, not able to get the ski around 5. He'll finish with a full 4 at 39. Not the effort he wanted. The conditions are getting a little bit tougher out here for the guys. That's going to make some of the other guys think a little bit more. But
all right then, and as we look at the tail end of this performance by Chris Parrish, we'll check in with Wade Cox at the dock and find out who he has. But so far as Chris Parrish is concerned, it is 4 at 39.5 off as his best. All right, going straight to our next competitor, we've got Dane Meckler, who is a resident of Charlotte in North Carolina, originally out of the Buckeye State of Ohio. Now, he is a skier that could definitely come through with a huge score to really shake things up.
No, absolutely. Dane's a guy, skiing for Lafayette down in Louisiana. But let's go ahead and catch up with Wade real quick down the dock. We'll get back to here.
Hey, thanks, Tony. Hey, I got a special shout out to Miss Heather Lynette Bonney, who's been watching Down Under in Australia. So it's brekkie time, I guess, or coffee time over there. So thank you, Miss Heather, for all the shout outs and posts you've been giving us at TWBC. Thanks for watching. Back to you guys.
All right, so let's have a look at the remaining skiers on our starting list. We are on skier number 5. Actually, it looks like Dane Meckler is skier number 7. I beg your pardon. Then we've got skier number 8, Jamie Calhoun. Then we've got Sean Hunter. Then Adam Saddlemeyer, Benjamin Stadelbauer, William Asher, Frederick Winter, Cole McCormick, Corey Vaughn, Thomas DeGasperi, Stephen Nephew, and then Nate Smith. And there is our top 6 right now, taking into account the scores from round 1 and round 2.
All right, Zane coming, or Zane. Dane coming back in.
38 is an opt
off.
up.
So it sounds like we had an opt up, electing to take the JT approach. Getting his way through this pass, looking nice and strong. And what I love about Dane is he does such a good job, and you'll notice here he rotates his hips out to the buoy, such a good job, and then he keeps a nice tight line. You'll see that handle pushed way far in front of his body here, coming to one. What that does is he never loses line tension, so that gives him the ability to scrap his way through any of these passes. Nice tight line, and we did get word from our officials he did not opt up to 38. He was actually one of our skiers, Tony, who elected to go off at 35 off.
Yeah.
And take
my strategy.
Your strategy. All right, well, we're 1 for 1 so far.
All right, then. So we got Dane Meckler. He's gone through 12 meters and 11.25 meters. Certainly a lot of schools of thought go into whether you go with the opt-up or whether you go in with the later pass, and both have valid rationale attached to them. But in the end, it's what you feel most comfortable in doing.
Yeah, I mean, Dane had a 1 at 41 here in the first round. A huge score, but as of right now, he's on the outside looking in. And so he knows it's going to take a gutsy performance here to get himself, even to get to that 2-ball at 41 to hopefully tie for a spot in the finals. But he's got to get to his 39 tailwind. He's got to be aggressive. He's got a nice tight line. He's got to maintain that strategy all the way through here.
All right, here we go. This is Dane Meckler. Whoa. This is 10.75 meters. Around buoy number 2 and number 3.
Nice
a little bit of a delay, but I tell you what, he is absolutely roping this pass. Look at him go. Tailwind 39.
And so it's huge right there. And I talked about on his 38. This guy never loses line tension. He does such a good job of keeping a nice tall chest and keeping that handle moving down the course there. And it paid off there huge, because a tailwind like that will eat up most competitors, especially if they lose that line. Dane did a great job of controlling the line tension, staying patient when he needs to, and then being aggressive behind the boat to make up for lost ground. And there we go, 39 off, down the wind. Your first competitor of round number 2 through 39 off.
All right, then. We're looking at the tail end of this pass getting broken over into number 6, but I tell you what, most of the work had been done up to that point, and we join Wade at dockside. Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm on the dock with a couple really tall Canadians. Mr. Jamie Calhoun's getting ready to go, and we got Mr. Steven Nouveau, who's second seed from yesterday, big score. So you might be in that luxurious position to get a free ski ride today.
Yeah, for sure. That's the game plan, hopefully. But at the same time, I hope everyone else has some good sets here and keep things interesting for everyone.
Yeah, so the wind's sort of up and down, which we're always worried about, but we're going to see just how well he does in this wind as we go back to you guys in the booth.
All right, back on now. We've got 10.25 meters. This is Dane Meckler into the wind. That should give him plenty of stopping power, provided he takes advantage of it. Oh, he gets 2.5.
With the rodeo. Well, that's what he needed to do. He got himself out of that log jam at 2. He got himself into a 3-way tie for what is 4th place right now. So he not only did he surpass that log jam at 2-ball, got himself a little higher up there, and that's exactly what he wanted to do going in, taking that 39 downwind and then punching his ticket in. Well,
possibly
as of right now, but
you're saying it's a 3-way tie for 5th?
It's a 3-way tie for 4th as of right now.
For 4th, okay.
As of right now, which would still force a runoff going into...
Because a 3-way tie for 4th would occupy 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Never mind.
All right, so... But there you go. But there's still a lot of skiing to come. But I'll tell you what, Dane Meckler doing exactly what he needed to do. I mean, exactly. Looking at the instant replay there and getting around the first couple of buoys and getting enough play on number 3 to affect 2.5 at 41 off or 10.25 meters. So first major movement in this slalom competition in the men's category is Dane Meckler with 668 pounds of force, 4.2 to 1 against his body weight, and his body weight is a measly 160.
Oh man, I used to be 160.
So did I.
Well, it's all that Louisiana food we ate, wasn't it?
Yep, indeed. All right, here comes Jamie Calhoun. Jamie Calhoun, when he is not skiing in this part of the world, actually trains over at the McClintock Water Ski School over in Cambridge, in Ontario. Works with J-Mac and doing a fine job with the opening pass of 13 meters. And using that radar slalom ski to perfection there. So, Jamie Calhoun, one of the up-and-coming rising slalom skiers, skis for Florida Southern College Moccasins, I believe.
All right, Tony, we got a Mr. Dane Meckler here with us in the announcer stand.
And we'll talk to him right after this. All right then. So, Dave Meckler, how you doing?
Pretty good, Tony. I had a pretty good round there. I knew coming off the dock I was going to have to run that 39 tailwind. I mean, if I can't run 39 tailwind, I don't deserve to be in the final, and had to go for it there.
That's an interesting perspective, isn't it?
Well, Tony and I were arguing. I was a fan of opting up. You let go off 35. What was your strategy there, you know?
Just trying to get in the rhythm, just going up the rope. I liked rather starting at 35. We have to do it a lot at the pro events, so I just came out at 35 and ended up working out.
It was great skiing there. Looking back at your replay here at 41, I thought you had a really nice start there at the beginning. Got yourself a little bit down course there, and then I saw you try to turn that 3-ball to make something happen out of it. Unfortunately, ski just not able to stick in the water there, but what an effort there.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I was looking for the stand and S-turn, didn't quite have the space to do it, but happy with 2.5. Thank you.
Great skiing. Your name's in the hat, bud. Let's see how it holds up.
All right, then. So a good skiing there from Dane Meckler, and we're still keeping track of Jamie Calhoun. You will not miss a single portion of our skiers' performance. Jamie Calhoun came back on 12 meters. No sign of an opt-up from him as yet. And just going with the regular schedule from 13 through to 12. 39.5 off into the wind, and then a 41 tail.
Yeah, but I think Jamie's one of those guys that we're, his confidence boost is going to be running a nice clean 39, and he's going to take that into the headwind. Potentially he's got to run this 38 first, but the idea behind that, you take a nice 39, you get through 39 with some good confidence, you run it good, you run it strong, and then as of right now, Dane kind of set the mark. You got to get a piece of 3-ball now at 41, and Jamie feels confident enough that he can do that in that tailwind. He can ski outside the 3.
All righty, Roo. This is now Jamie Calhoun. Trains in nearby Lakeland in Central Florida when he's not over in Puss Lynch Lake, just outside Cambridge in Ontario. And looking very, very strong there with the first 3 passes, including 38 off.
Yeah, very smooth looking 38, and Jamie's a guy in the last couple of years who's really kind of turned the heat on. He was a guy that was getting through 38, kind of scratching away at 39, and then bam, out of nowhere, just started running 39 and getting to 41. And it's good to see that because I'm looking down this field of skiers. We got some young names down the list with some seasoned veterans, and Jamie's got his name in the hat every single time. He's got himself set up for a nice 39. That 38 looked beautiful.
Yes, and looking very, very strong indeed behind that MasterCraft Pro Star towboat with the 6-liter engine from Ilmore. For those of you racing fans or either NASCAR or Indy or know the name of Ilmore, they provide racing engines for many of the cars that compete in NASCAR and also in Indy cars, in particularly the Penske teams that race in both series.
Shake and bake, baby. Shake and bake.
All right.
Like that, Talladega Nights?
Yeah, I love Talladega Nights.
If you ain't first or last. That's what Jamie Calhoun's thinking right now, taking this 39 upwind.
I love me some Big Red. All right.
Alrighty.
All right, then. Here we go. All joking aside, this is Jamie Calhoun. This is 10.75 meters into a slight breeze. Oh, and trying to make a huge play on buoy number 2, and unfortunately didn't quite work out for him in that regard. So
I did not see that coming, Tom. I'll be completely honest with you. I thought he had a nice gate. He had a beautiful tight line out of 1. And I'm curious to see kind of what happened here on 2 ball.
He may have had too good of a number 1.
And that's unfortunately it just started to get too stretched out there at the end. I think that you're right, Tony, and it's a bummer to say it, but you can have too good of a turn, especially at these short lines, because you can only stay outside the boat for so long. And he hooked up so good out of 1 here, got over to 2, and was waiting, and then just kind of fell in on the buoy, and that ski bit on him, and he's just. All righty. Well, unfortunately there for Jamie, but let's go ahead and take it back down to the dock side. I think we got Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. Although he's sitting down now, another giant of the sport, Mr. Ben Stadelbar, sort of getting his pregame on. Conditions a little bit variable right now, huh?
Yeah, we've had wind yesterday and today again, same direction. So it's tailwind off the dock. It's a mandatory start at 13, so you kind of have to factor that in. Whatever you want to do is up to you, but there's definitely different people are going to use different strategies, and it's a bit up and down. So I think that when you have a lull, it's really nice, and when you got a gust, it's definitely tricky out there. So it's definitely going to be playing a factor out there for everybody.
Well, there you heard it from Ben. He's seeing exactly what I mean, man. When it lays down, it's awesome, but when it blows up, it's a big gust. Back to you guys.
All right, there was Benjamin Stadelbauer with Wade Cox, and they're still trying to work out who actually has the better looking Tash, whether it's Zane Nicholson or Benjamin Stadelbauer. Both of those skiers on Team Syndicate. But the skier on the water right now on a D3 slalom ski, this is Sean Hunter. Originally out of Dothan in Alabama, but now resident, albeit temporarily, in Tuscaloosa, the home of the University of Alabama. I know you have some thoughts about Alabama.
We'll just keep it to water skiing. Don't get me started on college football.
Yeah, don't get me started there either. I'm an alum of Louisiana Lafayette, who's having a pretty good season right now, but just a few miles down the road in Baton Rouge, things aren't looking too good right now.
No, the yellow and purple are struggling a bit.
All right. All righty, Roo. And as you can see with that MasterCraft flag up on the screen there, you can see how windy it's gotten. It hasn't really affected the surface of the water too much, or too much to the detriment of our slalom skiers, but it's very much there on the body as they slalom from one side to the other. Waterskibroadcasting.com. Make sure you get your vote in for Skier of the Day. Waterskibroadcasting.com here at the MasterCraft Pro at Lake Gru, the home of action water sports and ski fluid. Here is Sean Hunter coming in 12 meters.
Oh, big little three ball there for him. Making quick work of this 35. No big deal. You know, a lot of these skiers, when they're out there, they're getting a feel for this wind. And, you know, he's kind of gauging himself. He took that 35 into the wind. He's taking a look. How strong is it out there? What does it feel like? Does it look like it's gusting up? You can kind of see those ripples on the water. So let's see what he's got for us here. He's got a 38 downwind, electing to take that 39 headwind again.
It looks like it sounds like the same fan club that came in for Manon Costard is there for Sean Hunter. Horns are blaring, flags are waving. But there you go. There's a Sean Hunter. Has a rather unique slalom style. It doesn't really move too much around the turns. He does most of his work behind the boat.
Exactly, and you'll see that out of a lot of these a lot of these guys. Some of them we talked about with Manon earlier, gets a little bit lower. And then you got your people like Chris Parrish, extremely tall skier. Jamie is one of those. You don't see a lot of movement, and it's fun to watch. Just watch his head, and if you could cut out the rest of the frame of his lower body, you don't see a lot of movement out of his head, especially across the wakes. And he's able to eliminate variables and stay nice and still. And when you can do that, you can get yourself down the line really quickly. So here we go, coming back in, 38 off, downwind. Good looking start here. Nice 2-ball.
And certainly looking strong out there, and a style that's a little bit stiff and rigid for my liking, but seems to make it work for him.
Yeah, no, he does. When you start doing that, we talk about variables in water skiing, and a lot of times, the less that you move, the less variables you have to mess up. Granted, some of those movements might benefit your water skiing and benefit your slalom style. Sean's one of those guys. Is the less I move, the less things there are to mess up, and obviously it's paying off for him. A nice, clean-looking 38. He's got himself set up for a nice 39 coming back.
All right, nice looking skiing from Sean Hunter. So that was 11.25 meters, and looking in very good shape there. And next skier to take to water will be Adam Sattelmeyer. Now, we're getting closer to the point where we're looking at those tied scores, and those tied scores at 2 have dropped down one place because of Dane Meckler.
Correct. So 2 was our cut going into this event, and now it's been moved up 2.5 due to Dane Meckler's that 3-way you see there on your screen with 2.5 at 41. So if these guys that are all log jammed up at 2, they got to get a piece of 3-ball.
Yeah.
Even to try to force a runoff going into the finals.
Yes, and if there is a perfect tied situation between our skiers, then they will be part of that runoff situation if they tie for first and second round scores only. Here we go. This now is Sean Hunter. Oh, a little bit of an aerial edge change into number 4, but I tell you what, he's able to... Oh my word! How on earth?
Wow, Tony, with a 1-ball like that, he's wiping the sweat off his brow there.
Oh my giddy aunt.
That 1-ball, we'll see here on this replay. He kissed his knees a little bit coming out of 1. Thank God for his 2 and 4 ball there, because that saved him there. You see him here just bent out of shape on the back seat, whiplash going over to 2. Gets himself back in the game here with a big 2-ball, and then kind of got chewed up again at 3 and 5. So way to fight through that, and that might be a skier of a day performance just to fight through that 39 off there, because that wasn't pretty, but it's full 6 buoys and out the gates. And he's got himself a shot at 41. So here we go.
It's a bit like buying tires, they ain't pretty, they don't smell good, but you gotta have it.
I like that. I'm gonna save that one and add that to my repertoire.
All right, so there we go. That is Sean Hunter. That is through 39.5 off. Now, he has got to get 2.5 or more. If he can get a little bit further down course halfway through, then that will just move him up into relative safety. If he gets 3, then he's in a 3-way tie for second. So let's have a look and see. Sean Hunter, 41 off.
Oh.
Come on, there's 2. Oh, and gets to 2, and I think he knows that he won't be advancing through to the next round of competition despite how well he skied up to that point.
Yeah, I mean, really solid effort, Sean. 2 at 41 in round 1, 2 at 41 in round 2. And we kind of saw that same 1-ball that ate him up on 39 there. He was able to fight through it, but when you get that bent out of shape coming into 2, it was just a good effort to get a full 2 buoys there. And that'll be a good score. I know he wanted a little bit more, push himself into those finals. But very good effort from Sean there. And that'll be a nice little note to end on for him, rounding out the season here. And give him some good motivation coming into 2021 season.
Kind of ramped that one going into buoy number 1. Had almost had the ski jumpers position coming off the wake into number 1, and just couldn't really transition effectively out of it. So Let's have a look at our positioning right now. Anyone that's got 2.5 or more is in with a shot of skiing in the slalom final. That includes Dane Meckler and the likes of Cole McCormick and Corey Vaughn. And because Dane Meckler scored 2.5, he basically eliminated any skier that is currently lying in with 2 at 10.25 meters or lower.
Correct, Tony. So if you got a 2 at 41 from round 1, you're on the outside looking in right now. As of right now, we don't have any ties. But let's go ahead and take it down to Wade and see who's got for us.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm on the dock here with Jamie Calhoun. Jamie, you're a little bummed, right? But you mentioned to me, I said, hey, how was the condition? You said not bad.
Yeah, it really wasn't bad out there. Maybe it died down a bit, the wind, or shifted a bit more crosswind, but it honestly felt really good. The boat was feeling good. The site was feeling more dialed in, and just hoping for a lot more, but sometimes you go down early.
So, season's over. Obviously, you're in school now, but who do you want to give a shout out to as we say C'est la vie of the year?
Definitely my parents, of course. I mean, they're always so supportive of me, my girlfriend, and then Andrew Bergman, Drew Ross, and Jason McClintock. Those are my coaches. Those are guys who I ski with, and wouldn't be here without them.
There we go. A shout out to the Bromios. Back to you guys.
All right, here comes Adam Saddlemeyer. This is a 32 off start. Hailing originally out of the Czech Republic, but now resident here in Central Florida, where he spends his professional life working for a signage firm, Loretano Signage Group.
Yeah, I've had the opportunity to actually install a few signs with Adam, and got a nice little business running down there in the Central Florida area, and definitely a guy that stays busy off the water with work, and then is able to find enough time to keep himself a dedicated 3-event skier on the water, and that really, attests to the dedication and the effort he puts in to be able to make this thing happen and ski at this kind of level and working full time. The kids at home, and he's got his hands full.
All right, and we'll see what he can produce with the next few passes. Adam Saddlemeyer, former European water ski slalom champion and many times overall world overall champion. And let's transition over to Wade. And Adam Saddlemeyer returning into the course at 35 off. That is 12 meters for those of you metrically inclined.
So we got a couple different strategies going down here. We saw the opt-up out of JT earlier in the rounds. Didn't pay off. We saw Dane's been our only competitor so far to go off at 35 off, and it paid off because he got himself at 2.5, set himself above, and gave himself a chance to make it to the finals. Now, our next two skiers, we had Jamie Calhoun, Sean Hunter, and now Saddlemeyer all electing to go off at 32 and not opt up and kind of run up the line. So we'll see if he's able to get through that 39 and if he's able to make it past that 2-ball at 41 off right now.
All right, so Adam Saddlemeyer looking in very, very good shape, just trying to get into a decent rhythm off the first couple of passes, and now that he has a little bit more of an inkling as to what he needs to do with the remaining runs at starting at 11.25 meters, he knows exactly where to load on the rope. The wind appears to be fairly stable right now.
And there you go, bottom of your screen, waterskibroadcasting.com. Make sure you get there your skier of the day. Not necessarily the best score, but who was the best performance? Who'd you like to watch? Was it Dane going out there at 35 off the dock? Was it JT opting up? Was it Menon setting a new European record. There's a lot of reasons to go out there and vote. There's no criteria for it. But here we go. Settlemyer making nice work of 38 off downwind. And I just got a little shout out from Mr. Tom Brantley, pro water skier
New
out
Mexico?
there. Yeah, he's wishing he was here right now, but he's tending to the cattle. So he's a little busy.
Cattle?
I don't know. Cows, cattle.
It's what's for dinner.
The oil rigs.
All right, then. We got Adam Saddlemeyer. He just went through 11.25 meters. Not to gloss over too much what he's just achieved out there. 11.25 meters. That's when the rope starts getting shorter than the course width out there. So a little bit of an aerial edge change going into number 5, but he was stable enough. And as I mentioned, he's been slaloming at this level for many years. Has a number of European titles to his name, not only in overall but also in the slalom event. For those of you tuning in, this is the remaining part of our schedule. The women's slalom final and the men's slalom final taking place back to back, starting at approximately 12:45. Then we'll go into the men's jump final afterwards. And then there'll be a prize given to conclude proceedings here at Lake Gru, the home of action water sports and of ski fluid.
All right. Settlemeyer's going to be coming back in 39 off. He knows he's got to get through this. He did a good job of setting himself for a nice headwind here. Let's see if he can get his way through this pass here. 39 off. Coming through the gates.
Oh, getting in deep off buoy number 1. And I tell you what, dug himself so deep on that particular run that he just didn't have a big enough shovel to dig himself out with.
Yeah, and I think, the way this wind's blowing, down on the dock, it looks okay. But once you get to that far into the lake, that wind really starts to pick up the rollers and the chop on the water. And he attacked that a little bit more aggressive than I expected him to. Kind of a big roll in, a much bigger gate shot than I would have thought for that type of headwind. And when you release that ski out, the harder you release it out, the quicker it's going to want to come in. He released it out a little bit too hard there, and that ski came back, bit on him, and put him down there at half buoy at 39 off.
All right, then Adam Saddlemeyer recording 672 pounds of force on that tow line. 3.9 to 1 in comparison to his weight, and with a 0 offsetting of A2. That was Adam Saddlemeyer. All right, next skier up is going to be Benjamin Stadelbauer.
All righty, and so just how it shakes out for you guys at home, where we're sitting at right now, if it was to end right now, your top 6 would be Nate Smith, Stephen DeVoe, Thomas Gaspery, Corey Vaughn, Cole McCormick, and then Dane Meckler. So we have these next 3 competitors all tied with 2 at 41. They're on the outside looking in, tied for 7th place. Top 6 making the final. So Adam Saddlemeyer was at 2, just eliminated. Sean Hunter was tied at 2, he's been eliminated. So now we have 3 more of these skiers at 2 at 41 that have an opportunity to put themselves through the finals, starting with Mr. Benny Stadelbauer.
All right, so here we go. Benjamin Stadelbauer. And certainly when it comes to style in slalom skiing, there is one person that many of our slalom skiers try to emulate, and that is the former late great Andy Mapple. And in my mind, Benjamin Stadelbauer is about the closest that anyone has got to replicating that kind of technique.
No, you're right, Tony. And Benny does a great job of studying the game. And this is a guy who takes a lot of notes. He asks a lot of questions. He works really close with Dane Wigiger at HO and the developments of these skis, and is able to not only does he want a ski that works for him, he wants to know why it's working for him and how it's working. And this guy's he studies film, he studies skis, he studies all his competitors, and he tries to pick apart the best of all the worlds. And it pays off. And Benny's been a force to be reckoned with for the last couple years, and the guy's dynamic.
And I know that he has this YouTube channel bookmarked.
Yeah.
All right, so Benjamin Stadelbauer. There in the towboat, we got our driver, Chris Eller, who he himself is involved in research and development, but for the MasterCraft boat company. Had a a lot of input in terms of the design and final execution of the 2021 MasterCraft Pro Star. You can have it in the 6.0 liter option, or you can opt up to a 6.2 liter Ilmor engine. Here is Benjamin Stadelbauer using that power from the towboat to great effect against that 4-blade OJ prop. And let's check in with Wade.
Hey, so we just had a boat crew change, and out of the boat steps former world champ, record holder Jeff Rogers, and into the boat goes Cindy Benzel. So I listened. Jeff talked about on the other end, maybe a few little rollers. He talked about the wind direction. So it was really interesting to sort of hear his take coming out of the boat. Me standing on the dock here, you can definitely feel bigger wind gusts at times. So we're going to see what happens the rest of the event. Back to you guys.
All right then, thanks a lot, Wade. And yeah, the conditions out there a little bit up and down. We've had periods where the wind has slackened off to a point where it's made things a little bit easier for us slalom skiers, but more often than not, the wind has been up and down here at Lake Grew. It hasn't done anything too significant to the actual surface of the water, but when it comes down to providing stopping power for the skiers on the headwind, it's a little up and down.
Yeah, it's definitely coming to effect now, but nothing these guys aren't used to or are prepared for and train with. Something that a lot of times your average skier say, hey, it might be too windy or the conditions are too rough today, and these guys will go skiing it. Just because in a pro event like today, you might be faced with those conditions, and it's a good idea. Whoa,
hello.
Big 4-ball. Well, Benny was our reigning strong pull champion rope tension meter from the Swiss Pro, known for some big hits, and he just showed you one there out of 4-ball.
Whew. And the thing that I noticed with Benjamin Stadelbauer is he comes into his offside turn, which is this one, number 1. He's patient. He's really, really patient at the end. Checks himself consistently going through the turn onto his offside to see if he's in balance or whether he needs to take a split second out to reassert that ski between himself and the tow pylon.
Yeah, Benny does a great job of, you'll see here on 5-ball, waiting for that ski to get all the way underneath him before he engages it again. You'll see some of these guys, the ski will come around, they think they're in position, and then they'll go to push and engage on that ski, thus blowing the fin out on their offside turns. Benny does a great job of letting that ski come all the way underneath his hips, wait for that load to come from the line, and then engages the boat, engages the line, and gets over to the next buoy. So got himself through 38, had a big 4-ball there. No stress about it, though. Got himself a 39 headwind. Obviously, we've seen the last couple competitors get through this pass, but it's going to take a piece of 3-ball if he wants to move any further at the 41 off rope length.
All right, so here we go now. This is Benjamin Stadelbauer. This now is, 39 and a half off. Gets the start that he needs into buoy number 1. Hooks up and then goes.
Nice 2-ball there, Tony. Patient
there
on
you
3.
Go. Real patient on number 3.
Whoa,
too patient off number 4. Look at this. He's already having to. Oh, my word. And
man.
And that unfortunately eliminates him as well.
He had that big 3-ball. We talked about being patient, and just unfortunately was a little too patient and a little too lax coming on that 4-ball there. And that headwind kind of slowed him down too much. That ski wasn't able to get back under him, and the fact that he was able to get over to 5 in around 5 was kind of all she wrote at that point. Solid effort there. I know he's going to be disappointed with that score.
That was a beautiful 3-turn.
And just got checked up there at 4. Maybe a little uncharacteristic of Benny, who's known for having a big 2.46, and there he got the ski around 5. But at that point, he kind of made his bed back at 4-ball.
Wow. Didn't expect this.
Well, now we've eliminated it back to our tie breaks where we're sitting at. We've eliminated Sean Hunter. Adam Settlemeyer has been eliminated. Vinny Stadebauer's the next one to miss that cut. So now we're left with 2 skiers outside looking in with 2 at 41. And these are 2 of the best skiers in the world, Mr. Will Asher and Freddie Winter.
Yeah.
Will being out first.
Wow. All right, then. So Will Asher about to enter the slalom course, 58K, 36 miles an hour, opening pass. This should be 13 meters. And I spoke to Will a little bit earlier on and pessimistic about his chances of making any inroads in this particular competition. And actually alluded to me that because of the uncertainty given the pandemic and the season, he didn't have enough chance to really get back into the groove of skiing in competitions, because he prepares and trains months and weeks and in advance, and he just felt that he wasn't ready for a tournament season that no one knew was going to be happening or not.
Yeah, no, Will's one of those guys. I mean, he's a strong competitor and been on the water, but Will's a guy who, spends his off-season training and building and working in the direction of peaking at the right time, at the right events, when it kicks off in March down in Melbourne, Australia, and then following into the Masters up in Callaway Gardens, and then kind of so on. But this year, with being so much uncertainty and build up just to not ski. So kind of a late start to our pro season here. And, for a guy like Will, who's a technician on and off the water, I know plays a little bit of effect. But that being said, Will has been doing this a long time. The guy's got a ton of titles. He's won everything under the books. And so he knows what it takes to win. And he had strong performance this season at the tournaments he skied in. And he had 2 at 41, a guy who ran this past, ran 41 just 3 weeks ago. So we'll see what he's got for us today.
Okay, obviously not going through to the opt-up at this time, but 12 meters coming in on pass number 2. Flicks the ski out. Actually injured his hand at the Swiss Pro Slalom, got it caught in the handle a little bit, and not too sure whether he broke a finger or not, but he's still in a little bit of pain. But decent enough skiing there from Will Asher on 12 meters to keep his challenge going in the right direction.
Yeah, and speaking of Will skiing, I know a lot of these guys, they always talk about how great Will's 2.4 is, which he has the best, if one of the best 2.4s in the game. But what I really love is his patientness and his offside ability, able to make up ground and then offside. And if he can keep his chest up and his hips forward, his offside is just as good, if not better, than his onside. And it makes him a very balanced skier. It makes him able to compete in adverse conditions. And, we see that, and that it speaks to it with the amount of gold medals he has around his neck.
All right, nicely done. That is Will Asher, and let's check in with Wade. All right, looks like... All right, then, and a member of Team Syndicate, this is Will Asher. 11.25 meters, many-time European slalom champion, twice winner of the World Championship in slalom, and many times a medalist as well in the World Championships. When he hasn't won, he's normally been among the top 5, 4, or 3 skiers. Here's Wade.
Hey guys, thanks. Wade Cox again here with Corey Vaughn. So Corey, we're really right in the middle of this. We've got Will up now, Fred, Cole will be next. Sort of determines your short-term fate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're watching the webcast right now, this is for the preliminary round qualifying, this is as exciting as it gets. The next few skiers are going to determine the cut line. I feel like I'm in a fortunate scenario to know what it's going to be when I go out there. I'm tied with Cole. I'll get to see what he does. And, of course, we've got Will Asher on the water, Freddie Winter about to take to the water. Those guys obviously can go put up a 3. So I'm going to watch closely and make a strategy based on what we see.
You're hearing it right here from the man that's involved in this stuff. Back to you guys.
Right, so, back here on the announcing spot, my name is Tony Lightfoot, alongside Zach Warden.
It's weird talking about slalom all day. Kind of like it. Makes me want to dust that thing off.
You heard it here first, guys. All right, then. So, right now we've got Will Asher, who's going through the traditional pass schedule. 13, 12, and 11.25 meters in quick succession. Here comes 10.75 meters. He's got to get this.
Nice one there for Will. Big 2-ball, pacing out of 3. He is.
A little bit of a slide there on number 3 and also on number 4. Now he's settled down. Now he can relax a little bit and get through that run.
There we go. Got off to a good start there, and then kind of we saw the same thing that happened to Vinny. He kind of checked up a little bit at 4, and then all of a sudden was forced to try to make a big 5. Was able to get the ski enough in the water and get enough angle coming out of 5 to get the ski around 6. Good looking start here, and then kind of, I don't want to say he slacked off a little bit at 4-ball, but kind of started to hesitate a little bit and was lucky enough to kind of get through that. But through 39, now he's got himself a chance here at 41. So we talked about it time and time again. He's got to get a piece of 3-ball. If piece of 3-ball would force a runoff for that 6, for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th place, shaking out there. But we got to get him over to 3-ball.
All right, so Will Asher, 6 on 10.75 meters into the win. Now he's going to have to attempt 10.25 meters with a pretty aggressive looking tailwind. We'll see what he can achieve here with this attempt at 10.25 meters. Now it's a case for Will Asher is how much does he want this?
Yeah.
Whether he's willing enough to fight through the pain, fight through the absence of form coming into this event to come up with something that will see him advance through to the next round. Here he comes, Will Asher.
Oh.
Round 1, round 2. Oh, and does he make a play? Ooh. Not quite. I don't know. It's going to come down to our officials whether that ski actually made it outside buoy number 3.
That's going to be very close there for Will. This 1-ball here, we saw him 2 weeks ago kind of get a little bent over on 1. Today, was able to kind of keep his chest up, but then that ski never quite finished the angle he needed. Granted, he has the ability to turn his 2-ball the way he does, but I'm not quite sure.
The wind didn't help him there. Oh, he gets around number 3, and he still had the handle up to that point.
So it's going to be a call down to the judges whether they rule that a 2.5 and 2.25. I'm leaning towards 2.5 because it looked like that ski made its way back inside the buoy line while maintaining skiing position and line control. So let's see here from the boat. Big 2-ball.
And the judges are looking at this. Handle, 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 handle. Yes!
Oh. So I think that...
Yes, just about.
But I
fingertips, fingernails.
That's going to be a close call on whether it's a 2.5 or 2.25. We're going to have to wait and see, and that's why we're that's why we're the announcers and not the officials. So.
Quarter, okay.
Wow.
So it's 2.5 and in, right? Yeah.
B2, 35. Nice match. Very pretty. 35, 12?
Yeah.
Looks like our officials have taken another look at this. Our a video assistant official will look at this once again to determine whether it's a quarter or a half. This is going to determine whether Will Asher is still in the running to make it through to the next round or whether he has been eliminated.
And Tony, for the viewers at home, all right, it's been decided, it's official. It's a 2.25 for Will Asher at 41 off. And for you guys at home, what that means is he was able to get the ski around number 3 ball, but that ski never made it back inside the buoy line while he maintained line control and skiing position. So thus awarding him a quarter buoy and not the half. So in order to get that full half, that ski has to come back inside the buoy line and with the rope in hand to be able to be awarded a half buoy. The judges looked at it. They awarded him a quarter. So unfortunately for Will, he's also going to be on the outside looking in as of now.
Now, Will could actually protest that, of course, but he needs to stump up some cash in order to do it and make that file that protest within about the next 15 minutes. Here comes Frederick Winter, opening pass, 30 meters. So riding that D3 NRG slalom ski, which those of you that entered our viewer our audience prize competition are still in the chance of winning a D3 ski of your choice, whether it's the NRG, whether it's the Ion, or whether it's any of the other skiers in the D3 range. Those of you that have entered in with a chance of winning that, if you accurately predict the men's podium along with the top score, that ski could be winging your way.
All right, we're down to our final competitor of seeing who's going to make it through to the finals. Freddie Winter is the only one who's able to shake this thing up. We don't have a tie into the finals right now. Everyone's log jammed at 2.5 with Dane Meckler squeaking that in from the earlier in this round. Freddie's the only one that could shake things up still, but it's going to take that piece of 3 ball and a full 2.5 at 41 to be able to force a runoff.
All right then, so 12 meters. For Freddie Winter, he is on the outside looking in as well and needs more than needs 2.5 or more to advance, possibly through to the next round. And let's check in with Wade on dockside.
Hey guys, for those of you at home, this is the best part of slalom. For we're trying to make the qualifying round in the finals. Cole McCormick's been over discussing with Jeff Rogers, so the wind conditions, the exact buoy count. We just saw Manon and Freddie going the same exactly. What did Will score? Because now we're dealing with the absolutes. And the mark now is Cole, 2.5? 2.5. So Cole's score from yesterday, is that in yet?
I think it's tied to 200 people.
So we are waiting confirmation on exactly. We got a couple more skiers that are right here. This is the best part of slalom. Back to you guys.
All right then, folks, and we got Will Asher here on the announcer's point, and obviously you've had a look at the instant replay yourself with the performance. It's probably a little bit redundant to say if you're satisfied with the actual performance, but what do you feel that there is worthy protest in that score of 2.25?
No, the judges 100% made the correct call on that. I mean, yeah, I barely had a hold of the handle going around 3, so we got Freddie coming in.
All right, let's take a quick look at Freddie Winter going through this particular run because.
Whoa.
Ooh.
That's what I needed it.
You just need that number. Yeah, it's easy to giggle and to laugh a little bit, but we'll take a look at the instant replay for Freddie. But while we watch this, Will, I mean, it's been of an up and down season a little bit. I mean, you didn't prepare. You weren't really prepared for the season that transpired because not many people knew that there was going to be a season to ski for. Was there?
Yeah, I mean, Freddie upped up to 10.7, so he actually ran 10.7 there. So we got Freddie coming back at 41 into the headwind, which is probably the right call. It's definitely what I should have done.
Yeah, we saw Dane earlier, pull that and run that 39 downwind. Will, you elected to take it, take 39 head and then try to chase that 3-ball downwind, and unfortunately just a little bit shy there.
I mean, coming into the course, I was just thinking get three, and it's just hard to do that at 41. You don't want to overcommit to one, then you don't want to undercommit, and then end up undercommitting to 2, and then just not able to get out to 3. So it's kind of just one of those things. It's all good.
All right, then
we
thank you very much, Will. We certainly applaud you for at least making yourself available to have a little bit of a chat afterwards, and best of luck in 2021.
All right, score to beat. Here we go. 1 ball, Freddie. Hooks over 2. Can he get the ski around number 3?
Oi, hello! Whoa! It was either making it through to the next round or taking a big old crash.
Yeah, so I'm going to see if here, it looked like he got back through the gates. He's celebrating like he did. Electing to take that 39 downwind, which was huge, and it paid off here because he got to take that 41 back in wind. Not the best of starts here, but he does his best to get it ski around 2. Squeaks around 3, and now does he get back through the gates?
I love that S-turn.
Just squeaking
inches.
through there.
Inches.
So what this does for us, Tony, is now we have a guarantee Freddie's punched his way into the ticket in the finals. Now, as it stands, in which it will stand, we will have a runoff for place 5 and place 6 out of, well, not necessarily.
Not necessarily, because those we got 2 remaining skiers with 2.5, and if they score 3,
if they score 3, yeah, that's right. They're automatically in, and then would push out Dane Meckler to 2.5 earlier in the round. But Freddie doing what we need to do to punch his ticket in. Now the 2 remainder skiers, as of right now, if they do not better their score, would go into a runoff for the last 2 positions. But we still got 2 skiers to go.
All right, then we'll see if we can have a word with Freddie Winter as he gets himself back into some semblance of normality on the shoreline. But here is Cole McCormick now. 30-meter start.
Cole, a guy who has been throwing down some big scores all season. We saw him at the Swiss Pro last week, kind of squeak his way in there. Kind of fighting for that 3rd position here right now on the Water Ski Pro Tour. But nice little replay, but we are joined here at the announcers with Mr. Frederick Winter.
Hello, Zach and Tony.
All right, so all right, then, as we take a look at Cole McCormick go through on his opening pass, we got Freddie Winter here, and Freddie, what up?
What up? Well, pretty happy to make it through. I don't know if you can tell, but it's not easy out there. It's a pretty horrible wind, honestly. So I kind of gambled, took the 39 tailwind, 10.75 tailwind, and set myself up. And I'm watching it, and I was out on the gate. I'm like, I'm a little narrow. 1 was not good. 2 was even worse. Kind of the same as yesterday, where I got over to 2. I mean, it's not bad, but I'm pulling into slack somehow. I don't know quite what I'm doing on 2 here, so that's awful. And over to 3, and I'm going to give myself a B+ for the S turn. That's a solid S turn. I mean,
you were either going to get number 3 or get the crash of the tournament.
Yeah, well, I think I did my crash of the tournament yesterday. I'm hoping, like I said at Swiss last week, the aim was not to crash from near on out. So now I'm in the final. We'll see where I'm going to be sitting. It's a 6-person final, so it's going to be interesting. And actually, going off the dock at 35 or 12 meters, as Dane and I did, it sets us up for the final. Gives us a bit of a dry run, under pressure, of course, which is good. But pretty happy to be in.
Well, good effort there, Freddie. You're already through to the finals. We'll see where you land there. It could be either first off a dock or upwards of maybe 4th or 3rd off a dock. So definitely
I could still be 2nd. I mean, I could be even.
Help if I
second
looked at
last off
my
the dock.
running order a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see.
But No, still a great effort there. You got a 3. You knew what it took to get in. You did it. Not the prettiest, but you did it.
Thanks, Zach.
All right, then. So, certainly that performance there from Freddie just reminds me of a song by Billy Joel, Pressure. All right, so under similar pressure is Cole McCormick. He's on the water right now, and having cleared the opening 2 passes of 13 and 12, not playing with the notion of going opting up at this point, but I think he has a pretty darn good idea of what it's going to take to make his way through to the next round of the competition. Not too sure what his PB is. I think it is around about halfway down 41.
Yeah,
it is 4.
I think he's been a piece of 4 for sure. As we walk Cole through this 38 off, we'll touch base on a quick. So Cole's kind of in that 3-way tie at 2.5 at 41, and so this is when we get a chance to, let's say he does not better the score of 2.5. He's got to beat Dane Meckler's score, which was a 1 buoy at 41 from the previous round, would essentially be the tie break. So
in essence, he's got to get to 41 off.
He's got to get to 41. Anything beyond 1 ball, a piece of 2, would then differentiate himself from Dane, setting him 1 spot ahead. But he still has Corey Vaughn on the dock left to go as well. So he's going to want to push it, but regardless of what he does, he's going to have to get down this rope and get into 41 off.
All right, so it's gone through 13, 12, and 11.25 meters. I think he's basically, at this point, exhausted any notion or any opportunity that he may have taken to opt up at this point. It would opting up at this stage would be extremely foolhardy because you'd go straight to 10.25 meters and needing the full 6 count to make that buoy count apply to that entire pass.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to pull that one on us today. And like you said, if you're going to opt up, you're either going to do it on pass 1 or pass 2. You don't really see it much later than that.
All right, so Cole McCormick. His personal best is 4 at 10.25 meters, but he's got to get there first.
Here we go, 39 off.
Let's see what he's got. Little open into buoy number 1. This is
Nice
10.75 meters. He's round buoy number 2.
Ooh, a little bit out too.
Loose with the line.
He's got the
back
3.
in it. He's a left foot forward skier, which means that he can execute 5. And there we go. It's a 6 buoy count at 10.75 for Cole McCormick.
Woo.
There you go. Woo!
All right, well, he's got himself into 41 where he wants to be. And Tony, looking at this pass, man, he got off to a good start, and then that 2 ball kind of got a little shaky on us, and then there's just 1 ball here, and he fought through that one, and it paid off for him.
All right, and now he's in the water, thinking hard about his setup for buoy number 1 on 10.25 meters, and just the pull out for the gates at 10.25 meters is critical. I mean, Marcus Brown told me like ages ago, like in 2009, that the tolerance of getting it right is within the width of a garden hose.
All right, so we'll take a look at the scores real quick. So as we sit right now, we got that log jam down there at 2.5. And so right now, Cole his eye is on Dane Meckler's backup score, which is a 1 at 41. So anything over that 1 at 41 will break the tie break and put him ahead of Dane Meckler. Now he's also got to remember that he's got Corey Vaughn going off the dock right behind him. So that being said, he wants to make sure he gets a piece of 2, but he wants to set it a little bit further down the course. So let's see what he's got here for us. Cole McCormick, 41 off. Nice one.
There's the 1.
He's going to get that ski around, too. So
All right,
there we go.
That's a 2 buoy count there, and that's exactly what he was searching for.
So that's going to punch.
Possibly right now.
That should put Cole McCormick in, and now we're down to whether Corey Vaughn and Dane Meckler are going to take that 6th position. We're going to look back to the backup scores. Cole McCormick did a great job of knowing what he needed to do, get a piece to 2 ball, went out there and did it. So we're going to see Cole McCormick in the 6-man finals later this afternoon.
Ooh, this is getting tense.
It's making me do my math. I don't like it.
You don't like doing math?
Well, I do, but I don't.
I think seldom few people actually do, as a matter of fact.
I do it when I'm counting money. That's when I'm good at math.
That's the kind, isn't it?
Good thing I don't have to count that high, though. Alrighty, well, Cole went out there, did what he need to do. Corey looking down the lake. I'm sure he's running through strategy in his head right now. Does he take that 39 headwind like we saw Cole do? He was able to get the 2 and able to get himself in. Or does he elect to go the Freddie Winter style and what Dane Meckler did and take that 39 downwind and take that 41 head? So we're going to see some options here for Corey, but he's going to be our last guy on this bubble.
So Cole McCormick, 787 pounds of force against that towboat, weighing in at 195, so 787. That would be called the Dreamliner.
Yeah, I don't fly that one.
You don't fly the Dreamliner?
No, I'm in the back.
It's beautiful.
I'm in the back set.
Bravo
of the prop
2.
lane.
Bravo 2.
Alrighty, Roo. We're having too much fun here, aren't we?
Fly that Thomas Airline style. Alrighty.
We're on the propeller plane, that Douglas DC-3 Dakota.
Yes, please. We're gonna have boat crew down there. Got Cindy Denzel on the boat. Mr. Chris Eller behind the wheel. Mr. Steve Garcia throwing ropes like no other. Official head dock starter of the tournament. So big shout out to Steve Garcia on throwing ropes. No knots so far. Good job.
Alrighty, Roo. Okay, next competitor to go riding the Radar Slalom ski and hailing out of Bumpus in Virginia. This is going to be Corey Vaughn.
Corey, fun skier to watch. A little bit more unique style, known for kind of scrapping his way through some passes, but a very clean and balanced skier when he's on point. If he gets off or gets a little shaken up, he knows how to make up for it. Corey coming in. He took home the strong pool competition back at the Travers Grand Prix about a month ago. So you know this guy can get some angle, get some big pulls, and we'll see that a little bit later down the line when it comes down to 39 and hopefully 41 off.
So had a quick word with Corey Vaughn yesterday, and let's go to Wade.
Hey guys, at the dock here with Mr. Fred Winter, Mr. MasterCraft. But sort of a little bit stressful though, left it to the second round, and yeah, so walk us through that.
Well, I definitely wanted to get it done yesterday. I mean, I'm not making excuses here. I've had a few things on my plate this week. We've been working really hard to get this event on, so really wanted to make the final and not kind of be sitting on the sidelines. But yeah, I mean, that was tricky. The wind's up and down. I'm going to say, I think honestly that the wind was pretty bad for me. So I had to take the 39 downwind. I was nervous for it, but came back in at 41 and got an okay one to get to 3, messed up 2, and had to do a really good S-turn. I'm happy. The final's going to be different. I mean, especially this wind keeps coming up, but yeah, we're going to see. It's interesting. It's not easy out there, but we're seeing some good scores despite that.
Well, that's it. We're going to get to see him again soon in the final, so back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Wade. Thanks a lot there, Freddie. And wow, some great action there on the water. There's our top 7 right now.
So the reason we're showing you the top 7 and not the top 6 is because we have that little spot down there between Dane Meckler and potentially Corey Vaughn. As of right now, they're still tied, but now we're looking at backups. Ooh. Big one there.
Yeah,
settle back
huge
down
one
there. But so the mark to beat for Corey in order to make it through to the finals is going to be a piece of 2-ball, the same we saw for Cole McCormick earlier. A 1 1/4 at 41 off will get Corey into the finals. But obviously we got to get through 39 first. And electing to take that 32, he's going to take that 39 headwind and try to get that ski around 1 or ski around 2 at 41 when the time comes.
And actually, as I was alluding to a few moments ago, I actually spoke with Corey Vaughn after his performance yesterday, and he basically said, in a nutshell, he's been skiing too much. He's had the opportunity to ski way too much compared to what he does up in Virginia. He's been here in Florida, camping for about the best part of a month. Has had plenty of opportunity to get all the sets that he wanted or needed to, but I mean, it's just one of those things, you know, you get into a kind of rhythm of what you're used to skiing that far north on a regular basis, and, you know, just going down south where it's you know, incredibly warm, and conditions and the sites that are available are plentiful. So he just just took too much of that opportunity and feels himself out of condition here. All right, here we go. I've got one. All right, so we've got Corey Vaughn. Now, today, he looks in better shape. That's not to say he's 100%, even taking this pass into account, but 6 buoys, 11.25 meters will serve his cause quite well. But Corey Vaughn, out of Virginia, just trying to get back into some kind of skiing rhythm, and I mean that's something that's often overlooked in slalom skiing. I mean, when you're pulling that kind of weight across from one side to the next, you know, getting into a kind of rhythm that you're comfortable with, that you can be relied upon to actually produce out there is something that is you know, worthy of mention out there on the slalom course.
Yeah, you touched on. I mean, you can overski yourself because you know, maybe physically you can handle the ability and the abuse takes to your body, but mentally, when you start skiing that much, mentally you tend to start thinking a lot about your skiing and maybe overthinking it, and not just relaying back to your you know, to your talents and your, you know, what you're used to, and you start to overthink it and almost stress yourself out in a mental aspect when you start skiing that much. But you know, Corey, we're wrapping up the season here. He knows this is the last chance here. He's got 39. Needs to settle down that 135. A little bit of slack line. The headwind's going to help him here. Needs to get a good start.
It's the difference of skiing by force or skiing by intuition.
And here we go. Right now, he's going to need some force on 4-ball. Does he get it? Can he get the ski around?
Oh,
man.
And I think he got a piece of number 6, but unfortunately that eliminates him and puts Dane Meckler through to the next round.
So what an effort there, and just got a little bit behind on 3-ball and not able to make up the ground. But we do have our final set for later this afternoon with Dane Meckler squeaking in there in the 6th position. And then we still got a little bit of a toss-up between, and then Cole McCormick will be there in the 5th, and then there's Fred Winter, Thomas Gaspari, and Stephen DeVue that could all actually kind of change their seedings depending on how Stephen and Thomas go on these next 2 rides.
Only got inside a buoy number 6, so it's going to be a 5 buoy count. But yeah, lamenting the mistake that he made on buoy number 4, which set that whole a tragic chain of events into action. And unfortunately, 5 buoys at 10.75 is going to be it.
Yeah, see in replay, he got a okay start, not a ton of angle out of 1 that he wanted, and you can see he's already kind of turning a bit down course on 2 there. And when you're doing that at 39 off, it's really tough to make up ground. He tried to have a big 3, ended up having a hiccup there. Over to 4, and then just backseated it, lost all his angle to 5, and the fact that he was even get that close to 6 was pretty impressive. But, you know, good effort for Corey out there. Put a big score up in round number 1, just unfortunately not able to bring that backup score through in round number 2. But on the water, here we go. Thomas Gaspari electing to take 35 off the dock. He's already into the finals, but now it's the name of the game of where can his seeding sit. Based on backup scores. He's in a 3-way tie in that middle of the pack with 3 at 41.
All right, so skiing comforted by the knowledge. I hate to say that, but I mean, but it is what it is. He's comforted by the knowledge that he's through to the next round of the competition. Now, I mean, do you ski to get a higher spot, or do you just test out the conditions, test out the wind, and see what's possible with maybe a later start or maybe an opt-up?
Well, what we already saw was him go off at 35 off, and Freddie Winter, when he came out and stopped, he alluded to it. they're going to have a 35 off minimum starting line length for the final. So what T-Gas is going out there and doing is starting at 35. This is a precursor to his final run. He's going to treat it the same way he's going to treat the finals here in the next hour or so to come. So he's going to go off at 35. He's going to take a shot at 39 downwind. But, if he gets through that, he gets a chance to really throw a good crack at it, that 41 headwind.
And that does kind of limit the options a little bit further so far as the starting line length and the possibility of opting up through a particular pass, because starting on 12 meters, that's a 12 into the wind, 11 with 12 meters with the wind, 11 into the wind, 39 tail, 41 head.
All right, T-Gas come back in, 38 off, back down the lake. Shouldn't be a big deal for him. T-Gas, a fun skier to watch. This guy, I don't care where you're at or what the conditions are, or how rolly it is or how glassy it is. This guy is consistently throwing down 39 and getting in the 41, and he has been for the past 10 years. Whether it be at a World Championships in Dubna, Russia, or you fast forward a couple years down the road to a nice site like we had down in Mexico. He always performs regardless of conditions, and it's a test of his time on tour and putting in the hard work.
Yes, indeed. Won his first world slalom title in 2007. Replicated that feat 4 years later in 2011 in Dubna. So he's been able to perform well in the good and in the bad. And he's produced some great skiing at the European Championship level as well. And using that good wide ride slalom ski. And let's check in with Wade at the dockside.
Hey, thanks, guys. Here with Cole McCormick, finalist. Again, another big pro men's final. How was it out there?
It was good. It was a little challenging. I was really hoping I could start at 35 that round, but I knew I only needed 2 at 41, so I wanted to make sure I could get that and gave myself the easier shot at 39 there. Tailwind's pretty strong. It picked up pretty good for my 41 there.
So back to you guys, and T-Gas is 39.
All right, 39 off for T-Gas coming downwind. Big 2-ball over there. Nice tight line at 3, able to make up some ground. Gets the 4 he needs. Patient out of 5, around number 6, and that's exactly what I want to do. That was a nice, clean 39 off downwind in some challenging conditions, and making quick work of it. And like we said, this is going to be the setup they're going to have in the finals. The wind's still more than likely going to be coming out of that far into the lake and setting these guys up for tailwind 39s. T-Gas did a great job of handling it, and now he's going to see how far he can push it at 41. Freddie's got the 3 at 41 and then a backup score of 2 at 41. So anything more than 2 at this next pass will set him slightly ahead of Freddie in seeding-wise, but we still opportunity, a little bit of shake-up there in the middle.
I'm sure you've had teachers back in the day say to you, "You're testing my patience, Zach," and that's exactly what Thomas was testing for himself there on the turns.
I test too much patience.
You do?
Yeah, that's why. Well, never mind.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, it comes to that point now where at 39 and a half off with the tailwind, he was just trying to work his way through that pass, just not really bringing that ski hard round at the end of the turn, just waiting for it to come round. Then once he gets hooked up, then he can go cross course, and just really testing how far he can push, without things going getting unraveled on him within the slalom course. And this is 10.25 meters into a pretty darn good head breeze. And it's going to be half a buoy there.
Half buoy at 41 for T-Gas. Thus kind of separating him and Freddie. So he's going to be, as of now, for seeding. Freddie Wynn will take the tie break there, an advantage. And we still have one more skier with Steven Neville left. But just a big gate shot there. Try to take a big one. I think if that's the finals, I see him maybe backing off just a touch, making sure he keeps that ski in the water and gets himself a shot at 2. Being a right foot forward skier like that, just not able to hold on there. Maybe come in the finals, backs it off just a touch, and then comes in.
Hey, so I got Landon Gills, one of our young up-and-comers, but so I got a shout-out, but first we got a question. Why aren't you wearing your Water Ski Colorado hoodie?
I couldn't find it. It was at the hotel. I couldn't find it, but he called me out. Yesterday I wanted to give a big shout-out to Water Ski Colorado, though. They've done a lot for me this year especially, and really appreciate everything that they're doing. So, yeah, I should be wearing it, but I left it in the
And Stephen Neveu on top of the water here from Canada, opting to go in on 13 meters. Looking pretty strong out there. Certainly one of our taller skiers, and using that height and that additional leverage to great effect.
Steven's a fun guy to watch. You know, a little bit different style. Tends to kind of drop his shoulders and drop his head a little bit, but what that allows him to do is allows that ski to cast all the way out, and he's really good about letting that ski come all the way back under him, and then gaining that lean, that line tension out of the finish of the buoy. A lot of times when you see people drop their shoulders out of the turn, the ski whips around, they push on it too soon, and they either break at the waist or they kind of fall out the back of the ski. Steven does a great job letting that ski come all the way under him before engaging it again. And you'll see that, you know, through a nice 32 off, but you'll see that really kind of pay off once he gets down to 39.
All right, and on dockside, our very last skier to go out in the elimination round in round 2, that is Nate Smith.
I didn't appreciate it.
Just trying to stay calm and relaxed, and he's ready and eager to take to the water, but not until we get done with Stephen Neveu.
Her last round was strong. Like, it was strong, confident skiing in that
who skis when he's north of the border over at the lakes of Castonstone, the home of Predator Bay Water Ski Club, just outside Calgary. A beautiful site that's just carved in rock, and
she was still happy
great
to
venue for the
35 when I left here in May.
No, we had a great time up there for the Worlds, and one of the prettiest sites we've had the opportunity to ski at. And so Steven made good work of that cold water training up north and applying it down here to, Florida, where we don't have winter.
Going with the traditional pass schedule, not opting up at this point. So 13 and 12 under his belt and getting ready for 11.25 meters with the tailwind.
Yeah, so we'll see Steven here just run up the line. This is a confidence set. We saw T-Gas and Freddie go out there at 35. Steven's looking more for confidence there. So,
All right, we've just got breaking news coming in that for Thomas de Gasperi on his attempt at 10.25 meters, no gate has been recorded, so his best score is going to be 6 at 10.75 meters, but that doesn't affect his advancement through to the next round of the competition.
Yeah. So, and as for tie break for Steven setting himself up ahead, he's just got to make his gates at 41, if he makes it there. And then you have Freddie Winter with the 2 backup at 41. And obviously all these guys are going to be through to the finals, just a matter how it's going to shake down in the ranks. All right.
So as it stands right now, the skiers that we figure going through to the next round are Dane Meckler, Frederick Winter, Cole McCormick, Thomas de Gasperi, Stephen Neveu, and Nate Smith. In no particular order. 10 points. It's 10.75 meters on this particular run. So it is 11.25 meters. I beg your pardon. So it is a 6 buoy count, 11.25 meters. Sorry to scare you there, folks.
All good. But nice looking 38 downwind, and not really much to critique here. You rode a nice tight line through that whole pass. Did a good job of keeping that ski on angle, keeping the tip down around the finish of the buoy, which is really crucial in a tailwind pass like that. Good looking shot there from that 2-ball cam. Over to 3. Not much to see. And a good looking lineup there from Stephen Neveu.
All right, and looking at Stephen Neveu, and we've seen the other slalom skiers ski, but how about you guys that are watching on the webcast right now? Here's Wade.
Hey guys, on the dock with Zane Nicholson, one of our young pros, college grad, working man. Tell us about it now.
Yeah, Wade, I just took a new job down at Eden Ski Lake. So I'll be coaching Fort Myers, Florida. Looking forward to getting down there. We got a new MasterCraft. I'm super fired up to have it there, train behind it. Great boat. But I, just kind of wanted to shout out the new lake. I'm super fired up to get in the boat, get to do some coaching. That's kind of where my heart's at right now. So just kind of spreading the love for the sport to everybody else. So
sweet boat, sweet lake, sweet coach. Back to you guys.
All right, and we certainly agree with that sentiment. The new MasterCraft for 2021 is certainly the best boat that they've produced.
Oh!
And are trying to ski to great effect there. Oh, how on earth did he run that pass?
Well, being 6'6" helps because that
kind of
that 4-ball was not the pretty. He got off to a good start. I thought that pass was looking pretty good. Not much to commentate on her, and then all of a sudden that 4-ball snuck up and. Maybe got a little too relaxed, a little too confident going into that pass. Luckily for Steven, able to get the ski around 5 and out the gates at 6. So, and now we look at the tie-break situation between
Dane Meckler.
Well, between all the 3 at 41s, between Steven, Freddie Winter, and Thomas Gasberry. T-Gas had the 6 at 39. So it's going to be a little shakedown here. We'll cut a quick commercial break.
All right, we'll shake that down right after this. All right then, so here we go. We've figured out provisionally that provided that Stephen Neveu makes his gate and gets a piece of number 1, then he moves up into 3rd place provisionally going into the next round. He gets number 2 to the wake, and that's a 2 buoy count there for Stephen Neveu.
All right, and so looking back on it, both Stephen Neveu and Freddie Winter both had a 3 at 41 with a backup score of both having 2 at 41. With the judges, they're going to go back to the seating going in, which I'm willing to bet is going to put Freddie seated a little bit higher than Stephen Neveu. So as it looks right now, in your 6th spot, it's going to be Dane Meckler. In your 5th spot, it's going to be Cole McCormick. In the 4th spot, it's going to be Thomas Gasberry. In the 3rd spot, Stephen Neveu. In your 2nd spot, Freddie Winter. And then skiing for fun, Nate Smith with a score at 1 at 43 in the first round.
So basically, Nate doesn't even need to ski, and it'd still be top seed right now.
You're correct, but it's Nate. He's probably going to ski.
All right. Okay. All right, so with Nate Smith having the quote-unquote knowledge, so to speak, that he will ski last out through in the next round of the competition. I mean, what does he do in this situation? Does he go full gusto? Does he go all out? Does he test some opt-up options?
Yep. So looking at it right now with the conditions that we have today,
all the Jim Beam that he had in pregame show help.
Going off at 35 off. This is a round that he does not need to ski. He's already going to be top seed going into the finals. He's already into the finals.
Alpha 2.
There's really not
Alpha
much he
2.
can change by skiing right now, but what he can change
12
is
meters, please.
big scores. And being your current world record holder and getting through 41 off yesterday, I could see him maybe trying to see how far he can push that down.
Right, let's have a look at that. Let's see what's going on. Hard to tell from this point, but I think that's probably 35 off.
I would imagine so. We'll have to wait and see. For a guy of Nate's caliber, you're starting off at 32 off and you're running all the way into 43. That's 6 passes, Tony, and that could take a lot of effort on your body. And he's trying to save himself for the finals and doesn't want to burn up too much effort. But Nate's one of these Midwest skiers. These guys love skiing and are on the water. Nate's a guy who skis several times a day and doesn't think twice about it. So.
I think he's too close to the rooster tail for it to be anything other than 35 off for starters.
Yeah, I see purple coming out the back there. So, we're
seeing a graphic on 13 meters. I may be wrong, but there we go. Look at this. We'll try and get confirmation on the line leg shortening, but there, Nate Smith, opening pass, smoother than a well-buttered banister.
Hey, you got Steven Nouveau, who was already a finalist before you left the dock. So we talked about a little bit different scenario, right?
Yeah, for sure. At the end of the day, though, there's still pressure. I still want to be able to perform and still try to get a good score there for the fans and just for myself. So it was still good, though.
Yeah, we talked about that with one of the ladies at one of the earlier events, and we sort of said that how many times would you get to go out and do a practice run with all these people here in camera? So yeah, there is that pressure to perform nonetheless.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it was. I was still feeling just as nervous and amped up as I usually am. It was good.
And we're going to see him really soon in the men's slalom finale. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Back there, we can confirm that opening pass for Nate Smith was
35 off. So I mean,
12 meters.
That's what he expected. I would be surprised to see him go off at 32 and burn a lot of energy. So we're going to get 35. If Nate gets himself in a little bit of a hairy situation out there, gets a little behind in the pass, I don't see him laying it all on the line right now. There's no need to. But he wants to go out there and, check the wind out. It's actually laid down quite a bit than we saw earlier in the division midway through. So maybe trying to get a feel, see what the difference is from yesterday to today, because the finals will be coming up here in about an hour. So here we go. Nate Smith coming back in, 38 off.
Nicely done with the opening couple of buoys. Just has an ease on that slalom ski. Getting around the turns through the wakes, and nice looking 11.25 meter run.
It's pretty textbook.
Oh, wow, yes, indeed. And he's been doing this for quite a while. He is a two-time world slalom champion. The only back-to-back world slalom champion in recent times, 2013, 2015. Looking in great shape out here, and superb skiing there from Nate Smith. Can't fault his effort on that particular run, and basically since 2005, only 5 people have actually won the World Slalom title. Can you reel them off?
You got Thomas Gaspery, Will Asher.
Yeah.
Nate Smith.
Freddie Winter.
Oh yeah, I forgot Freddie had that one.
And Joel Howley.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
Wow.
So basically, in the last 15 years, only 5 skiers have actually ascended to the top of the rung, so far as the World Slalom title is concerned. And one of those skiers is right on top of the water, 10.75 meters. Nicely done. A little bit more force off number 2 into 3, but managing to still stay in rhythm and just flip that ski round buoy number 6 for our D3 team skier. That is Nate Smith.
Nate's a fun guy to can ski with, and getting to ski with him a little bit kind of through the years and drive the boat for him. You'd be surprised. We talk about how effortless Nate skis and how easy he looks on top of the water, but you actually get behind the wheel, and Nate actually pulls pretty dang hard compared to weight ratio, and you feel him behind the boat, and it speaks to his efficiency out of the finish of the turn right there. You'll watch that ski hook up, and then he impacts that boat and pulls across, and he gets that ski going so quick from side to side, and that's why you see Nate necessarily not have the best turn sometimes, but all of a sudden he looks early to the next buoy, and that's a test to how strong he is behind the boat and how quickly he can get that ski moving from buoy to buoy. So there you go. There's our rope tension leaderboard. Right now, still in first place is John Travers with 1,008 pounds. He's about 106 pounds ahead of the next closest competitor, being Freddie Winter.
Yep. So Jonathan Travers will leave here with some money and a radar rope.
And unless Nate Smith pulls about 300 more pounds out of his pocket, but JT at least went big.
All right, here we go. 10.25 meters. We've only seen this pass run once in this competition. And the person that ran it, you're looking at him.
Nice
10.25. Look at this. Round 3. He is on form. Ooh. He is on fire. And he has gotten another pass at 10.25.
I'm not going to lie, Tony. That's probably one of the cleanest looking 41s.
I'm not even too sure they shortened the rope.
I'm going to double check that. But no, they definitely shortened that rope there because that was a good looking pass, man. And that 4-ball he had there was effortless. And if that's not the cleanest 41 I've ever seen run, that's up there, alongside probably some other Nate's 41's off. But I told you he was either going to ski it light and save his energy or maybe give this thing a crack at his current world record of 2.5 at this next pass at 43 off.
And he set that world record 7 years ago, and it's been has not been challenged since. So here we go, 9.75 meters. This is going to be a tough ask because the wind is going to be behind him, but if he can get on rhythm, if he can get the number 1 that he wants to, it's anyone's guess how far into that pass he'll finish.
Yeah, he's got the best boat crew right there. Chris Eller behind the wheel, Cindy Binzel, your boat official, and Nate Smith behind her. So let's see what he could do for us. I mean, you guys are getting a treat here, getting to see someone attack this 43 off. Does not happen very often. Let's see what he's got for us, ladies and gentlemen. 43 off, Nate Smith. Here he goes.
Just gets the 1, and that ties its best score from the round previous to this one. Ladies and gentlemen, Nate Smith.
Oh, man, some consistent skiing. Not too bad back-to-back rounds, 1 at 43.
All right, let's see if we can look at this instant replay. I mean, just imagine the forces in play there. The deflection angle, a full 180 degrees from side to side to get that ski under his body and try and resist as much of that force from the boat as possible. Some great skiing here from Nate Smith and indeed from all of our slalom athletes that you've seen so far in the preliminary round.
So that'll conclude our men's slalom round 2 and headed through to the finals. We'll list them from 6th to 1st. Squeaking in there is Dane Meckler coming in your 6th seed, Cole McCormick in your 5th seed, Stephen Navu in 3rd seed, Thomas Gasper in the 4th seed, Stephen Navu in the 3rd seed, Frederick Winter in the 2nd, and then yet again, Mr. Nate Smith will be your top seed going into the finals.
So there we go, 723 pounds of force, 4.4 to 1 against his body weight of 163 pounds, and operating off a 0 offsetting of Alpha 2.
All righty, well, I think we're going to do a little swap out with our officials, get that boat gassed up. And there's your results going into the finals, your top 6 right there. Some amazing skiing. You look all the way down there in 12th position. These guys are all in the 41 off. Very impressive skiing from these guys out here, and we truly have the best of the best going into the finals this afternoon.
All right, then. So our top 6 featuring skiers from countries such as Canada, the United Kingdom, Italy, and the United States. Dane Meckler in 6 with 2.5 of 41 alongside Cole McCormick. And there you'll see the results, and you can actually keep up with the live scoring by going to waterskibroadcasting.com. Waterskibroadcasting.com, you'll find a link there to live scoring as well as this webcast, and the Rope Tension Leaderboard brought to you by Radar Skis shows Jonathan Travers with over 1,000 pounds of force against that tow line. He is in the lead in that regard, ahead of Freddie Winter, ahead of Will Asher, ahead of Stephen Neveu, ahead of Jamie Calhoun. All right then, folks, so we'll continue on with the action, but let's check in with Wade first.
Here in the dock with our top-seeded finalists, and Nate, you get a little prep work in. Now you've got a 41 from each direction under your belt. How was it?
It felt good. Just like you said, I got to change it up that time, start at 35 to bring 41 the other way, because that's what we're going to get in the next round. So I just want to go out and feel that out, knowing that I was in to the finals. But so it's a little more of a relaxed round. So I'm happy with how I skied. But as you well know, as soon as this next round comes, the pressure's on again. So you got to go out there and perform.
We're going to see that soon. We're liking the strategy already. See you guys.
All right then, folks. Thanks, Wade. Thanks, Nate. And that concludes the preliminary rounds of our competition. The next action you'll see out there in the water will be the women's slalom final. The top 6 women from the elimination round will feature. And all of that action coming up in the next few minutes right after this break at the 2020 MasterCraft Pro event here at Lake Gru.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
From Coble Water Ski and Wakeboard Camp here in Lillington, North Carolina. Our facility is situated on 10 private lakes.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Lessons learned from the silent flight of owls has been applied to aerospace and to Formula One racing. Now, they've been applied to the water ski fin. Coming soon, the Whisper Fin Pro.
All right then, folks, for those of you just tuning in, welcome to the 2020 MasterCraft Pro event here at Lake Gru, which is located just outside Polk City and Auburndale in Central Florida in Polk County, and one of the great places that you can visit in Central Florida. You can find out more about other great locations within this part of the Sunshine State of Florida by going to visitcentralflorida.org. That's visitcentralflorida.org for more information about the great locations that you can visit in Central Florida. All right, Open Women's Slalom next. We got our 6 women to take to the water very, very soon. It's going to be Elizabeth Montavon that will get things situated on the water for starters. Each of our skiers will actually start on a minimum line length of 13 meters. Minimum starting line length is going to be 13 meters. Elizabeth Montavon will go first, then Paige Rainey, Ellie Nicholson, Brooke Baldwin, Manon Costard, and finally Regina Jaquist in the women's slalom final here at the 2020 MasterCraft Pro event. I'll be joined here in the announcers area by Wade Cox, and he'll be swapping out with Zach Warden, who will be on dockside for the interviews. And should be a great occasion. So, of course, folks, for those of you tuning in, or even if you're on site and have yourselves a cell phone in your hand, you can still put in your vote for Skier of the Day by going to waterskibroadcasting.com, and vote for your choice of Skier of the Day. And whoever polls the highest of our skiing athletes will win themselves a prize for that distinction. So, a lot of great skiing to come. We've got 18 skiers remaining in this competition. The 6 in the women's final, the 6 in the men's final, and the 6 men jumpers that we will see as the last event of this competition. Some great skiing we've seen. I mean, we've seen in as many rounds 2 performances into 9.75 meters or 43 off, and taken at least a score of 2.5 at 41 off to even get to this stage in the men's slalom final. And in the women's, oh my word, I mean, we needed scores into a 39.5 off to advance, and so some great skiing had by all. Great Lake, a beautiful facility here at Lake Gru. And yesterday's jump-in, I mean, they were basically jumping lights out yesterday. Freddie Krueger with a 237-foot jump. We had record-breaking jumps there by Felipe Miranda, who jumped 233 feet to set a new Latin American record with that distance in well in excess of 70 meters. And Igor Morozov got in on the record-breaking rampage as well, because with his jump at 229 feet, he set a new Russian Federation record. So records aplenty here at the 2020 MasterCraft Pro. And once again, a reminder for you folks, vote for your Skier of the Day. Waterskibroadcasting.com. That's waterskibroadcasting.com. All right, folks, we're changing out drivers, changing out crew, and once that is done, we're got a camera person in the boat. So once that has happened, we will set on off with the simulation pass to make sure that all of the technical equipment is running efficiently and properly. And Will Bush in the towboat going through the COVID protocol when wiping down the steering wheel and the throttle of the towboat. We're still under a worldwide pandemic, so you can't be too careful out there with this COVID deal.
Well, hey, thanks, Tony. Wade back in the booth. Been a little bit different, but kind of exciting being on the dock with all the crew, as they've been sort of going through their routines. We're obviously just outside the Orlando area, and I'm a University of Central Florida graduate, so I see some black and gold out there that I want to shout out to. Some Go Knights.
Go Knights.
So yeah, this is just fantastic. The sun's come back out sort of, and it's I think the wind has lost a little bit of its strength. And I heard you, Tony, gosh, the men's jump yesterday afternoon was as good as it gets, and we're obviously seeing already some huge slalom scores, so a lot of fun. Glad to be sitting here for the final.
All right, then, taking a look at our running order, Elizabeth Montavon will be taking to the water first, and she'll be riding the good slalom ski. Paige Rini up next, riding on Radar. Ellie Nicholson on a syndicate ski. Brooke Baldwin utilizing D3. Manon Costard riding the Conley slalom ski. And our final competitor in the 6 skier field in the open women's slalom. She will be on the good slalom ski, and that is Regina Jaquis. So some pretty diverse brand coverage among our skiers. Obviously, we're good with 2 competitors in this final, holding the lead in that respect. But yeah, pretty much all of the top brands of slalom ski represented among our 6 competitors in the women's slalom final, Wade.
Well, yeah, and it was a really exciting second round of qualifying when I think the first 4 ladies in a row all ran right through the 12-meter pass, and we're all taking a shot at the leaderboard. And then by the end of the round, yeah, every single finalist had made it into the 10-7 5-meter line. And, as you heard from Regina afterward, that's exactly what she wants, is that huge event where you just seem to be the event's building energy. And as the competitors can tell you, you have more energy when you're in a tournament than you can ever possibly imagine. Your adrenaline is just through the roof. And so, yeah, when you got a big crowd and a beautiful lake like this, it's exciting to be part of the final.
So yeah, whenever you were saying that reminded me of a scene in Rocky Balboa, in that fight between Mason the Line Dixon and Rocky Balboa. And in one portion towards the end of the fight, Rocky was just urging his opponent to come on, give me your best.
Yeah, well, the slalom skiers, because they're all sort of bromios with you, if you will, and the same with the ladies and the men's jumpers. But yeah, there's a certain amount of competitive spirit that I think most of us have it in us, that you really like, hey man, just give me the ball. If you're playing basketball or football, you want to be the quarterback, and you're like, no, just give me the ball, I'm ready to go. And when you got crowd conditions, money, yeah, possibly your job security on the line, yeah, it can bring a lot of emotion.
Yeah, indeed. And man, you'll probably hear movie references from between here and the remainder of time. But even as you said that reminds me of a scene in The Replacement, which is a wonderful movie starring Gene Hackman and Keanu Reeves. And towards the end, they're all huddled up, and Keanu Reeves' character Shane Falco basically said to the huddle, "Who besides me wants the football?" And then turned to his deaf tight end, and he says, "I want the ball. You need the ball." and he wins the game for him.
No, that's it. I was chatting with somebody else earlier today, Tony, and I told him, as I live on the road as a coach, I get these questions all the time. Should my kids stay in soccer, or should they stay in basketball, or whatever? And I'm like, well, is he good or is she good? And they say yes. And I say, well, great, keep them in it, because they get in those situations when they're playing U9 ball or U11 or U13 ball where now they're the best kid on the field, or certainly the ball is in their hands. And that's exactly what these lady slalom finalists are going to, deal with out there. The ball is in their hand. They've made the final. No one's else going to take the shot but them, and it's a very cool situation to be in if that's the situation you want to be in.
Yes, we had a quick shot there. We've got a quick shot on the starting dock with our first competitor out. Elizabeth Montavon showing signs of intensity out there, because she's got to set the stage now for the remaining 5 skiers, a viable score for them to chase, because it's no longer a case of qualifying through to the next round. This score here and now is going to determine the championship.
Well, Tony, I love the situation that she's in. When she's already skied, she's completely warmed up. She gets the first shot at this, so there are no scores on the board. And me in this situation, I'm going, man, if I light it up, maybe there are a few competitors behind me that are just going to possibly crumble just because I put up this big score and created some excitement. So, yeah, that intensity that we're seeing her down there, that's exactly her game plan.
That's what I thought.
All right, so a 13-meter start for Elizabeth Montavon in this slalom final. That's the minimum starting line length for all of our athletes going into this competition, which does kind of limit the options so far as strategizing against the wind. But sometimes when push comes to shove, that's when the best performances come through.
Well, we've already seen a few of our athletes that are finalists that have already been starting at the 13 meters. So we'll see if it's sort of is it a disadvantage for her coming in right now on her 32 off start?
Just trying to settle in, trying to stay balanced, not trying to overwork this pass of 30 meters. Ski a little bit behind her on buoy number 3 into 4, but managing to stay stable enough and strong enough through that pass. That is Elizabeth Montavon. 6 buoys on the 13-meter run.
Yes, she's maybe wasn't on her best tempo at the beginning of this pass. Had plenty of space there. Nice tip down, cruising the wake there. So she's, as any skier would do, going, hey, I'm really glad this is 13 meters and not 11 meters or 10 yet. She's going to use her warm-up wisely, try to get more settled on the ski for this next pass.
All right, some great skiing from Elizabeth Montavon, straight in on 13 meters. Now, 12 meters comes up, but there is an opportunity here if she feels frisky enough to try. Maybe an opt-up on 11.25 meters.
Yeah, it would make sense with that light little headwind that she's skiing into, but the only downside is if you don't execute, then you've really left the door open, and I know if she runs her 12 here and could manage the 11 downwind, then she could really set the pace.
Alrighty, we just saw a shot on the starting dock of Paige Reaney getting her equipment situated, and now here comes Elizabeth Montavon with 12 meters. Oh, a little bit back on buoy number 1, almost overloaded on that, so just trying to regulate her way through this pass, trying to not overpower these turns, and gets away with it on a couple of occasions, but manages to get through 12 meters effectively.
Yeah, you're right there, Tony. What we can see is her ski really wanting to turn. It'd be interesting to ask her if she's made any adjustments on her ski throughout the weekend but we're really seeing it turn aggressively, which is a good and bad situation. Good that you're going to get lots of angle. Bad that now you've got to manage all this load that you just created.
All right. Elizabeth Montavon, who bases herself up in South Florida, skis with Chet Raley, skis with her parents and in the West Palm Beach area, and is working to qualify as a certified personal trainer whilst also holding down a job as a marketing consultant.
Yeah, man.
And all of that training that she's been doing is certainly paying off, as we see her today in another ladies slalom final.
All right, let's see what Elizabeth Montavon can do. We've got 5 more skiers to go, starting off with Paige Rini, who's on dockside. Then we follow on with Ali Nicholson, Brooke Baldwin, Manon Costard, and Regina Jaquist in this women's slalom final. This is 11.25 meters. Ran this in the round previous. Didn't do it in this direction though, but let's see where she's at with number 3. Good load off number 3. Excellent number 4. Keeping the ski out ahead of her. Whoa, almost got broken over off 5 into 6, and yes, there you go. Yeah, nod of the head there through the exit gates. She was not going to be denied.
Yeah, I was a little worried right here. We're watching her drift back a little bit, we would say, on the gate. Lost a little bit of speed, but she created a lot of space in the one. And same as she did on the prior 2 passes, the ski was turning aggressively, and she was moving in with it. And she gets a big 3 right here, which sort of closes the deal. And then she managed her space. She had lots of space for a tailwind 38 right there in the ball 4. So just sort of as we planned, Tony, or we talked about her plan, set the pace, run 38, get a shot at 39 with this light little head breeze. And then who knows?
All right, so now it comes to pass. It's 10.75 meters into a slight head breeze. Her personal best is halfway down this pass, 3 at 39.5 off, or 10.75 meters. And you know, she's been active on social media, especially with Instagram, where she's more than willing to answer a few questions with her weekly Q&A sessions with the good peeps out there on Instagram. And one of the folks asked her what her personal best was, and she was very, very succinct. 3 at 10.75 meters. So
yeah, a PB right here would be awesome.
Right, let's see how far she can get. Round buoy number 1 gets it. Round buoy number 2. Can she get outside buoy number 3? Yes, she can. Does she? Oh, ouch. And try to grab onto that handle. But 2.5 at 10.75 meters. Her best score of the weekend, and probably one of her best scores of the season at this point.
Well, yeah, great skiing. I mean, if you're within a half buoy of your PB and you're at a pro final when you do that, that's pretty darn good skiing. And she had enough space outside 3, and then she checked up. I know she's bummed out because a full 3 would maybe not be in a position to win the tournament, but could be that 3rd spot on the podium.
I think she committed that ski to the wake before she realized how slack the line was and realized that she couldn't really S-turn from that position.
Well, yeah, it's always interesting because each time you come into a buoy like that, you're getting a little bit different look than you got the last time. You're either going a little bit faster, maybe a little bit slower, and you're always trying to manage, well, am I going to get the full point, or should I, am I even going to go for 4 at that point that she may have thought, as you're saying, Tony? So, yeah, bummer, but great skiing on the weekend, Elizabeth.
All right, guys, what's going on? Down here dockside with Ali Nicholson. You had a 2 in round 1 from yesterday's score. We just watched Elizabeth Montavon go out there and run a 2.5, putting up a pretty big score for our first skier off. What's your mindset? What's your mentality going here into the finals?
Definitely looking for more than I got this morning. All day there's been really good scores, so it's skiing well today. So just go out and hopefully get down 39 today.
There you go. I mean, you looked strong yesterday, and I know this morning didn't quite go the way you wanted to, but you got to ski aggressive, a little chip on your shoulder.
Yep, for sure. That was the best time to do it if I was going to do it. So going out with the chip on my shoulder this time, I'm going to fight through it.
All right, we love it. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot there, Zach, and there with Ellie Nicholson, and looking at the instant replay of Paige Rini. For those of you watching wherever you are online, you're not going to miss a single bit of action out there on the water as we just watch her with the instant replay and the opening pass of 13 meters, riding that 2021 edition of the Vapor. Elizabeth. All right, so Paige Rini opens up with a 6-buoy count on pass number 1. We're going to be talking with Elizabeth Montavon in just a moment or so, but we'll wait to bring Paige into the course. She's hunting down that 2.5 buoy count at 10.75 meters, which represents the early lead in this competition. Glides out, now just turns, hooks, and goes. It's 12. Oh, a little bit of a bobble there on number 2, but managing to still stay on top of the ski. Nicely done. Round buoy 5, round number 6, and there we go. That's a 6-buoy count there on the 12-meter line. That is courtesy of Paige Rini. We'll have a look at the instant replay, then we'll talk a little bit. And Wade, what do you see here?
Well, you see some outstanding counter rotation with Paige. You see how much her lower body and her hips move outbound to the apex, as they call it. And then it allows, what you see right there is a lot of movement back inward with the lower body, and she's in tempo with the ski, and she creates a lot of angle and a lot of space by doing so.
All right, and looking at this at the tail end, and also looking at that is Elizabeth Montavon, who has the current lead score at the moment with 2.5. One of your better scores of the season. You must be pretty stoked about that.
You know, you guys, I can't be displeased. There was a PB, it was in a final at a pro event. I mean, what more can a girl want?
All right. I thought your personal best was actually halfway down that pass with 3, but
no, it's a 2. So
it was actually 2 beforehand. So my mistake. So 2.5. All right. Christmas has come early for you.
Right. Thanks so much, you guys.
No worries. I'm sure that you'll be towed off and looking to see what Paige Rini can do with the remaining effort on this. This is 11.25 meters. Keeping the ski out ahead of her, just fighting for dear life. Oh, and she goes down on buoy number 4, which means that she gets 3 1/2 for that effort. 3 1/2 for Paige Rini on 11.25 meters. Now, it looked pretty good for starters, but kind of got a little bit ahead of herself on buoy number 4, Wade.
Yeah, she had enough space into 1 and plenty of angle out of 1. You saw the tip rise just slightly, but it was no big deal. So a little bit more of a hiccup there, and I think that sort of entered her mind, and she hit the panic button maybe more than she needed to. And yeah, it's sort of a bummer for Paige, but we just had Elizabeth sitting here, and you know, our leader now, and I'm thinking that
we'll finish no worse than 5th.
No, exactly. She's moving up the rank, and now the other ladies are thinking about that. It's a big score. PB. Congratulations, Elizabeth.
All right, and like I said, Paige Rini looking in good shape up to a certain point, and then she kind of got happy feet round number 4, and unfortunately, just something relatively minor like that is enough to send her into the drink. And Paige Rini, here's her stats: 597 pounds of force, equivalent to 4.4 to 1 against her weight of 134 pounds, using Alpha 2 as a 0 offsetting. We'll be back with more right after this.
All right, guys, down here in the dock with Brooke Baldwin. Brooke, some amazing skiing these first 2 rounds, setting yourself up well. Sitting here, 4th seed going into the or 3rd seed going into this finals. What do you think it's going to take to maintain that podium position and maybe kind of scrape up a little higher up there?
I think it's going to take a little bit more than 3, maybe 4 to get on the podium. So I'm just going to try my best.
I would like to hear that. I mean, the 3 looked pretty good. Do you think that's more in the tank there for us?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. The wind's right. Just relax. I'll be good.
All right, nice and easy. Go get it.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, and that was Brooke Baldwin being interviewed by Zach Warden, gracious enough with her time before she goes out and skis. She is our next skier to go after Ellie Nicholson. Takes a good hard snap off buoy number 2. She's a lefty, which means 1-3-5 side turns are going to be more comfortable for her to actually be aggressive on and getting around all 6 buoys, and nicely done for Ellie Nicholson, a Team Syndicate athlete. And what do you see there, Wade?
Well, she's completely comfortable with starting at the 13-meter line length. Does it on a regular basis over the last season or 2. And same as we saw Elizabeth, a lefty as well. And Allie always rides her ski well. And what I mean by that is she trusts her ski, her product, the ski builders, and she moves in well in tempo like you saw there. There was even maybe the elbows came in just slightly to take up a minimal amount of slack, but you saw her center mass and her no happy feet there, Tony, just completely quiet, relaxed feet, and that allows her weight to keep going forward in the direction she needs to go, creating that stack position early, which at that point you've already won. You won't be beaten against the boat or the ZO at that point.
All right, and Wade here, courtesy of skiwithwade.com. You can find out more about his training programs and clinics by going to skiwithwade.com. Here we go. This is Ellie Nicholson, 12 meters. No sign of an opt-up yet by any of our competitors, or even a later start. Look at this. Ellie Nicholson driving through those wakes, getting in real deep after through the wakes, and I like the way that she transitions from a more aggressive down course edge all the way into her inside turning edge.
Yeah, she's good at her craft, as they would say. And one thing that you'll notice here, very balanced on the line. See, she comes off the line and goes back on, just the tempo of the release hand coming off, the reach hand moving forward, and everything moving back onto the line was at precisely the same tempo, which is what the ski is expecting of you. Nice to watch her ski.
So, former resident of Gallatin in Tennessee, our hometown, but now residing in Pensacola in Florida, right up there in Escambia County, the home of the world-famous Blue Angels.
And beautiful lake that her family skis on there, Ski Watch. Shout out to my new retired buddy, Chris Miller Time. So yeah, great spot located right off I-10 there. So she's got a new comfortable home to ski now.
All right. Despite working 12-hour days of their new occupation, still finding time to train and to excel at this level. 11.25 meters. This is, and just, ouch. I could feel the pain on that one too. I don't know quite what happened there, but stalling after number 2.
Well, Tony, the wind is laid down more than it's been at maybe any point in the weekend. It's gotten quite hot, and you could see her ski slow down rather abruptly there, and yeah, you can see the disappointment. She didn't go well the first round this morning, so I don't know if there was a carryover. We'd already seen Miss Page bobble at the 2 at 11 and then go down at 4. So maybe Ms. Elizabeth's big score sort of got in their kitchen, as we would say.
All right, and the dollar amounts keep creeping up higher for Miss Montavon with that score of a 2 at 11.25 meters. And here's Zach.
All right, guys, here with Elizabeth Montavon down here in the dock. We just saw the next two girls after you go down early at 38. You went out there, you stroked 38 downwind, put up a huge 2.5 at 39. You're currently guaranteed 4th. How do you think it's going to shake up with the girls to follow?
You know, I've said it once and I've said it again. Nothing in skiing is given. It's all earned. All the girls coming after me absolutely have it in them to earn what it's going to take to beat me. So I really hope they do, because it's about all of us being better. But at the same time, it'd be nice to PB and podium in the last event of the year.
Yeah, I know, it'd be a good way to end. I mean, we're all friends on the dock, but when it gets out in the water, that's when the cat claws come out. So you definitely fought your way through the 38. 39 looks sick. I thought you were going to be able to turn 3-ball there. Still a huge 2.5. Great way to end your season. Let's see how it kind of holds up going through to the end.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was, great last-minute invite to this event. Happy to be here, and looking forward to next season for sure.
All right, good to see you, and back to you guys.
Yes, indeed, agree with that sentiment. They're all friendly around the dockside, but when it comes to being out in the water, it's all business.
No, it was actually, we talked about it, Tony. I always got to spin yesterday where the men went first, and the ladies are sort of all milling about, chatting it on, and I'm thinking, yeah, but they're not that way when they get the handle in their hand. And one of the coolest feelings for a lot of water skiers, same as, we talked about maybe a batter stepping into the batter's box or a pitcher being given the ball. When you jump off the dock with that handle in your hand, it's a special feeling.
Alrighty, Roo, our next competitor on the water, also a native and resident of Central Florida, although she is attending the University of Alabama over there in Tuscaloosa. This is Brooke Baldwin.
Yeah, skiing better and better as of late. Seems to have really found her confidence, skiing on a new ski this weekend.
Oh yes, has a technique that's all her own out there. Skis tall, then extends, and then as soon as she does that, the ski just whips round.
Well, when she was 16 years old, she ran the 10.75 pass.
Uh-huh.
So maybe still being the youngest lady to do that. So as she sort of struggled a little bit lately and lost a bit of her confidence, all of a sudden you start feeling it. She's been this budding superstar, and so it's really great to see her skiing well again, smiling a bunch down there in the dock, and it's always nice as a slalom skier to have that little bit of extra confidence.
All right then, as we watch the tail end of this instant replay from Brooke Baldwin, let's rejoin Zach on the dock.
Hey guys, what's going on? Manon Castard here. 1.5 at 41 in round number 2 there. New pending European women's slalom record there. Huge score. You got a lot of momentum going here into the finals. Regina nipped on your tails just a little bit there with the full 2. Do you think you got it in you to get it through 39 one more time? The conditions are perfect out here.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to forget about the round before. I was very excited about it, but everything is starting from scratch again now. I feel good. I've been feeling good this weekend and yesterday, and I'm going to try my best and see where it takes me.
All right, well, we look forward to a great skiing round number 2, but like you said, it's a new round, so go out there and attack.
Thank you.
All right, then, rejoining the action, we've got Brooke Baldwin at 12 meters. Just trying to stay smooth, a little bit down course there off number 4. A little bit more than she would have liked, but 13 and 12 meters in quick succession, that is Brooke Baldwin.
So, Tony, while we get a look at the replay, I just got a shout out from Austria, from Mr. Franz Oberleitner, who was a professional jumper during our day, watching from Fischelheim, Austria. A beautiful site there where I've skied before. Same as we're sort of seeing Brooke's beautiful tempo. You really see her, as you mentioned, Tony, extend forward and up on the ski. So her center mass is located right over her front foot. She reaches her maximum counter rotation, and then when the ski is ready to go, her tempo moves in with it, creating a lot of angle.
Right there at the helm of that towboat, that MasterCraft Pro Star for 2021. That is Will Bush. Doing a fine job out there with the women's slalom finalist. And we'll see what transpires with Brooke Baldwin on 11.25 meters. There on the starting dock, we see Manon Costard, the current world slalom champion and European slalom record holder. She was the European slalom record holder coming into this event and broke that record by a fraction of a buoy in the second round of skiing. Here comes Brooke Baldwin round the buoy. A little bit delayed off number 2. Can she make up the deficit? Yes, she can. Round number 3. Oh my word, is inside buoy number 5. So it looks like it's going to be a 4 buoy count.
Really nice one, Tony. But we saw that bobble there at 2. You look how much the tip of the ski rose up off the water. It really put her in a spot where she knew she had to do something like she did there at 4 and dive to the inside to try to create the angle that she had missed out on the backside of 2. But Tony Elizabeth just moved up onto the podium with that. Yeah, I think that's the word. You see big smiles from her.
Those are tears. Tears of joy. From Elizabeth Montavon, getting messages all the time. It looks like we got Zach on the dock as we bring in Brooke Baldwin. Zach, who do you have?
All right, Elizabeth. There you go. We cracked the podium.
Oh my God.
Talk me through these emotions you're feeling right now.
My first podium with, I'm assuming it's going to be Regina and Manon, which is just such a big deal to stand next to those 2 women. So super grateful. Mom and Dad, if you're watching, I don't know if Bama's playing right now. They're probably watching the game and not watching me. But if you guys are watching this, thank you so much. Dad, I couldn't have done it without you. This has just been a great season.
Yeah, it always takes a big support crew, and you never forget your first time. So huge congratulations on, cracking that podium. It's still not over yet, but hey, man, that's huge.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Zach.
Great job.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Good job.
All right, then. Thanks a lot there, Zach. Thanks a lot to Elizabeth. She's now in a position where she is on the podium and can finish no worse than 3rd. Elizabeth Montavon, for those of you that are just tuning in and getting the latest, Elizabeth Montavon was first out in the water, got 2.5 at 39.5 off. Then we had scores from Pedrini with 3.5 at 38. 2 buoys at 38 for Ali Nicholson and 4 buoys at 38 for Brooke Baldwin. 2 skiers remain, and that is the only 2 competitors in this competition to have run 39.5 off. And we start with the European slalom record holder, and that is going to be Manon Costard.
Yeah, that was a great emotion to watch from Elizabeth. I love that she was able to let it go, and great that Zach was there to capture it. And now we've got our 2 sort of heavy favorites, if you will. Last out, Miss Manon, 32 off.
So here she comes, nicely done around the first half of the course. Just trying to hammer those turns, but yet still stay in strong enough rhythm to where she can easily run that pass. And great technique there, Wade.
Well, it was interesting when we had Ben Favre on a few events ago, and his analyzation of Manon skiing was that she was a left foot forward version of Will Asher. And I see a lot of the similarities. You see how quick her lower body can move through and into an angulated, stacked position, as we would say. And yeah, she does that as well as anybody.
All right, and after this this replay, let's hear from Zach Warden. Who do you have?
All right, guys, here with Regina, your top seed going into the pro women's finals. You and Manon duking it out in the second round. Manon posting a 1.5 at 41, you following it up with a 2. Do you think you're going to have to get through 39 again in these finals to be able to take home the gold? What's your strategy going through here?
Oh, yeah, of course. I do think like 39 is going to have to go down. Everybody's skiing really good. Elizabeth, almost tying her PB and podium. I think that's one of her first pro wins or tied, podium. So congrats to her, and the girls are skiing good. So I do think 39 is going to have to go down.
Yeah, once you get momentum going, you start getting some big scores like that, everyone tends to follow suit. So excited to see you out here in the finals, and best of luck to you, Regina.
Thanks, Zach.
Thank you very much, Regina and Zach. And here comes Manon Costard, and one of her fans watching in on the webcast is a skier that you know of from the past, Geraldine Germain, over at Lacanau. And checking in on Manon Costard, and she should be pretty pleased with what she's seen so far. I haven't seen a 13 and a 12-meter pass.
Yeah, hi, Geraldine and hubby Christoph. Saw a picture of your beautiful daughter the other day. Say hi to your mom and dad for me as well. I love your spot, one of my favorites in the world. Lacanau Océan.
Yeah, we had a chance at TWBC last year to broadcast the pro event at Lacanau, the Malibu Open French edition, and that was an absolutely scintillating event. And big kudos to the Germain family for putting that event on. And big kudos to Manon Costard for making it all the way through 12 meters as she gets set for 11.25 meters.
So the winds sort of came up after we had talked about it laying down so much when Allie was out. And we felt it shift here in the booth that it came a little bit more easterly, which creates more of a crosswind situation that they really haven't faced much this weekend. It's been much more of a head-tail. We have Manon here, 38 with just a light tail breeze.
All right, attacking the lead score of 2.5 at 10.75 meters, but Manon Costard needs to get through 11.25 meters first. Look at her go, getting broken over a little bit, a couple of occasions on 11.25 meters. Needs to keep things stable going forward. Round 5. Just about gets around number 6, and that is going to be a 6-buoy count at 38 off for Manon Costard, 11.25.
Yeah, you're going to see on the replay here, Tony. She crushes this pass. She really does. She's plenty of space there. Backside ball 1. Tip of the ski didn't move 1 inch. And I'm talking about height-wise. And then in the middle of the course here, she knows she's got plenty of space. She manages it well. And by the time she reaches 5 and 6, she's got space galore. Ski's turning really well for her. Have this 39 now to not only take the lead, but maybe put up a huge score for our top seed, Regina, left on the dock.
But it's by no means going to be an automatic so far as Manon Costard is concerned. I mean, she has run through 10.75 meters, 39.5 off. But she needs to be perfect right off the gate shot, right off that initial turn, and reliant upon that great number 1, which I think is going to be on her offside. I think Manon is a right foot forward skier.
No, Manon's a lefty.
A lefty,
and so she's going to have a cross tailwind, even though it's going to be a head breeze. She's going to have a little bit more of a side breeze in the 2. So we're going to see how she handles it. If she gets enough space and tip it too, she can run this.
All right, let's see what she's got. Left foot forward skier, Manon Costard, can aggressively hit that number 1 turn, which she does. Round number 2, good to go. Round buoy number 3. Oh, and gets the 3. That puts her in the lead with 3 at 39.5 off. That is Manon Costard.
Yeah, I know she's happy. We see her throw the fish. She's in the lead. Takes Elizabeth off the hot seat and moves her to second. But I know that Manon, after that ball 1, she was certainly thinking, I'm going to take this all the way and really put the heat on Regina. Right there, that's all she was looking for. A lot of tip, space there at 2. But it'll be interesting. Maybe Zach can get a word with her. We sort of get her mindset.
Hang on a second.
Hang
on a second. Let's roll back on the instant replay. Let's hold back on the instant replay. Oh, no. That is inside 3.
Well, that's great camera work, guys. Really, really top work.
That means that Elizabeth Montavon is in first place and guaranteed no worse than a second place finish.
Yeah, so she moved up without skiing. That's that beauty of going out early and putting up that big score. And it's certainly paying off for her.
Wow. And confirmed by our interior boat camera at the towboat, so it was a 2-buoy count at 10.75 meters. Our cameras at TWBC picking up that in various angles and confirming that it's going to be 2 at 10.75 meters for Manon Costard. So Elizabeth Montavon still in the lead, 1 competitor remaining. And that competitor is multiple-time world champion, multiple-time world record holder, and more titles than almost anyone in the sport. This is Regina Jaquess.
Yeah, she's beautiful to watch. Both sides of the course, very even, very patient. Rides her ski back into a really powerful stack position. And then creates a lot of cross-course speed.
All right, good-looking opening pass for Regina Jaquess.
Yeah, look at that stance, Tony. Just completely square, centered right over her ski.
If you ever want a clinic on how to perform the perfect gate shot, you just looked at
Yeah,
it.
that was it. And for those of you that know, I've been watching Regina for quite a long time, and first time I saw her ski, I knew she was a 3-event whiz and a tricker and a jumper and an overall threat. But I saw her after her first 2 passes, and I said, hey, she's going to be the best skier in the world. And they were like, yeah, she's an overall skier. I'm like, yeah, you guys just wait. And she's certainly, maybe I was prophetic for once, but yeah, with her, just watching what she did in that first pass, and I saw her doing that as a 17-year-old, I'm like, well, if she keeps it up, her technique alone is going to take her to the top.
All right, so Regina Jaquess, who started winning world titles at the elite level in 2003.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it?
Yes. All right, let's join Zach.
All right. Here, guys, with Dane Meckler. Dane, squeaked yourself into the finals. It was a little bit windier in that first round. It looks a little better here coming in round number 2.
Yeah, it does. It's looking perfect out there. We got a nice little tailwind off the dock, so I'm looking forward to it. It was pretty windy in the first round, but I'm so happy to be in the final and looking forward to putting up a score and see if these, get these guys chasing. So I'm excited.
Absolutely. Best of luck to you, bud. We're going to go back to our pro women's finals here with Gina on the water. Back to you guys.
All right, excellent skiing from Regina Jaquess. Just heard there from Zach and from Dane Meckler, who will be slaloming pretty soon after Regina Jaquess has completed her run. And not only is Regina Jaquess an incredibly accomplished skier at elite levels, in her collegiate days where she skied for the University of Louisiana at Monroe, I think she won in her entire eligibility of 4 years. She won every title at the national level she could possibly attain.
Well, and as Zach found out as in his pre-interview with Regina, she's the easiest interview of all time. She smiles, she speaks well, she's just a pleasure to be around. I know Mom and Dad are watching. Yeah, just a solid 35. Chef 38 with this slight little tail breeze. Shouldn't have any issues, though.
And also, Regina Jaquess has been training quite extensively over the last couple of seasons, last 3 seasons, if we're being honest, over at Bennett's Water Ski and Wakeboard School in Zachary in Louisiana. And Regina Jaquist basing herself out of Santa Rosa Beach in Florida, where she operates a compounding pharmacy. Not just your typical retail pharmacy, but one of those pharmacies that's capable of producing bespoke medicinal products. As we have a look at Regina Jaquist looking in good shape around all 6 buoys.
Well, for those of you guys watching at home, you see Mr. Will Bush, our driver, but watch her manage this pass through the middle, like 3, 4, and 5. You'll see the tip of the ski come up at times. You see it rock solid there out of 1, so she knows, hey, I'm pretty much hitting a home run. I'm creating a lot of speed, a lot of space. And then here in the middle, and we've seen this time and time again with Regina, she's so aware of where she is that she can allow the ski to rise up. We'll see it here at 5. We call that a safety check, where she knows she has plenty of time. She's not going to be under any duress to get across the 6 ball. So her goal there at the back of 5 is, hey, let's just simply finish the turn with the handle in our hands, and then we'll make it across the 6, and we'll get a shot at this 39 and the title.
And she has fans from all over the world watching. I'm sure that her parents are watching from where they're based, also in Santa Rosa Beach. And her mom, Karen Jaquist, recently celebrated a birthday a couple of weeks ago. And where she typically trains these days, every couple of weeks she makes the I don't know, it's about a 3-hour trek from Escambia from Santa Rosa County in Florida all the way to East Baton Rouge to train over at Bennett's. And big shout out to Jay Bennett, who I'm sure is watching this coverage at 10.75 meters. Here comes Regina Jaquist. There is number 2. If she can get all of 3, she will take the win. There you go, Regina Jaquist.
Well, Tony, we're going to see in this replay that she has a very uncharacteristic fall 1, stubbed her toe, as we would say in the industry, and she immediately resorted to, you know what, I'm just going to get 3 and take the win versus run the 39, which she always wants to do, as she said to us earlier.
And make no mistake, I mean, these performances at 39 and a half off, even for someone like Regina Jaquist, is by no means an automatic. You have to get the perfect gate shot and have a pretty decent number 1, which she did. And then that leaves her open for a good onside turn. Just letting the ski coast outside. Buoy number 3, skis to the wake. I'm your champion. Give me my money.
No, that's it exactly. Just a seasoned veteran. You could see the tip of the ski at the back of 1. There was a little wobble, which means the tempo is not exactly correct. The ski's grabbed too much rail or too much bevel too soon. But her heightened awareness there just allowed her to go, hey, if I just chill, I can still get over to 2 with enough space, finish the business at hand, which is really to get the full 3, which she did. And there you see our podium, Tony.
All right, and I think we're going to bring our Regina Jaquist dockside. Here we are.
All righty, guys. Here with Regina Jaquist, your 2020 MasterCraft Pro Women's Slalom Champion. Nice, quick, easy, 3 at 39. I heard you talking on the way in. Conditions were a little tougher out there than maybe expected with the wind.
Yeah, it was just up and down. It's been like that all day, so it's kind of hard to time the gates, and I think that's what kind of got a lot of us out there. But it's the end of the season, so it's just awesome to walk away at the end of the season with another title. So it's been a great one.
Great season. You took on the victory at Swiss Pro just a couple weeks ago. Come down here, maintain your title at the MasterCraft Pro, and then amazing skiing out there, and congratulations.
Thank you, and thanks for everybody that supported this event, put it on during this time. And I know that the family back home is watching, but you can also go to the link on reginajaquist.com.
All righty, guys, back to y'all.
Renee made me say that.
All right, here we go.
So first skier, the men's slalom final, Dane Meckler, former junior world slalom champion. So the men starting speed has been upped to the 12-meter pass or the 35, and you heard Nate speak about it earlier. We saw Thomas DeGasperi do exactly the same thing. They've already started at the 12-meter pass with this slight little tailwind, and Dane Meckler did exactly this move in the second round.
All right then. So we've got Dane Meckler out on the slalom course. Cole McCormick dockside. We are into the men's slalom final right here and now. The starting line length, minimum starting line length is going to be 12 meters, and Dane Meckler had to slalom 2.5 at the very least in the previous round on 41 off 10.25 meters to make it to this stage of the game. We're at 11.25 meters already for Dane Meckler. Good extension round the first couple of buoys. Nicely done round number 3. Not the tallest of skiers, but I tell you what he lacks in height, he more than makes up for in just sheer power and technique, and that is Dane Meckler with 11.25 meters, just like that, Wade.
Well, Zane's got the exact same opportunity that we saw Miss Elizabeth Montavon have. Clean slate for the finals, no scores carry over. It's a one-shot deal, and we already saw Elizabeth almost create an anticlimactic women's final because, you know, we saw the second, third, fourth ladies right in a row not be able to beat that score. So now she had already attained a podium position. So if Dane can go out and put up maybe a 3.5, 4 at the 10.25, he could do exactly the same thing.
All right, pensive look there, courtesy of Cole McCormick, getting ready for his turn out there. One of the 6 skiers through to this round of the competition, the final. All right, here we go. This is Dane Meckler at 10.75 meters. Gets the start that he needs halfway down the course. Good round number 4. Look at him go round number 5. Really pushing hard, getting round all 6 buoys, and that is a 6 buoy count at 10.75 meters. Beauty of a pass, and now setting up for 41 off. And now he's starting to find his stride again.
I'm loving this, Tony. Exactly the same as Miss Elizabeth. He's already ripped through to 39, so our first skier already a crack at the 41 off with that light little head breeze. Putting the heat on those next few skiers, for sure.
All right then, so looking in fine shape. 10.25 meters. Now, I'm not too sure where his personal best is. I think it is pretty deep into 10.25 meters. I don't think he's ever had an excursion into 9.75 or 43 off.
No, I'm sure he's got a 4 on the board, and a 4 at this point would be definite podium material. Not necessarily maybe the gold medal that some of these gentlemen are certainly striving for. Dane's already won. We talked about his junior world title. Then at the last World Championships, he was the leader actually going into the final round and sort of come of age, if you will.
All right, then don't forget the Skier of the Day vote is still continuing on, so make sure you get your vote in at waterskibroadcasting.com. 10.25 meters. Oh, look at that off buoy number 1. He was late. He gets round number 2. He gets to the wakes. That is Dane Meckler.
Yeah, Tony, he was for sure would have wanted more. We talked about his PB maybe being the 4. but we're going to see the tip come up quite a bit, so much so that the tip was almost on the line. And then he knew at that point, well, I probably just need to manage this. And if I can get a podium out of this, he's already at least run the 39 or the 10.75 and put the pressure on the rest of the field.
Beauty of a start going through the entrance gates. Now, he was down course, but I tell you what, the power this guy has in just being able to get that ski outside buoy number 2 is absolutely astounding.
Well, we already saw it with our ladies winner, Regina. Dane may not be the biggest slalom skier, but his strength to weight ratio would be up there with any of them. And we talked about it earlier with Manon. Dane's a lefty that moves his hips really quick, so he's able to move through and actually get to that stacked position and allow his strength to weight ratio to take over.
Alrighty, Brew, here we go. We've got Cole McCormick. Our next skier up. Minimum starting line length for all of our competitors is 12 meters or 35 on. Got his own support crew. The McCormick family. Susie Graham McCormick, not too far away. The legend, Hall of Famer Ricky McCormick, not too far away either.
Well, it was really interesting. I was there on the dock during the second round. Cole spent a lot of time hanging out with Jeff Rogers. They were conversing about whether Cole should start at the 13 or the 12. His exact words to Jeff were, if I was already in, I would start at the 12 to get a practice round going for the final. But because he wasn't, he still had to go out and finish the second round and make the cut. Well, then he went ahead and started at the 13. So I don't really think it's going to matter too much. We don't see the ladies opt up very much. We see the men do that more. But same as we've already talked about, a few of the ladies start at 13. A lot of these men start at 12 on a regular basis, so shouldn't be that big of a deal.
Let's catch up with Zach on the dock.
All right, guys. I feel like I'm going to be on my tippy toes with you down here. Down with Stephen Deveau. Dane went out there 2 at 41 right off the dock, setting the bar high for the finals here. You had a 2 and a 3 in the previous rounds. Wind looks pretty consistent right now. What's your strategy going into this finals?
Yeah, right now it's just kind of take it a pass at a time, and when it gets to 41, it's lay it all out there pretty much. Nothing else to it right now.
Yeah, we know it's going to take a score, and like you got to get through 39 first, and then no holds bar when it gets to 41. So scrap her out there, man, and look forward to seeing you on the water.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Zach and Stephen Neveu, who will be among our next competitors to take to the water. Here comes Cole McCormick, 11.25 meters, and seems to be finding his footing out there on the slalom course there. Wade getting round number 5. Really easy round number 6 there.
Well, another lefty, Tony, and very similar to Dane and to Manon. He moves center mass through to a stack position really quick. He's very efficient, and it creates a lot of angle out of the buoy. It creates a lot of cross-course speed and space, which is certainly what we're looking for. It was a very easy 11-meter pass. He's going to have this 10.75 now. The wind's almost consistent now. We seem to be lacking the big blow-up breezes that will certainly not only alter your thinking on the dock, but certainly alter your thinking between passes.
All right, so just watching the tail end of Cole McCormick's pass. And that was 11.25 meters. Our only skier in this entire field of skiers, irrespective of men or women, to ride the La Pointe to slalom ski, a relatively new brand to the market, developed by the legend himself, Chris La Pointe, and doing some good work on that ski.
And if you're ever in town, you got to check out the La Pointe Ski Park. Swing by there and you can get a ride.
All right, here we go. This is Cole McCormick now, 10.75 meters. Entrance buoy number 1. Looking and go around buoy number 2. Drops in hard off buoy number 3. Likewise, handle up high off number 4. Takes a big old shunt there. Round number 4, 5, and just about makes that pass. Oh, man alive.
Well, Tony, we've seen quite a few skiers get in this situation and not be able to get out of it. But he had a very nice 1, plenty of space at 2. We talked about there's a little bit of wobble there at the back of 1 with the tip of the ski, but middle of the course here, he's doing all right. And then he gets into maybe a little bit more of a hesitation or a safety check, as we call it, at ball 4.
And just look at this turn. Is there a chiropractor in the house? Oh, my word.
Yeah, finished right around on his back foot. But because he was on his back foot, he had a lot of angle, a lot of load out of the buoy. And Fortson was able to finish that off, no worries.
Ooh, I bet he felt the pain on that one. Probably got a stinger in the neck with that particular turn.
Well, I like this, Tony, versus, it was unfortunate the second ladies slalom skier, 3rd and 4th all didn't ski as well as they did the morning round. And now we've already seen both of the gentlemen not only run the 39, but hey, we're going to get to see Cole right here and what type of score he can put up for the rest of the boys on the dock.
All right, let's have a look and see. This is Cole McCormick. Here he comes, 10.25 meters. More than 2 will give him the lead. There's the 1. There's the 2. Can he make it? Oh, a fin release into buoy number 3. So it looks, I don't know whether he got anything on that, but it's going to be 2. So 2 buoys there at 41 off for Cole McCormick.
You see great balance over the center of the ski here for Cole. Just a little bit on the back foot out of 1. Certainly cost him some space. You can see he just got outside 2, and that's going to be close. Maybe we're going to have some judges' decisions there, but...
Ooh, that is definitely 2. So
yeah, you could see just how fast at 41 he lost ground when he got his ski outside 2. Once he let up, he was thinking he had more, and no, it was gone. And that's just how quick it is when the rope's 3 feet short of the buoy.
Yeah, but he definitely got that ski outside buoy number 2, and that could have been quite dangerous coming off number 2 with that big old fin release coming into number 3. He just couldn't really keep that ski down.
Well, you could see the chatter in the ski as he was approaching ball 3. That was as much load as the ski could take. That's what you're seeing there is once that chatter is taking place where there's so much load in the ski that the ski starts acting funny, if you will. And sometimes if you're at home and you feel that wobble, that's what it is, too much load.
All right, now next competitor up is Italy's Thomas De Gasperi. Looking in grand shape there, opening pass at 12 meters, a pass that he's been quite accustomed to coming into as his first one before. So nicely done. Multiple-time European slalom champion, 2-time world slalom champion in 2007 and 2011. As stylish as it gets.
Well, you see Thomas there, Tony, doing a one-handed gate, and we will have another finalist, Mr. Stephen Nouveau, up next doing that, and we had one ladies finalist, Miss Paige Reaney, doing that, but all of the rest of the guys and gals are doing a traditional two-handed gate. So for those of you watching at home, pick your poison.
Let's check in with Zach.
All right, guys, here with Cole McCormick. 2 at 41, a lot of consistent skiing this weekend from you. I could see in your face, I know you wanted some more buoys out there, kind of left a little bit on the table. Walk me through that 41. I know you kind of had a little hiccup out of one there. What went down that 41?
Yeah, a little disappointed. I've been skiing pretty well the past couple weeks ever since Swiss. I made a change to my skiing. It's been going really well. I had a decent gate, but coming out of one there, I know it felt the back of the ski kind of break loose a little bit going into the first wake, and so that was playing in my head a little bit, and I had to just kind of say, just ignore it, but it was too little too late, I guess.
Hey, Cole. I mean, great effort, great consistent skiing. I know it's maybe not quite the way you want to end it, but hell of a tournament for you.
Thanks, Zach. Appreciate it.
No problem. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot there, Zach and Cole McCormick. 11.25 meter attempt by Thomas de Gasperi, back with live coverage here at the 2020 MasterCraft Pro here on Lake Gru, the home of action water sports and ski fluid. And looking in grand shape here, this is Thomas de Gasperi. Anything you see here, Wade?
Well, he was all over this pass. He was backside. You could see how stacked he was out of 1. Same there at 2. And at this point, he's basically toying with this pass, if you will. He's so early, and Thomas is a skier maybe very similar to the way I skied in the day. He skis his way into shape throughout the weekend, where he may not have had the best week or the best feeling maybe coming in, but you just see him getting better and better and better, feeling the groove. And I know after he ripped that 38, he's going to be feeling a lot of confidence that, yeah, he's going to be able to take this down, which is exactly what we're cheering for him to do.
All right, then. Looks like we got a winner and for the women's podium prediction. Now, she wasn't exact with this prediction, but this is the closest that we got. And Audrey Welland, who is watching online right now, you have won yourself that Connolly DV8 slalom ski signed by Manon Costard. So that'll be winging its way to you very, very shortly. Audrey Welland, congratulations on winning that audience prize slalom ski courtesy of Connolly. Look at that. Thomas de Gasperi, this is on 10.75 meters and smoking this pass.
Yeah, you said it, Tony. He really did. He just crushed it. He used all his space at 1 to get a lot of angle generated to 2. And once he finishes out of 2, he knows he's already got the pass in the bag. You'll see a safety check at ball 4 telling us that he was on top of his managerial skills, making sure he wasn't going to blow this pass. Getting a crack at this 41 with a headwind. Okay. There you saw it, the little safety check. He did a little stop and go move, if you will, because he knew he had enough space and time. No worries.
All right, and a few of the folks that are commenting on the YouTube channel are asking, what's a safety check?
Well, Tony, when these skiers are so good, they create so much side-to-side speed that they have more space than you guys at home coming into the buoy. So with that space that they're able to create, is it a green light special or maybe a yellow light safety check, which he had there at ball 4? He was like, hey, I've had 3 green lights in a row, ball 1, 2, and 3. I'm just going to safety check this because the last thing he wants to do is at ball 4 become a swimmer and no longer be a skier.
All right, here comes Thomas de Gasperi. This now is 41 off, 10.25 meters. Oh, look at him go off buoy number 1 on that good wide ride slalom ski. In good rhythm off the first 3 buoys. Look at him go around buoy number 4. Come on, Thomas. He's round number 4, round 5, through to the wakes. Yeah! Man alive, great skiing there from Thomas de Gasperi, and probably one of his better slalom performances we've seen in recent times.
Man, that was fantastic. He set it all up. He did all the work, ran the 39 tail or the 10.75, and then great start here. And I love the energy from Thomas. As I said, I think he's a gamer. As soon as you get into this final situation, he's always going to bring his A game. That was fun to watch. And I'm sorry, ladies, after Elizabeth lit it up and we had a couple of the girls that didn't do so good, these guys have done the exact opposite. They're lighting it up, and each guy's at least tying the one before, or now Thomas has really set the bar for our last 3 competitors.
And it'll be interesting to if Zach is within earshot to ask if that is actually very close to a personal best for Thomas de Gasperi. And to my best recollection, I don't think he's ever gotten through 41 off.
Well, I would put my money that he had, Tony, but I'm certainly not going to go against your dictionary.
There we go.
Tony's got special skills. He's
I try.
Encyclopedic.
All right, so now our next competitor to go on this list, I believe it should be Stephen Neveu. Coming to us out of Canada, skis over at the lakes of Casting Stone. But let's check in with Zach.
All righty, guys. Here with Thomas DeGasberry, 5 at 41 in the finals. The 2 was the mark to beat, and you went out there and you said, screw 2, I'm going all the way to 5 ball. What a round. You're looking great. You said you feel dialed in. How'd it feel out there today?
No, it felt perfect. The second round this morning, I didn't have the gate that I wanted for 41, so it kind of gave me an idea of what I had to do now. And in the final, you got to give 100%, because if not, I had a good gate, good 1 ball, turn 2, turn 3, keep going. I'm pretty happy. I've been changing a lot of my gates over the summer because there's no tournament, so I've been working a lot on that, and I'm pretty happy.
All right, man, absolutely huge round. Way to make some adjustments on the fly and be able to come out there and deliver a performance like 5 at 41. Absolutely huge. Couple big names left in the dock for you, but regardless, you set the bar high, man, and I'm excited to see where it's going to finish for you.
Yeah, there's still three skiers, big names out there that can beat me, but I'm happy with my skiing, and this is what I wanted, and hopefully I'll make them work hard.
Hey, got to make them work for it. Hey, congratulations to you guys. Big score. Let's see how it holds up. Back to you guys.
Well, echoing the sentiments there expressed by Thomas DeGasberry, you got to go hard or go home. And one skier who's definitely prepared to do that is our Canadian athlete coming back in on 11.25 meters after a successful run on 12. This is Stephen Neveu. Moving rapidly with our finalist skiers in the men's competition from one to the other. We saw Thomas DeGasberry almost get through 41 off.
Well, Stephen is our tallest guy in the men's slalom field. I think he'd be a full solid 6'6", and he skis that way as well, where we're talking about maybe Dane, a little bit quicker through the lower body. Stephen may not be quite as quick, but he is taller, and he uses that frame. You see he's very still at the back of the buoy, similar to the tower Chris Parrish, and he just allows his momentum to keep going forward through the turn, and he finishes in that stacked position, and because he's so tall, he's confident. Getting to the next buoy is not going to be a problem.
All right, and there is Freddie Winter on the starting dock, getting ready for his go out there, but we'll see what transpires with Stephen Neveu. For those of you that are just joining us, welcome to the 2020 MasterCraft Pro event. My name's Tony Lightfoot, alongside Wade Cox here in the announcing position, and Zach Warden is by the dock. Freudian slip there a little bit there, but there you go. We've got Stephen Neveu round the first couple of buoys. This is 10.75 meters, third pass in, and already on a line length where the line comes up significantly short of buoy's width. Tremendous skill, tremendous effort by all of our athletes at this time, especially Stephen Neveu.
Man, I'm loving it, Tony. 4 for 4 now. All these guys have taken down the 10.75 with the tailwind. Big one from Stephen there. And we mentioned it with Thomas. Once he finished out of 1, he knew he had enough space already. And you saw him there at ball 3, just really managed the rope well. He skied back into that slight little slack line, but he wasn't panicked and didn't lose his composure. So he knew he was going to have that stack position waiting on him. And
all right, guys, hanging out here, taking a little load off with Mr. Nate Smith, running through that 41 in the first round. We just saw T-Gas go out there and throw down a bomb at 5 at 41. Talk me through it. You're through 41 the first 2 rounds. Can we see it again here in round number 3?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I just told Steve over here on the dock that, I wanted to run 41 again. I didn't want to have to run 41 again. But, I'm happy with the first round. The second round was kind of just go out there and ski. But, now the pressure's on. So, you got to go out there and do it. And, this is when it all counts.
Hey, man, you've been huge under pressure in past tournaments and stuff. So I expect great stuff from you. And good luck out there, Nate.
Yep, thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
All right, there, and Nate Smith with Zach Warden there, and certainly agree with the sentiments there with Nate Smith. He would like to run into 43 off, but doesn't want to be forced into getting into that particular line length in order to win. Oh my word! And that is at 10.25 meters. And getting into a little bit of a tricky situation there. Let's have a look at this from Stephen Neville.
Well, he has skied himself into second position with 2 guys left, so maybe he's going to still have a chance at podium. But I know he's going to be a little bit bummed. You saw a loose line there at the back of 2, which meant he wasn't going to be quick enough over to 3. But still a nice, solid weekend for Stephen. You see him there, he's disappointed, he's a competitor. But now we've got 2 competitors left, and we've got the perfect conditions in the scenario. The gentlemen are forced to start at 35, so they're going to have a 39 tail. And as we heard Nate say, he really doesn't want to have to run 41 to win, but now he's going to at least have to get the ski outside 6, and he's still got to deal with Mr. Fred Winter leaving the dock now.
All right, so we see dockside Nate Smith getting mentally prepared and in the water and about to get on top of the water. World Slalom Champion from 2017, the pride of Wandsworth in London. It is none other than Freddie Winter.
Well, it was great, Tony. The first time I was around Freddie was at the Princess Pro-Am, and he was just a little kid, just a little grom. His mom and dad were there skiing in the Pro-Am as well. And then it was quite a few years later. It was maybe a U17 event around the world. I saw a Fred Winter from England, and I asked someone, hey, is that the same kid from the Princess? And they said, yeah, but he's not a kid anymore. You got to see how big he is. So the first time I saw him, and he'd grown into the figure that he is, it's been fun watching ever since, and I'm a big fan.
All right, then. So that was Freddie Winter with his opening pass, and we're here with Zach.
All righty, guys. Here with Manon. You took home 3rd place in the pro women's division earlier. I know it's not quite the finish you wanted, but you live to fight another day. But right now we got Freddie Winter out in the water. You train with him all the time. Give me a little walkthrough. What do you guys talk about when you're off the water, kind of getting prepped up for going to the event? What's going through Freddie's mind right now? He saw T-Gas 05. What do you think he's going for?
Well, he's going for it 100%. It's always a bit of a tough position when everyone goes around 3 and, you don't know if you want to turn it or turn it. But right now, I think it took out a little bit of that, stress about what to do on 3. So he knows that the only way is to really go for it. So that's what he's going to have in mind. And then, just feeling balanced on the ski and he has no trouble pulling pretty hard, so he'll have the energy for sure, and we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to watch this last couple of finals. Like you said, they're not log jammed up at 3 like you see in a lot of pro events. A score got put out at 5 early, so I mean there's no you can't take it easy on 1 and turn. It's turn and burn this time, and we'll see what he's got for us. Thank you, Manon, for the insight there.
Yeah, thank you.
All righty, back to you guys.
All right, then. So we just seen there Zach with Manon Costard, and there is a French expression that works in concert with what Manon just said, tout ou rien, which means all or nothing, and that's exactly the attitude that Freddie Winter's taken into this performance right here, right now.
Well, fortunately for Freddie, his resume is fairly full, so it puts him in that situation where, he wants to win. So it is really all or nothing. He can leave the lake today going, hey, I made the final, but if he doesn't give it his all, he's going to kick himself big time. But if he finishes without the title, but he's given it his go, his best, then he can leave sort of a happy man, unhappy that he didn't win, but certainly happy that he went for it. And we wouldn't sort of expect anything out of Freddie but that.
All right, so we're just seeing the instant replay on Freddie Winter, and there is Nate Smith, originally out of McCordsville in Indiana. I'm sure it's pretty cold up there, a little too cold to be slalom skiing at this level, so grateful for the opportunity to be spending some time here in Central Florida and being able to train and practice pretty much year-round. And the same can be said for Freddie Winter. It's probably almost winter in England right now. Here we go. This is round buoy number 1. This is 10.75 meters, a pass that he needs to get to grips with, get on the good foot. Nice and early into number 5, barrels into number 6 and gets that pass to go. So now he's looking at potential targets on 10.25 meters and a great looking pass.
Fred used to do a one-handed gate, and if you saw there in the instant replay, when he was out on his gate line, he actually relaxed his left grip pressure off of the handle momentarily. But very similar to Thomas, he was just all over this pass, so much so that he's able to just safety check it near the end, make sure, hey, I'm not going to blow this and get a 3.5 when I'm already done all the good work and I'm this early. So as you see there, he cruises out to 5 over to 6, really not a problem, and it's awesome. Tony, again, now all 5 of our skiers so far into the 41 off pass. Good stuff.
And about the same time that he changed his handle grip with the gate shot, he also changed his binding configuration as well. We went with a double boot and had that for quite a while, but then changed it to a rear toe loop. And there is a dramatic effect that occurs whenever you switch from a full-on rear binding to a rear toe loop, and we'll expand upon that in just a moment. Here we go. This is Freddie Winter. The lead score he's going to attack is 5 at 10.25 meters. Let's see how far he can get. Round buoy number 1, drops in hard. Round buoy number 2, still on his feet. Round number 3, look at him go. Keeping it flow going is round buoy number 4. Look at him go round buoy number 5. He will ski to the wake and he will tie the lead. All right. Oh, wow. Great skiing there from Freddie Winter. 5 buoys at 10.25 meters. One of his better scores of the season. It's a tie for the lead, but will he be forced to run off that for the win?
Man, that was awesome, Tony. 2 finalists already with a 5 at 41, and that's a lot of pressure for Freddie. Right here in the middle of the course, he's going, man, I still got to get my ski all the way outside 5 and back to the wake just to get a chance to tie for the lead. So once he knew in the middle of the course 2, sort of going to 3, that he wasn't going to get 6, he hit the recalculating button, if you will, and said, you know what, let's manage this and let's at least get the 5. And now, as we mentioned, 2 skiers already on a 5 with Nate left, and as we saw at the Swiss a few weeks ago, the 5 was enough.
All right, and this is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation because let me tell you this. Freddie and Stephen Neveu currently actually Thomas de Gasperi is in that tied first place with a Freddie Winter. Let's go back to Zach on the dock.
All right, guys, here with Freddie Winter. Thomas went out there and threw down a huge score at 5. We talked to Manon while you were skiing. She said, you know, there's no log jam at 3. It's all guts. You know, you got to go out there and hit it hard from the beginning. Great start to the pass. We had a little bobble at 3, and then talk me through that 4 and that 5 ball to tie things up.
I don't know, man. Don't ask me that question. I have no idea. I was just turning. I felt good after great 1, pretty good 2. I don't know about 3, but pulled hard to 4 and then turned the hell out of it. What am I allowed to say?
We'll let it slide.
At 4 and got around 5, so I'm tied for the lead. Thomas skied really well. That's his best score in a final that I've seen him do in front of me. So good for him. And it's either a runoff or Nate's going to beat us, and then we can have a beer together and whatever.
Yeah, I mean, valiant effort for you out there to see 5 get thrown down and you go out there and match it. I know you want to beat it, but I mean, 5 is an extremely respectable score. 5 is what took you home the gold at Swiss Pro not too long ago. Nate just fell a little bit short on that, so it's going to be up to Nate here. If Nate's not able to eclipse that 5, we have that runoff for first place with TS.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I would say, you got to feel good in yourself walking away. So if I get beat today, I'll be happy that I improved every round. I mean, my first round was terrible, my second round was pretty bad, and that was actually quite good, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, you're against yourself a lot of times, and as long as you can walk away with a smile on your face and proud of the product you produced, which you produced a great one today, you can walk with your head high. So I'll let you get rested up in case we see how this goes down, but good job.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
All right, back right on time with Nate Smith. This now is a 12 meter, actually went in on 12 meters. This is 11.25 meters for Nate Smith. Not looking too bad out there on the slalom course, and the only skier in this competition to have run 10.25 meters, not only once, but twice in as many rounds.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Tony. He took the second round this morning, and even though it was a freebie, if you will, he knew he already had a spot secured. His exact words were, I want to start at 35 so I can run 41 from the other end, and he was successful at doing that, being the only skier of the weekend so far to do it. It'd be hard to bet against him right now.
All right, then. So looking down the list, we see Freddie Winter and Thomas de Gasperi currently tied with the lead with 5 at 10.25 meters. Now, if they were to tie for any position other than the win, then Freddie Winter actually has the upper hand, because Freddie Winter actually in previous rounds of skiing got 3 at 10.25 meters and 2 buoys at 10.25 meters, whereas Thomas de Gasperi got 3 at 10.25 meters and 0 on that same line length. So actually working back to 2 times in the previous 2 rounds to determine who has the score that keeps them their noses out in front. All right, here we go. This is Nate Smith.
So obviously got to run this pass, 39, slight tailwind. A lot of tip at 1, a lot of tip at 2. Same as we've seen the other fellas. Created so much space early on. There we see the safety check for those you guys at home, where he was so early, he just allowed himself to hesitate. The tip of the ski comes up, but he knows he's still got ample amount of time to get across to 5 and 6.
And with the ski designs these days, and I mean, we appreciate the audience tuning in, especially those that haven't competed or haven't gotten on a slalom ski for a long, long time. But the skis as they're designed today, they are designed to be turned with very little force, with very little pressure. You know, about slalom skis back in the 80s and even the early part of the 90s, you really had to force them round, you know, to make them work for you. But these days, with very, very little pressure and very little coaxing, that slalom ski can go from 0 to 90 degrees in a split second.
And they also want to ride very level in the water. So when the skier does do this safety check, because the ski is more delicate than it used to be, you mentioned the happy feet earlier, we want to have very, very quiet feet, certainly if that tip comes up, so we don't blow the ski out of the water. Then by allowing the hesitation, the ski keeps coming around, and then we get that stack position and get our speed again.
All right, so who looks the more stylish, Freddie Winter or Thomas de Gasperi? Thomas de Gasperi's got the shades on, and Freddie Winter on the starting dock, both of them with 5. Now they're going to find out if that score will either put them into a runoff or leaving them in 2nd and 3rd place respectively. Oh, look at this. Oh my word, he's round buoy number 3, round number 4. He gets round number 5. We are going into a runoff for the win.
Oh, I love
Triple
this, Tony.
Runoff.
Yeah,
Here we go.
love it. We've seen it again where big scores been put up, And yeah, I think it got him right in the middle. He's going, man, I don't think I'm going to make this. Let's go ahead and ski for the tie.
Oh, wow. This is exciting.
This is awesome, Tony. I really thought he had enough out of one there to finish the business. Same at 2, but somewhere must have been 3, 4. Yeah, you could see a big hesitation. So it must have told him the vision that he got there at 3 wasn't to his liking. So he went ahead and chose at that precise moment, let's just check down, make sure we get 5, and get a shot at the title.
All right, so it's going to be a coin toss, isn't it, essentially? Random draw to determine who's going to go out first, I believe?
Well, curious, they may keep the exact same seeds that they've already competed in because it's a earned seed, if you will. So we're going to get down from Miss Dana Garcia soon. We'll get relayed back from the start dock exactly what this order is going to be.
Wow, some great skiing. So Nate, okay, so we got this running order. Nate goes out first, then T-Gas, then Freddie.
And how was that determined?
Yeah. Yes, Tony, you're right. They've done a random draw, and Nate is chosen first. We'll have T-Gas second, and Freddie will be third.
And Wade, tell the good folks what line length they have to start in at.
They will be starting at 10.75 tailwind.
Huh.
Yeah, interesting, huh? And maybe not so bad for Nate. Obviously, he just finished up. But for T-Gas, it's been a little bit now. You know, he's been sitting over on the shore for, 15, 20 minutes, and your muscles start to cool down. It makes your reaction maybe a little bit different. So it's going to be interesting. Love the excitement.
All right, then we're taking a little bit of a breather. We'll go into the runoff, and there we go. There's your top 3: Smith, Winter, and De Gasperi.
So maybe, Tony, I'm going to test you here. This may be the highest score or the best score that we've ever had a 3-way runoff at. A 3-way tie for the championship with 5 at 10.25. Maybe that's been done before, but I don't think so.
I honestly don't think so. I don't think a 3-way tie of that high score has been achieved.
So I certainly thought, per our discussions with the athletes throughout the weekend, that with this boat, with this site, we were going to get some excitement like they're witnessing right now.
All right, let's join Zach on the dock.
All right, guys, down here I got T-Gas here now, Nate Smith in the water, Freddie getting ready. We got a 3-way runoff, all ran 5:41 in the first round. They're going to be going 39 cold off the dock. T-Gas, you threw down a beautiful 39 in the first round. Now we're here in the runoff.
Yeah, it's I kind of was expecting some of the guys to kind of tie me or, match me. I was hoping not both of them, but this is the beauty of the sport. That's what we're doing here. We're having fun, so it's going to be a tough one, but I'll definitely attack for it.
All right, here we go. Nate, 39.
All right, here comes Nate Smith, opening pass, 10.75 meters, looking in grand shape. He's the freshest off the water, having just completed 5 at 10.25 meters. And he wanted to just get 5 because he loves skiing behind this boat so much. He wants to keep on skiing.
Well, he just absolutely cruised this 39 tail. You mentioned he's the freshest off the water. And, yeah, my prediction would be he's going to go ahead and take this next one to the house and really put the heat on the boys.
Yes, indeed. A great conclusion to our men's slalom final. We got 3 competitors. For those of you just joining us here at the 2020 MasterCraft Pro, my name's Tony Lightfoot, alongside Wade Cox and Zach Warden on dockside. We're in the midst of a 3-way runoff for the win with all competitors. Again, 5 at 10.25 meters to tie each other. It's Smith, Winter, and De Gasperi. I know that sounds like a law firm, but But that's the situation that we've got right now.
Well, I tell you, Tony, we mentioned the women's finale was just a bit anticlimactic. Well, we've maybe saved the best of our TWBC broadcast for last. I mean, this is as good of excitement as we've had all year in men's slalom, right here, last event of the year.
And here's an opportunity for you to vote for Skier of the Day. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com and cast your vote. Here comes Nate Smith. This is 10.25 meters. Look at him go around buoy number 3. Barrels into buoy number 4. A little delay off number 4. He's good for 5. Can he make it round buoy number 6? Just about makes it. Can he get... Whoa! S turns 6 and through the exit gate.
Yeah, I hate to say I told you so, Tony, but yeah, I really thought that he would do this. He rips out of 1 and rips out of 2. Had lots of space middle of the course. And you saw him safety check 4, maybe a bit more than I think he would have wanted, but still had enough space into 5 to finish the business.
But just a look at that slide off buoy number 3. I mean, he really got in pretty deep there on that D3 Ion slalom ski.
Yeah, his safety check, exit 4, became a complete stop and go. That's how far ahead of the boat the skiers get at 41 off, where they're literally even with the driver. Ooh. And yeah, his back probably going to be feeling that one tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. But he needs to try and stay focused and stay concentrated because it's 9.75 meters, 43 off in a runoff.
Well, same as we talked about when we had Zach's interview with Manon. This takes the pressure off Thomas and Freddie. They just get to go out and go for it and rip. Now the big scores on the board.
All right, let's have a look and see. Here we go. Nate Smith, 9.75 meters, 43 off. Does he get the 1? Yes, to the wakes. Let's give it up for Nate Smith.
So, folks, let's put that in perspective. If we were to put the rope at perfect perpendicular, the handle would be 5 feet short of the buoy. So he's using the reach and his body length, and still you could just see there was minimal space that he could create. Hence, just getting 1.
And that's one of those line lengths where for anyone who stands around about 5'2", it is a physical impossibility to get that ski round the buoy.
Yeah, you could see him there, Tony, 2-3 ski lengths before the buoy at full extension, and he's already thinking, this still isn't enough. So there was sort of a last lunge up with the reach hand and make sure that the inside hip stays outside the buoy line just long enough to get the full point. And as I mentioned, you know, for Thomas and Freddie, in a way the pressure's off because let's say Nate only runs a 3 or a 4, and all of a sudden maybe they're feeling more pressure than they would now that he just hit it out of the park, so to speak, using a baseball term.
Let's give it up for Nate Smith as he works his way past. Nicely done. 1 at 9.75, 1 at 43 off. All right. Okay, who's next? Freddie Winter, another world champion.
No, actually, it'll be Daggs up next. I'm seeing him down there with his cool
Thomas
looking board shorts.
Next, yeah.
Tomas always showing a bit of flair with some colored board shorts. I like that.
3 world champions on the starting dock in a multiple-way runoff.
No, it's fantastic. The only past world champion that's active that missed out was Mr. Will Asher. Otherwise, we would have all of our active world champions here in the final today.
Aside from Joel Howley, of course, who is...
I apologize, Joel.
Who is watching this from what I've been able to ascertain from our comments.
Yeah, Joel, we've been missing you, mate. And the same with Senor Roberto Pagosi down in the Dominican. Yeah, man, we've been missing you guys. So hope to see you guys soon.
All right, let's get in touch with Zach on the dock.
All right, guys, here with Nate real quick right before T-Gas is getting ready to go out. Whoa, 39, 41, another 1 at 43 in the runoff. That's a huge score, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with how I skied there in the finals. I mean, T-Gas went out and put up a massive score, and, you know, he did that at Swiss a couple weeks ago, but, you know, I did the same thing at 4 and 5, but just held on and got out the gates.
That's a hell of a score. All right, let's go back. T-gas on the water, 39 off.
All right, here we go. This is Thomas de Gasperi, 10.75 meters. I don't think even in his wildest dreams he thought that he would be going back into the course cold at 10.75 meters. But look at this, straight off the dock, 6 buoys. Let's give it up, Thomas de Gasperi. Look at that.
Well, guys, you'll see he just came into our frame in the ball one. Here we're seeing on the replay the full one-handed gate. You're going to see a fairly substantial bobble on the back of one, but Thomas, being the gamer that he is, the seasoned veteran, he's able to, man, he got a lot of angle, a lot of bevel in the water, so much that he had to back off slightly, but he managed it well. By the time he was coming into 3, he already knew he had to pass. And same as Nate, he's going to get a shot at this 41 headwind. And first pro event Thomas won. He ran 41 off. He ran the 10.25 pass in a tie break just outside Paris, France, at a lake called Ski West. Shout out to Pierre Carmen, who was the host.
Okay, just getting some word from one of our Italian skiers, Alicia Bagnoli, and communicated with her to find out what the Italian national slalom record is. He tied it in the previous round with 5 at 10.25 meters. So yeah, as I surmised a little bit earlier on, no Italian has actually managed to get through 10.25 meters, and here we are. This is an attempt at a new Italian men's slalom record if you can get past 5. Here he goes, round buoy number 1, a good slide off number 1. Look at him go round buoy number 2, he's still on top. Round to buoy number 3, oh, he's a delay off number 3 and inside 4. There we go, let's give it up for Thomas de Gasperi, folks.
Yeah, that's a bummer. You could sort of hear that glutural roar coming, you know, he's extremely disappointed. So that 41 that he would have run in that tiebreak round for that the Ski West Championship back in the day, that would have been an unofficial round, as this probably is right now being an unofficial round, meaning we're in a tiebreak situation.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right.
Irrelevant of that, what he really, really, really wanted to do was win the tournament. Now he knows he's not gonna, and that's where him being the gamer that he is, yeah, extremely disappointed.
But let's not gloss over the fact that in the previous round he tied an Italian national slalom record with 5 at 10.25 meters. He'll depart from here a happy camper.
Well, and worst case scenario, he's going to be 3rd place, which sponsors, mom and dad, everybody always loves their guy on the podium, which now he's going to be.
All right, so, okay, let's return to the dock and find Zach Warden.
All right, T.S., not for a lack of effort, man. Nate threw down a pretty damn impressive score, but still a respectable finish out there. Wasn't going to take down the gold today, I mean, but still, you finish on the podium depending on what goes down with Freddie right now, but take us through that little run off there.
Yeah, you know, starting at 39 cold, it's you got to be quick, you got to be ready, and you got to be aggressive. You know, that's what I did. My 39 was pretty good, and I think my gate wasn't as good as the other one, but let's see what Freddie does now.
All right, we got Freddie, 39 off. Here we go.
All right. Okay, opening up with that pass at 10.75 meters. That was Freddie Winter. And what did you see here, Wade?
Just another walk in the park for these guys, right? I mean, we're talking about 39.5 off, 10.75 meter line as your opening pass. It's been a good solid 20, 25 minutes since Freddie was out there. What does he do? He just executes it, nails, no worries at all. Showing the extreme confidence that he has in his own ability, not to be rushed or panicked. And you see him finishing the job there at ball 5, tipped down, moved in really nice to that stack position, that powerful leverage position that he has. And yeah, we get another shot here at 41. And I love this last man standing. He's got the ball in his hand. The title is yet decided, just about to be.
That's light, though.
Yeah.
All right, so if we're talking about slalom records, how about the British national slalom record? 1.5 at 9.75 meters. Provided he clears through this one, he'll have an opportunity and a crack at that, and also an opportunity to take the win. But ABCs, got to get through this pass first. It is going to be 10.25 meters. Needs to start and get, oh, look at that.
Yes. Come on.
Oh, a little bit of a slide on number 3. He's good to go around number 4. Come on. Getting around buoy number 5. Oh, and a delay off number 5. Oh, my word. And he comes up short. That was at 10.25 meters. That disappointment written all over his face, which means that your winner of this event with 1 at 9.75 meters, 43 off, is Nate Smith.
Wow, great skiing, Nate. You did all the work to get there. You put up the huge score there in the 3-man tiebreak. It was enough to hold on for the victory. And you could see when Freddie came across the wake 5-6 and it was over, you could see the disappointment. He is the ultimate competitor and a real bummer for him. But gosh, guys, what a great finale. Absolutely superb skiing. 3 5 at 41s to get into the tiebreak, and then Nate taking the 41. Wow, just awesome skiing.
Beautiful, beautiful skiing there for a certain point there with Freddie Winter. Got the start that he wanted, and then just a split second there and just slide down course, and then it was just all over there by the shouting there for Freddie Winter. He got round number 5, one of his better scores of the season, but not enough to take the win here. And 9 times out of 10, 5 at 10.25 meters would be enough to take the victory by a significant margin, but in this competition, not quite the case. So your winner is Nate Smith. In second place, Freddie Winter. In third place, Thomas Gaspery. All fine competitors. All right, the men's jump final coming up within the next few minutes, so stick around and let's check in one final time in this slalom event with Zach Warden.
All righty, I'm here with Freddie Winter. Man, you guys really threw down the gauntlet there in that runoff. You looked like you were in that 41. You had a huge 4-ball, tried to give yourself a chance to get all the way through it. Just came up a little bit short at 5, man, but it's not too often, 5 at 41, and you wound up second place, but you guys really threw it down out there in the final runoff.
Well, that might be the best final ever. I don't know. I mean, I feel like 3 guys getting to 5, and I mean, Thomas ran 5 at 41 and came third. So anyway, look, for me, I'm upset. I thought I might have had a chance of running that, and I didn't, so that's upsetting. But I'm honestly, with how I've kind of been busy helping out with this tournament, and I'm happy it's come off. I'm happy with everyone putting the work in, and it's been great. So I want to say a big thank you to MasterCraft Boats in Action putting this on, and all the guys that have put it together. There's like a list of 20, and really appreciate that, and thank you for you guys what you're doing at Wartsy Broadcasting, and off season now, so time to get better.
Enjoy back to the drawing board a little bit, but man, you had some great skiing, and big thank you to you. I know you were texting me back and forth trying to get some things lined up for this event, and it goes a lot putting the events on and then trying to perform in it, and you performed awfully well, Freddie. And second place, that's something good to hang your hat on to finish out the year and leave you a little hungry for next year.
Certainly will. And you're not the only person I was annoying with text, by the way. I'm sure there's about 20 people who don't want to hear from me for a very long time. So until next year, I'm put on the event again.
All right, guys, we'll turn it back over to you. I'm going to go find Nate Smith, our winner, and we'll chew his ear off for a second.
Thanks a lot, Zach, and thanks once again to Wade Cox being here in the announcing point, giving us the benefit of his experience and analysis during the slalom event. Well done to you, sir.
Well, Tony, it's just been absolutely fantastic working with you, with Vince, with Ricky, with Alice, with the whole TWBC crew. This is our 5th event we've worked together this year, and our last event, And it's just been a real pleasure. Looking forward to doing more events next year.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much indeed. And that brings to a conclusion the men's slalom event, indeed all of our slalom events. The next event that you will see will be the men's jump final, and it will be taking place in just a few minutes. Stick around as the 2020 MasterCraft Pro event here at Lake Grue, the home of action water sports and ski fluid, continues.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
From Coble Water Ski and Wakeboard Camp here in Lillington, North Carolina. Our facility is situated on 10 private lakes.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Lessons learned from the silent flight of owls has been applied to aerospace and to Formula One racing. Now, they've been applied to the water ski fin. Coming soon, the Whisperfin Pro.
All right then, folks, good afternoon once again. It is about 3:30 in the afternoon here at Eastern Daylight Time on the eastern seaboard of the United States. And no matter where you happen to be tuning in from, everywhere around the world, we thank you indeed for watching the 2020 MasterCraft Pro event here at Lake Gru, which is the home of Action Water Sports and Ski Fluid. You can find out more about Action Water Sports, our title sponsor for this particular event, by going to actionwater.com. Actionwater.com to find out more about Action Water Sports. There are 4 locations in Michigan and 1 here in Central Florida. And you can find out more about them by going to that particular website. And I'll tell you what, absolutely scintillating event. I mean, we just witnessed 2 great slalom finals. Whew. In the women's competition was pretty intense enough, but the men's competition, are you kidding me? Wow, yeah, went into a 3-way runoff between 3 world champions, and all of those competitors needing at least 5 at 10.25 meters to get to that stage. And then Nate Smith to come through and win it with 1 at 9.75 meters or 43 off. All right then, so that is the leaderboard in the men's slalom, as you can plainly see from our previous event. Nate Smith, your winner ahead, Freddie Winter and Thomas de Gasperi, and the remainder of that list here. All right, open men's starting list. So far as the jump event is concerned, we're going to start things off with Jack Ridgely, followed by Dorian Llewellyn, then Taylor Garcia, and then we go into the heavy hitters, the last 3. Igor Morozov, a new Russian jump record with 229 feet. Felipe Miranda, new Chilean and Latin American jump record in the previous round with 237 feet. And then there is the one, the only, Freddy Krueger with a jump of 237 feet from the round before. So, tell you what, the last pro event of the season, we are concluding what has been a challenging 2020 season with an absolute rip-roaring bang. I tell you what. All right, great skiing to come. We're getting rid of buoys. We're getting rid of the slalom course. we're replacing the slalom course with the jump course, and from there we'll introduce 6 jumpers,
What did you guys bring?
each with 3 attempts at that 1.8 meter high ramp, or 6 foot for those of you that rely upon the old parlance of measuring. On the starting dock is Jack Critchley, getting ready for a set, and the boat making its way up and down, doing the simulation path where the boat will actually weave a little bit to simulate the final path that a jumper would take, going in towards that incredibly high jump ramp of 1.8 meters high, or 6 foot. These skiers will crack anywhere up to about 65, 70 miles an hour, right off the turn through the wakes and into the bottom of that jump. And it's a little bit of a teeter-totter so far as the jumpers are concerned, where they try and keep as much water speed as they can before going into the turn, because the more speed that they carry, the less they have to regenerate off that turn before heading into the jump for that final dramatic cut. All right, then, just receiving some pretty startling news, and that concerns the audience prize competition. We already awarded a DV8 slalom ski to Audrey. Audrey Welland won the women's prize. And who won the men's prize? And it is JP Polsak. JP Polsak, he won the D3 slalom ski of his choice. Now, just to add something to that, we had 44 entries that had exactly the same podium position, plus the top score. That's just unthinkable that 44 people would have Nate Smith, Freddie Winter, and Thomas de Gasperi in that order, and have the winning score of 1 at 9.75 meters. So, I'll tell you what, that was an absolutely scintillating round of slalom. So, JP Polsak, you have won yourself a D3 slalom ski, any size, any model, whether it be the Ion, whether it be the NRG, or any other of those fine D3 slalom skis. That choice is yours, and we will get in contact with you very, very soon to find out what your preferences are. Whew. And there's also opportunity for you to interact with waterskibroadcasting.com for the skier of the day. Waterskibroadcasting.com, your final chance to vote for skier of the day. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com, go to the skier vote, and put in your choice. Could it be someone like Nate Smith, running 10.25 meters in 2 out of the 3 rounds of regulation skiing and once in the runoff? Could it be someone like Elizabeth Montavon, who started off in the women's slalom competition and registered an absolutely brilliant second place finish? Could it be Regina Jaquist, who continues her winning streak? Or could it be someone else that you favor? Or could you be patient enough to wait until the end of the men's jump competition to absolutely find out whether there's someone worthy of your vote by the end of the men's jump event? I tell you. Men's jump event will take place very, very soon. And I've got a good friend here who just became the big old winner in the slalom event. Yeah, Mr. Nate Smith, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you, Tony?
Oh, not too bad. I was just absolutely exhausted after that. I don't know about you.
Me too.
But I mean, on that, the original final round, where you came in on 10.25 meters, you could have easily have settled it. I wouldn't say easily have settled it, but I mean, you could have slalomed the same score that you did in the previous rounds, and that would have been over and dusted. But you decided to make it exciting.
You know, if it all went to plan, that's what would have happened. But, you know, I had a good start there, and I kind of came into 3 a little bit narrow and a little fast over to 4, and, you know, I just got sat back on the tail and just couldn't quite get over to 5 and trust myself to actually turn that 5 ball and get to 6. So
let's have a look at this. One of the instant replays here. I believe this is 10.25 meters. Got an exceptional start. This is in the runoff, by the way, and looking great off there. I
got heavy out of 2 there. You saw
I saw that.
Down.
And got a bit of a down course slide off number 3, but still managed to get angle out of it.
Yeah, and here, see, there at 4 ball, I stood up and had a loose line there at 4. I think that crosswind was a little pushy over there to that 2-4 side, and you know, I came into 5 and said, I got to go. I knew the 2 guys on the dock were both capable of running that pass, so I had to go, and you know, I just got over to 6 and took all this slack and tried to get rid of it here, and I just saw it all down by my ankles, but managed to squeak through.
That famous French expression, tout or rien, that's all or nothing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought coming into 5. I said, I got to go or not, because somebody behind me on the dock's going to do it.
Yeah, when we just saw a little bit there from the instant replay package, and down on the dock there was Thomas de Gasperi. But I mean, you have to give a round of applause and admiration for Freddie Winter and indeed Thomas de Gasperi, who were battling hard to try and dethrone you, but they came away with some season best scores.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I was just down there talking to Thomas de Gasperi, and you know, that's some of the best skiing he's done in a couple of years. And you know, a couple of weeks ago at Swiss, we saw him have some really good starts. So, and then for Freddie, you know he's well capable of running that 41 pass. So you just never know. You can't leave anything on the table, because the second you do, he's going to go out and beat you. So you just got to go out and put up the big score.
Yes, indeed, and we certainly look forward to seeing you ski some more next year. So what do you do now? Do you go off and take a break for a few weeks? Do you do a little bit of snow skiing? What do you do from here on out?
Yeah, I mean, there's no tournaments, and you know, that's the other thing. You know, I want to thank MasterCraft and everybody here at Action for putting on an event here at the end of the year, because we didn't have anything. It was a tough season, and you know, we kind of finished out the year with such a great event here. So for me, I'm probably going to take a little bit of time off. You know, I've been going back and forth between Indiana and Florida, and I'm just going to take a little bit of time off and then regather myself and try and get ready for next year.
All right, then, and we wish you the best of luck going forwards. Ladies and gentlemen, Nate Smith.
Thanks, Tony.
All right, on to our jump event. Our final action on the water. And joining me in the announcer's position is none other than head coach and proprietor here at Ski Fluid, and many times champion skier himself. It is none other than Kyle Eade. How you doing?
Yeah, doing great, Tony. What an event so far, huh? That slalom, the women's slalom, seeing a European record this morning with Manon Costard, and seeing Nate Smith out there run 41, 3 out of 4 rounds. That's pretty amazing skiing, and to end up on top. But we're shifting gears now. It's time to get into the jump. Ramp set at 6 foot. The MasterCraft Pro Star, 35 mile an hour, and these boys are going to be hitting it hard.
And as I said on the comments here on the YouTube channel, are you not entertained?
Very entertained. This has been some great competition over the last 2 days, and it's about to get better. The wind yesterday was absolutely perfect. It's not bad again today. It's kind of a quartering headwind, which the skiers like. It keeps the rope tight in the air, keeps them up for longer. And we saw, you know, that 237 massive jump from Freddie yesterday, and also 233 from Felipe Miranda. Here's Jack, jump number 1.
All right, here we go. Jack Critchley, who jumped 67.7 meters or 222 feet in the first round of the event. Oh, didn't get anything off that jump well. He got something, but not much of it.
Yeah, no, he sat back a little bit on the ramp that time. He was having a pretty good cut at it. He knows he's got it in him to get up around 230, and that's what it's going to take to get on the podium today. Jack skis out here a lot. He trains a lot with me, and he knows the site very well. He's very consistent. He bangs off 220s, 221s, 222s all the time. He's just got to dial in, get down the lake a little bit, and take a bit more heat to get up and around the high 20s or the 30s, and he can do it.
Wind conditions absolutely perfect here. Not too much in the way of a gust, but kind of planted that left ski down a little early, I feel.
Yeah, there's amazing angle though, isn't it? As he's heading into the ramp, there you can see the load through the arms, the drive through that right ski as he's going into the ramp. Everything's got to be perfect though to get the extension on the ramp, and that time just not quite balanced and kind of sat back. And hey, 176 feet.
What's going on, guys? Down here in the dock for the pro men's finals. A couple of our jumpers getting ready down here. Want to touch base with you guys in the webcast who are taking a look at what the conditions are looking like. Facing up to be a direct headwind down the lake, about 5-7 miles an hour. Really ideal conditions for these jumpers. All these guys going upwards of 220 for the preliminary rounds, getting into the finals. A couple dudes over 230. The conditions are looking sharp. The boat is strong, and we're going to see some big scores for everyone today. And let's stay tuned. We got Jack coming in, jump number 2.
All right, here we go. Jack Critchley, jump number 2. Let's see what he has. Handle up a little bit high off the turn, but let's see if he can pound this one down the lake. That's the beauty of a jump. Got a little bit more flow towards the end.
Oh, it looks like he's giving a little fist throw there as he landed. I think he got the extension he was looking for out of the ramp. Whether he had the speed, who knows? We'll wait for the distance here in about 20 seconds, and hopefully he's up over that 220 already.
Right, waiting on that second jump distance.
231 feet, guys.
Wow, 231 feet. We'll get the metric distance any moment now. And I think that he's skiing into shore. Yeah, he's coming in, and he's I'm not too sure why he's got yes, and I think that might actually be a personal best for him with 231 feet. He's saying,
we've got a very happy Englishman behind us here. His personal best was 227. He rocked a 231 on jump number 2, and he skied straight back for his interview, I think.
All right, looks like we're going to 231 feet. I'm not too sure what the British record is, but it's that's going to be done well close to it.
It's got to be close. I think Jason Seals currently holds the English record. It might be a little further than that, but I'm not sure he was looking for that. He was just looking to get over that 230 and set the pace for these guys to follow. And Jack, that's been a long time coming, mate. You've been working really, really hard. You've been 220s, 222s. To see you just bang out a 231. Jump number 2, and that was enough. You came in.
Man, that was a lot of fun. Holy. I've been trying to put myself up for the past week or so and said, last night I was saying if I go 230, I'm coming in after it. So I don't need to hurt myself. But that was a feeling. Thank you to all the organisers. Couldn't be without it, and thank you to MasterCraft, Ski Fluid, Action for putting the
tournament. Watch this jump, mate. Here it is on the replay. You can see it. We couldn't see exactly how far from this angle. We saw the fist throw, and you knew it when you came off the top of the ramp by the looks of things.
I mean, just perfect position right off the gut there, and just driving on in. Boom. And look at that form right off the jump.
My heart rate's going. Holy my. Yes.
I like the skiing back to the announcer's booth here, mate. That was great. Just straight for the interview.
I said as soon if I go in 230, I'm coming in. So I'm happy.
Yeah, you deserve it, mate. That's
thank you guys.
That's an unreal result. But obviously, you're capable of doing 230 for a while. But conditions are good. What do you think it's going to take out here to get on the podium?
I don't know. I think these guys are going to throw it out. They're most probably going to go over 230 as well. All of them have potential of doing it. So let's just see. If I come sixth, I'm happy to go 230. It's a milestone that I've been trying to aim for a long time.
So have you been over 70 meters before?
I have not in tournament. And
now you have 70.4 meters.
70.4 was it? That's
yep.
Okay, perfect. Hey, and kicking off the round with 231. It's going to fire everybody up on the dock. I expect some big jumps.
I think everyone's going to be absolutely going for it now. They're going to be just bringing it down, getting in the course and kicking it. It's really nice out there.
Speaking of one guy who can kick, Dorian Llewellyn, he's been absolutely booting jumps lately. And look at his cutting here, and he always gets his legs. Nice
oh my word! Sailing that one down the lake right on the first jump.
Yeah, he's everyone's got potential going a long way, so let's see what happens. Thanks, guys.
No worries there, mate.
Dude, man, that was beautiful.
All right, so looking at Llewellyn with the instant replay, came into this jump final with a distance of 67.9 meters or 223 feet, which was just a shade under his personal best, and 223.
So yeah, jump number 1, 217 feet for Dorian.
Not bad.
You'll notice he's a bit of a slighter guy. He's light out there, but he gets a lot out of the ramp and hangs in the air for a long, long time. The beauty about this guy is he trains all 3 events. He's not just a jump specialist, although he's a great jumper in his own right. He trains 3 events, and he's just broken the world oval record a couple of weeks ago. He's been knocking on the door for a long time, so he's got scores into 41 off, over 11,000 points, and he's been over 220 every single time he goes out. So what a talent on the water this guy is, and I fully expect him to bring it down. I was talking to his dad earlier today, and he's saying, yeah, get on him, get him pumped up, and I think he's going to push it really hard on this next one.
Well, Jack Critchley, I mean, a few minutes ago he just let that beast out, and wow, 70.4 meters. We got a jump distance for Dorian Llewellyn. It's 66.1 or 217 feet. Let's see what he could do by way of an encore. Second jump. Oh, look at this.
Oh, another beauty.
Oh, yeah. Good jump.
He didn't seem super happy when he landed. He saw a little bit of a thigh slap there. I think it was a good jump. He just knows that it's possible for him to launch a mid-220s, maybe even further out there today. And he's got to commit, though. He's got to get in the course and take some speed at it, and I guarantee you he'll get up close to 230. Yeah, he's slapping his leg, but he's just had his personal best again, 223. So this guy is in form. It's only little percentage differences between 223. Take a little more heat at it, and you're over 230.
All right, then, on the announcing point here, the rope tension winner in the slalom event. He had to wait a little while before he found out that his pull of over 1,000 pounds was enough. Jonathan Travers.
Yeah, that was an intense round yesterday. I didn't ski as well as I wanted. You know, the sad part about the whole rope tension is normally the biggest pull comes from an error. So when you're skiing the best you ski pretty light. Or if you watch Nate running 41 today, it's really, really light, does everything correct, and he gets through that pass really easy. When we do errors, we normally get really heavy on the line, and I guess at 2-ball at 39 yesterday, I got quite heavy. Some people they ask me, how do I hold on? I didn't even know until my dad goes, hey, dude, I think you just broke the 1,000-pound mark. And that was kind of my joke for a long time is I want to beat that 1,000 pounds. So it's kind of fun to do that. I didn't ski as well as I wanted this weekend, obviously, but it's great to be back at a tournament, back at Fluid, and back having fun on the water.
Well, congratulations to you once again, Jonathan Travers, as we take a look at Dorian Llewellyn. 217 and 223 in successive jumps. Oh, nicely done, but you kind of get the feeling that he was looking for more, but tantalizingly close.
Well, first of all, Tony, what a great set. 217, 223, and I believe that last one will be up around 220s again, or just under, just over. So he's definitely dialed in. But yeah, he didn't quite have the same intensity in his cut that we saw Jack come out with on his second jump. Jack was in the course, really driving through. Dorian was sort of relying on his lift, didn't quite have the pull to really get into it.
All right, then, and looking at the final stages of that third and final jump flight from Dorian Llewellyn. Let's hear from Zach on the dockside.
All righty, here with Igor Morozov. You had a 229 in the first round. You got the bye all the way through into the finals. We already saw Jack Critchley go out there and throw a 231 down. Dorian following up a 226. The boys are jumping big right now. You had a huge first round, a new Russian national record. What do you think the conditions hold for you today out here? Do you think that 230 is possible for you?
I mean, looks like it's possible. The conditions are epic. So, it is also final. So it's kind of the matter of putting it all together. I mean, potential is here. Yep. Just, I don't know. Take it jump by jump and see what happens.
Well, there you go, man. The pressure is on its own the finals, but wish the best of luck to you, man. Go late, go get them. Back to you guys.
All right then, so we got Taylor Garcia on the water, and that last jump for Dorian Llewellyn, a brand new personal best for him, 2.26. It's 69 meters.
Well, these guys are absolutely
they're throwing
flying
down bombs out there.
Yeah, like we kind of waved off that last jump because we didn't quite have the same heat as we saw Jack with, but still 226. That is an absolutely massive jump. His personal best. He'll be stoked with that. And putting some pressure on these guys out next. Taylor Garcia, we saw him go 226 in the repechage round or the LCQ. So he's right around the same mark. We got Igor Morozov on the dock getting ready. He's at a 229. So hey, he's put some pressure on these guys.
All right, here we go. We've got Taylor Garcia, who yesterday produced a jump distance of 68.9 meters. That too is 226 feet. Just highlighting the eccentricities involved between the metric and feet and inches, because in the space of I'll get into.
Oh, he's not worried about that 226.
No,
he's looking at that 231, and he's going for it. You'll see a big difference.
Oh, look at that! Well forward over his jump skis, just absolutely pounding the ramp full force.
Yeah, now you saw the difference in his cut compared to Dorian. He gets into the course, he turns those skis, kind of gets a bit heavier out of the turn, but holds on tight and launches himself. So, great jump, number one.
All right, and just to emphasize, in the space of 1 foot of distance, you can actually place 3 separate metric jump distances. Yeah, exactly, because when you think about it, a foot is 12 inches, right? And on that same ruler, there's 30 centimeters, which is like there's 10, there's 20, there's 30. 3 separate jump distances within the space of a ruler, which is a foot.
Sure is, yep. But, when we ever have a tie going in feet, we always go back to the meters. I think we're heading over to
All right,
Zach
guys, here with Pipe. You had a 2:33 in the first round, a huge PB for a new Chilean national record. Let you get kind of warmed up here. Talk us through what's kind of going through your head. What are you thinking about? What's your pinpoints for round number 2? I'll get you zipped up while you let me know.
No, actually, I'm just trying to do. I will try to do the same thing as the first round. Don't go any later. Stay calm and don't try just thinking about going far. More think about what I need to do and stick to the plan that I did in the first round and do the same the second round.
Absolutely, man. It's a new round for you. It's a fresh start. You got some good confidence under your belt, and it's time to go kick a big one, man. Good luck to you out there.
Thanks, buddy.
Back to you guys.
All right, then, Zach Warden, among his many talents, they're interviewing their Felipe Miranda and also acting as Batman as well.
Helping him get suited up for the event. Here's Taylor Garcia, jump number 2, 218 on number 1. Here he goes.
Oh, a little bit of slippage there off the top of the jump, and not particularly pleased with that effort. 218 on the first, which is 66.3 meters, but I don't think he's going to get too much out of jump number 2, so he's going to be forced to take his third.
Yeah, definitely. He's not going to be happy with those first 2, but he knows he's got a big distance to chase. He's got to get over 230 to win this event, or get on even on the podium right now. And he's having a poke at it, and well, if he gets his legs, he's going to fly a long way. The first one, he kind of just did a bit of a line drive. Second one, he kind of sat back. Yesterday, he went 226, but he wasn't overly late. He was sort of hitting the middle of the ramp coming off left-hand side. So he's got it in the bag. He's got a lot left in the tank, and he's been launching 229s. Last weekend out here, he had a couple 229s in a round, so he's definitely got it in him.
177 feet on jump number 2, 177. Equivalent to 54.1 meters. Neither of those distances will thrill Taylor Garcia. So let's see if he has an approach on jump number 3, which will yield a distance that will please him. Just to mention that Waterski Nation has crowned their tour champions in the women's slalom. Manon Castard winning the season-long title in that event ahead of Regina Jaquist and Jamie Bull. We'll highlight the men in just a moment or so, but
all the cards on the table right now. Jump number 3 for Taylor Garcia. He's going to leave as late as possible. Taking a lot of heat here on the last one, and he's got his leg.
Nice! Look at this.
That's going to be his longest. What's it going to be?
I think so, but how long is it going to be?
He's got a fist up. He's looking happy.
Could it be as long as 231 or 70.4 meters from Jack Critchley? Is it as long as 226 or 69 meters, courtesy of Dorian Llewellyn?
It's close. It's 229. He's slotted right into second place there, ahead of Dorian, just in behind Jack Critchley with 231.
We'll tell you how close that is in metric once I get that distance come through. But Taylor Garcia looking in fine form, and for those of you who are checking in on the Water Ski Nation season-long men's slalom title, first was Freddie Winter, second Nate Smith, and third Cole McCormick, and each will receive monies courtesy of Water Ski Nation as we take a look at the distance. The metric jump distance for Taylor Garcia is 69.7 meters. 69.7 meters. That is the equivalent of 229 feet, just 2 foot shy of Jack Critchley. And in terms of metric, it's, what is it? It's like 0.7 of a meter. That's like 2 rulers.
It's not much over the length of 230 feet, that's for sure. There's not much in it. But that's what separates, first and second and third, just only millimeters in it. On the water right now, Igor Morozov, he is in form too. He punched out a new Russian record yesterday, 229. And he's already seen 2 guys go 229 and above. So I reckon he's looking for the 230 as well today.
All right, so Igor Morozov. Yep, 229, as you mentioned, which is a brand new Russian jump record. And that metric jump distance for Igor Morozov yesterday in this particular jump event.
All right, a little bit of a different technique as he comes off the 600. He lifts that right ski up fairly early. He's a tall guy. He stands pretty tall on his skis. Looks a little stretched out into the bottom, but allows him to absolutely kick the ramp and get a lot out of it here. And he's done that. Jump number 1. A little bit squirrely in the air, so he's going to readjust and come in jump number 2.
All right, so the jump distance of 229 from yesterday is actually the jump that Taylor Garcia produced on his third and final, both in feet and inches and metric. So looking at this instant replay and just getting up over the skis, losing his left hand off the top of the jump, and we'll check in with Zach Warden. Zach, who you have?
All right, guys, here with Taylor Garcia, a 229 on jump number 3. I know you wanted to squeak out a few more feet, move yourself in the first there. A lot of stiff competition out here today, but 229, a respectable jump, man. It's a big jump by any means. What do the conditions feel like out there? How'd the MasterCraft feel?
I mean, everything's just perfect out there right now. Wind is amazing. Boat feels great. I left a bit on the ramp, so going to be a bit bummed with that score, but everyone's jumping amazing, so it'll be a good tournament, and everything's great.
Yeah, man, it's a tough field out there today. You guys got number 1, the first guy going over 230. Really set the bar high, everyone into the upper 220s. So, Taylor, I know you're a little disappointed, but great skiing, great effort, man. It's good to see you out there.
Thanks, man. Fun to be here.
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Zach, and thanks a lot, Taylor. Some great jumping there from him, 229. His best jump distance of the weekend. Igor Morozov, as we pick him up on jump number 2, jumped 212 feet on jump number 1, or 64.3, and bringing this car a little bit further down. He wants a little bit more speed into the turn. Handle up a little high as he comes into the base and up. Looked like to be a pretty good jump. I don't think he got all of his left, though.
Yeah, I think he's still looking for more out there. You saw in his first jump, he stumbled through the wakes, kind of tripped over and lost his edge into the bottom. He sorted that out on jump number 2. Still a little bit squirrely in the air, moved and lost a little bit. But I think that's going to be, you see him had a little slack line in the turn. He was definitely pushing his speed into it. So he's pretty late. Good lift. Let's see what it is.
All right, let's get back with Zach on the dock.
All right, guys, here with Freddie Krueger, top seed going in today. Had a huge jump, 238 yesterday. Not necessarily strange to that distance, but today's a new day, new conditions. We saw Jack go out there into the 230s right off the bat. Feels like one of those old school finals where 230 might not actually take home a gold today. So walk us through that. Are you gonna same mentality you came through in a set yesterday, kind of pick up where you left off?
Yeah, I think exactly. Yesterday I felt like I was trying to figure out the 600. The wind here is a little trickier than you would imagine. It's coming off these berms a little bit, so you can get a little slow into your turn. Jack did an amazing job of making that adjustment between the first and second, and obviously showing that if you can get up on top of it, you can run. So, this is unbelievable. These distances are huge. These guys are coming in, tying PBs, setting PBs, and they're still aggravated because they know they left some out there. So, I'm excited, but I got to be honest, I'm a little nervous.
Hey, well, man, you've been great under pressure in the years past. So, good luck out there, Fred, and go send a big one.
Thanks, man.
All right, here we go. Igor Morozov. Third and last jump. Tied in distance with Dorian Llewellyn at 2:26, and Dorian Llewellyn has the upper hand metrically, and I don't think he's going to get above
26.
that distance, and he knows it as well. So falling on at that jump will score a 0. So Igor Morozov swims into shore, having jumped 226 feet or 68.9 meters. That represents his best jump distance in this final. But he leads this arena, this facility, having jumped a new national record for Russia with 229 feet, which is the equivalent of...
So yeah, probably a little bittersweet for Igor. He's jumped super well this weekend, but and 226 feet is a huge jump. But today, with the conditions the way they are, it's not going to hold up. We've already seen a 231. We've had Freddie on the dock talking about the conditions and how big these jumps are. Everything's set up good. We've got the perfect wind. We got the boat that's absolutely slinging these skiers into the ramp. And, we've got the next skier on the water who went 233 for a new Chilean record in round 1. And I fully expect him to back that up here today.
So there we go. Felipe Miranda on the dock. 233 feet in the round previous to this. New Chilean and Latin American jump record. Any new record set in Chile we're between Felipe Miranda and Rodrigo has got to be like they are the best jumpers from Latin America. So if they beat out the Chilean record, then it must be a new Latin American record too, I would imagine.
Yeah, I'd imagine. So, the Miranda brothers have been probably swapping this record back and forth for the last 10 years or longer. And right now, Felipe's got a hold of it. 233, but I know Rodrigo will be sitting at home watching this and cheering his brother on, and but secretly going, hey, you know what? I think I can go further than that too. So it's exciting to see these guys pushing the level and getting up to into the 230s and chasing down the Freddie Krugers and the Ryan Dodds who are up over 230 consistently.
It's not hard to take a breath here with these jumpers. We've got Felipe Miranda, jump number 1.
Yeah, and what I love about Felipe, you never know what you're going to get. Yesterday he started off with a 158, didn't have his timing, then a 195, and then 233 in his last one, just popped it out there. So who knows? Taking a big cut. He has a lot of speed here. Sits back.
All right, we'll see what he can produce off jump number 2, because that one on jump number 1 was not particularly pleasing from his perspective. And we'll take a look on this turn, and kind of sank a little bit just before he got that second hand on, and having to dig himself out of a hole. And got on the back of the skis and just couldn't...
and I think we're heading down to Zach on the dock.
Yes, indeed we are.
All right, Igor, a 226 in the finals. I know you had a bigger jump in the preliminary rounds and you kind of left a little bit out there. Still a hell of a jump. All you guys are going huge in the finals. What do you think the one key was we missed out on that 226, the difference between a 226 and a 236?
Well, I think I just was freaked out a little bit, lost the line control, and instead of just kind of be calm and trust yourself a little more. But it is a key, you know. It's like I wasn't skiing maybe as much as I wanted it. So this is, you know, a little tiny thing to trust in yourself. Didn't come together this time, but I mean, felt good. Felt like, I don't know, I didn't do a good job. Still pretty solid jumping.
Yeah, I know it's tough with the offseason that we had and really this year, but you know, hey, solid effort out there, and let's get back over to Felipe Miranda, jump number 2.
Number 2.
There we go. Felipe Miranda, jump number 2. 188 on this first, and another sit back on the ramp.
Oh, that's not a particularly good jump, and he's now going to be reliant upon his third and last attempt to kind of get the distance that's really needed to be among the top echelon jumpers.
Yeah, well, this happened to him yesterday. Like I said, he went out for 158, 195. You know, he didn't really get it together, and then he just clicked. And he's got the ability to just absolutely extend off that ramp when he gets his timing right. And he launched a 233 kind of out of the blue. So let's hope he can dig deep and find it under pressure here on his third and final. And just a little recap of the leaderboard. We've got Jack Critchley sitting in first, 231 feet. Followed not far away by Taylor Garcia, 229. And Dorian Llewellyn just squeaking ahead of Igor Morozov with 226. So that's our top 3. Felipe hasn't quite got it together, but he's capable of getting on that podium as well. And yeah, you just saw Freddie Krueger, the nightmare, on the dock, eyeing up the conditions. He's had 237 yesterday. He's been banging off some massive jumps in practice, and he's probably looking not just for 230, he's probably looking for 240 today. Kind of put an exclamation point on this victory I think he's looking for. All right, Felipe Miranda, jump number 3.
All right, so jumps of 188 feet and 180 feet in successive attempts. Now he's got to go big on jump number 3 to put himself ahead of Jack Critchley. Better. But is that all the way? A little bit of a fist bump there towards the end, and they're feeling something on that jump there that he would have been delighted about.
Yeah, he seems pretty happy with the last one. I don't think he quite had the same lift as he got yesterday with that 233. But we'll wait and see what the distance holds. He came off the ramp pretty square. Got a fair bit of float out of it. There he is eyeing it up. It's a lot of pressure on, you know, when you've got your first 2 jumps, you haven't got a great score, you've got to really push for it on jump number 3. There's a lot of pressure. And he's got his legs there, and that's a pretty nice third and final jump.
The jump distance will be revealing itself to us very, very soon. The score for Felipe Miranda comes up as a 224-foot jump. 224 as the equivalent of 68.2.
Yeah, very respectable jump, that last one from Felipe. Unfortunately, he's going to be down the leaderboard a little bit. Everyone is just flying today, so he's not quite finished as high as he did in the first round, but still 224 is a massive jump.
All right, so here we are with Freddie Krueger. No introduction needed.
No, this guy has won pretty much everything 10 times over. World champs, world records, US Masters, Moomba. He's done it all. He's probably, arguably the most successful open men's jumper of all time, pretty much. And he doesn't quite have the world record right now. That's Ryan Dodd's got that at 254, but hey, he's still chasing it.
So, Freddie Krueger, who's broken the record a number of times. I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, at least 8 times a world jump record holder, spanning all the way back to 1999.
Yeah, Freddie's been going to pro events since 1995. I think it's the first time I saw him on the Pro Tour, and at 25 years, you know, the guy's 45 years old and still pushing the boundaries. Here he is, jump number 1.
Here we go. This is Freddy Krueger. Jump number 1.
Ooh, a little stretch out on the ramp there.
Ooh,
still
there
a big
we go.
jump.
Is that going to be in the 230s?
So, you know, unusual Freddy style. He usually gets a lot out of the ramp. That time he kind of split a little bit. Maybe didn't quite have the extension he's used to. And we'll wait on the distance. So one guy who's definitely waiting on the distance, Jack Critchley. He's our leader right now, 231 feet. And I wouldn't want to be in his shoes right now. He's sitting there sweating it out as Freddy's got 2 more jumps to come.
So waiting on the jump distance, and at the same time we do that, let's go on over to Zach. Who do you have?
All right, guys, here with Pipe Miranda. I know you're a little disappointed out there. We talked about it briefly when you came in. A little calm on the first 2, and that wind picked up on you in the third jump, threw your timing off a little bit. Walk us through that third jump and that little key you missed out on.
Yeah, actually on the first 2, I tried to go quick and I tried to get in the course, but then the wind stopped. And I was like, okay, I back it up a little, back it up too much. And the last one, the wind picked up again. It was amazing. I'm like, okay, this is it. Brought it down, but I think I got a little slower again on the turn, and I even missed the kick. But really, I cannot say anything. It's an amazing jump. I did my PV, so perfect.
Yeah, I mean, big shout out to yesterday's round at 2:33. Welcome to the 2:30 Club, and congratulations on your new Chilean record. And it's a good way to end the season, man. I know it's not the finish you wanted, but hell of an effort, dude. Freddie, jump number 2.
All right, first jump distance for Freddy Krueger, 226 feet or 68.8 meters, so he's got some work to do.
It's not enough yet. He's got another 5 feet to find out there, and this looks like a pretty good setup. Jump number 2, and another pretty good snap off the ramp.
Ooh, a nice looking jump. That looked to be a little bit further from my eyesight there.
That's going to be close. It's going to be very, very close. Usually Freddie knows, you know, he's done this a long time. He knows. You'll see him when he lands. If he's got a big one, he'll throw the fist pretty much straight away. He's unsure on that one, so it may be enough. It may be just shy. And as we see his setup, just so smooth, Freddy Krueger. Gets nice and wide, locks into his cut here, flies the wake and lands so softly, so he's got good load and pressure into the bottom of the ramp. And what extension off the top of the ramp.
And the distance has come through, and we're going to highlight that up on the screen in just a moment. For Freddy Krueger, we're waiting on the distance. It's going to, from what I'm able to tell, it's going to be, it comes down to inches, comes down to centimeters. And the jump distance is 232 feet. 232 feet, or the equivalent of 70.6 meters. 20 centimeters separates him from Jack Critchley.
There's nothing in that. That's an amazing jump, though. We have a new 2020 MasterCraft Pro champion, Freddy Krueger, 232.
Now,
one more jump to come.
Now, here's the significant thing. Normally, when Freddy Krueger has won an event, he comes in.
He's looking for a big jump. He's looking for 240 out here. He's got
still
it in
out
him.
there.
Yeah. He's been 238 out here this year. That's the longest jump of anybody this year. And I reckon he's going to push that down here on third jump number 3. Just put an exclamation point on it. Set up good. Got a nice turn, and he's locked in here for a big extension. Ooh. Another beautiful jump from Freddy Krueger.
3 consistently long jumps there from Freddy Krueger as he skis into the dock. Establishes a viable skiing position to the officials. And we'll get that jump scored as he skis on the way to the dock. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for the one, the only, Freddy Krueger.
Yeah, great jumping from Freddy Krueger. He's our champion, 232 feet. Followed very closely behind Jack Critchley. Absolutely amazing jumping, over 230 for the first time. And right in behind him, Taylor Garcia, 229.
Yes, again, exceptional lift, and we're going to get the distance. It's not going to be as far, but it is a pretty sizable jumper for Freddy Krueger. Going to get the scoring momentarily as we bring to a conclusion the skiing portion of the jump event. There are our podiums. Freddy Krueger ahead of Jack Critchley, ahead of Taylor Garcia. And that last jump from Freddie Krueger is 68.3 meters. And let's check in with Zach Warden one last time.
All right, fresh off the water, fresh off the victory, just squeaking out ahead of the Jack there with that 232. After the first jump, you had me a little worried, Fred. You know, it kind of banked up a little bit. What kind of adjustment did you make between jump 1 and jump 2 to get that win?
Well, we talked about getting the timing right down there. The first one, I liked the speed it carried through the turn and ended up a little too much time off the second wake to the ramp. Got that pre-kick. Second one, I got enough of it to squeak past Jack. And I mean, it's so weird, like, that is such a distance. I mean, you know this. Yeah. The difference between 232 and 202 is 100th of a second or a split second. And so you start toggling in your mind, how hard do I go? And, you know, with him doing that right off the dock, I was out there in the parking lot and I said, all right, we're going all in. But the wind was swinging around and I was so thankful that second one was it, because all the pressure on the third one, I'm not sure I'd have done it.
Hey man, that was, you know, a hell of an effort from the entire crew, all the boys over 220. You know, get a top 6 like that. And Jack, come over here and join us real quick. Jack, congratulations on joining the 230 club. Nice second place, proud of you guys. And Freddie, any closing remarks for the crew?
I just want to say thanks to MasterCraft in Action for, you know, shifting gears really. When the Collegiate Nationals went down, you know, that was only about 6 weeks ago, and they said, you know what, we want to support the sport, we want to showcase the new boat, and you know, having the men slalom like they did, we had the women getting through 39, setting a European record behind the boat, and then the jumping, obviously, it was just unbelievable. Thank you to Kyle Ead here at Ski Fluid for an amazing setup, and Jack, he's here all the time. You know, the only reason he wasn't putting the buoys in today before he jumped is because he was first off the dock. So I just want to thank everybody that put their heart and soul into this. Freddie Winter and Karen Truelove did a lot of beating the phones and selling and raising the sponsorship dollars, so thank you to them and the entire Action team up in Michigan. Just couldn't be happier.
Well, congratulations, guys. What an effort. Signing out from the dock, guys. It's been fun. Back to you at the broadcast booth.
All right, thank you very much, Zach Warden, for your splendid work on the dock side, and congratulations to Jack Critchley on a new personal best of 231 feet.
Yeah, he's going to want to be one happy chappy tonight. 230 for the first time. That's an exclusive club.
Over 70 meters for the very first time, but the winner of the competition with a best jump of 70.6 meters, Freddie Krueger, 232 feet. Absolutely splendid competition.
So there on your screen, there's the leaderboard. All those jumps. 224 was 6. That's just incredible. Some absolutely amazing performances here today and over the last 2 days. Amazing to see that three-way runoff with 5 at 41, and then Nate going out there to take the win, 1 at 43. He ran, I think he ran 41, 3 out of 4 rounds. We saw a new European record. It's absolutely incredible.
All right, then. We've got the prize presentations coming up in just a few minutes. We're going to take a little bit of a break before then. But this is the 2020 MasterCraft Pro event here at Lake Grew, the home site of Action Water Sports and Ski Fluid. We'll be back in just a few.
From Coble Water Ski and Wakeboard Camp here in Lillington, North Carolina. Our facility is situated on 10 private lakes.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Lessons learned from the silent flight of owls has been applied to aerospace and to Formula One racing. Now, they've been applied to the water ski fin. Coming soon, the Whisper Fin Pro.
into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step.
Check, 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 1, 2.
Morning, Ryan.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to that portion of the event where we start acknowledging the accomplishments of our skiers, and we end up giving up the prizes in this, the 2020 MasterCraft Pro event here at Lake Gru, the home of action water sports and ski fluid. Now, before we go into the main prize giving, a big kudos has to be given to our refined band of officials. Starting off with Steve and Dana Garcia. Give them a big cheer, please. Along with Dave Mackey, Jack Critchley, Kyle Eade, Chris Eller, Will Bush, Les Todd, Cindy Benzel, Dave Murbach, Becky Lathrop, Nikki Lee, Lisa Steiner, Sergio Font, Jeff Rogers, Lou Alcamo, David Skirvin, Jerry Jackson, Elaine Bush, George Lindy, Freddie Kruger, and Karen Truelove. Let's give a big cheer, ladies and gentlemen, to the fine work from all of those officials. All right, so before we actually go into the main prize awards, we have some prizes and awards for various categories during that we emphasized during the webcast, and we would like to acknowledge these awards. So for the moment of the day in this competition, a new European women's slalom record. Let's give it up, please, for Manon Costard. Grab yourself a nice little award there. Manon Costard with 1.5 at 41 off, 10.25 meters, a brand new pending European slalom record. Let's give it up for one more time, please. Manon Costard. All right, with our other awards, the crash of the day. And that goes to the one, the only, Freddie Winter! We got something for you. Turn around. There you go. Crash of the day. Nicely done. All right, then. Now, the next two awards belong to those that that actually entered their names for the draw for our audience prizes. In the women's Predict a Podium prize, and winning themselves a DV8 slalom ski courtesy of Connolly and signed by Manon Costard. Audrey Welland wins that ski. Give her a big cheer. And the men's prize, accurately predicting the men's finalist with the top three and the best score. 44 people were actually able to get to the accuracy, but we draw one of them out by random, and JP Polsak wins that D3 slalom ski of any length and any model choice. Let's give it up for him, please. JP Polsak. Now, during the course of the competition, we have a vote for skier of the day. And polling at 28% with her second place finish in the women's slalom event, it's Elizabeth Montavon. You are skier of the day. There you go. Giving you a nice little award there. Elizabeth Montavon. Polling at 28% of all of the votes, and we had nearly 900 votes. So do the math on that one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give it up, please, for Elizabeth Montavon. All right. And who was the big beast behind the boat pulling 1,000 pounds in excess of? For the biggest pull of the competition in the slalom event, let's give it up, please, for Jonathan Travers. We're going to give you a rope. And the check's coming for you. It's going to be $500 courtesy of Radar. Will I see it? Yeah, you'll see it. Yeah, you'll see it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, those are our prizes. But now we're going to go into the main awards. In the women's slalom event, in third place, it's going to be Manon Costard. Manon Costard, third place in women's slalom. In second place, and with a new personal best of 2.5 at 39.5 off. Give it up, please, for Elizabeth Montavon. And ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the women's slalom event, she is the one, the only, Regina Jaquez! All right, then. It looks like you got your hands full, but I'm going to give you a microphone anyway.
Thank you so much, MasterCraft, for putting on this event. It's awesome to have the MasterCraft Pro back in the works here. Hopefully we can keep that going for the future. Thanks to everybody that put this event on. It's awesome to be out here and competing, and this is our last pro event of the season, so it's awesome to finish up here. And the girls skied awesome. We all had to run 39 to get into the final, so it's been a great tournament for all of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's applaud your top three in the women's competition. Manon Costard in third, Elizabeth Montavon in second, and your winner in the MasterCraft Pro Women's Slalom Competition. It's Regina Jaquist. All right, we now go into the men's slalom competition, and this came down to a three-way runoff. Each of our skiers needing to get 5 at 41 off to make it through to this section of the competition. And when all was said and done, in third place, coming to us from Italy, Thomas De Gasperi. And by scoring 5 at 10.25 meters, he ties his own Italian national slalom record. 5.5 is the Italian record. Okay, okay, all right, fair enough. All right, in second place, coming to you from Wandsworth in the United Kingdom, his name is Freddie Winter. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the winner of the 2020 MasterCraft Pro Slalom Competition with his best score and the only person in this competition to get through 10.25 meters, recording an eventual score of 1 at 9.75 meters or 43 off. Give it up, please, for Nate Smith! All right, Nate, you know what I'm going to do for you next.
Let me find something here. Yeah, thank you, Tony. Hey, I just want to thank everybody that's put on this event, you know, MasterCraft especially, and Action down here, just for, you know, kind of bringing us all together and having one last tournament for the year, because, you know, we haven't really had a whole lot this year, and this was just a great event, and, you know, you're looking at 3 skiers up here on the podium that all ran 5 at 41 in the finals. So I don't know that that's ever been done in a tournament, so... again, I just want to thank everybody for coming out and supporting us, and I'm pretty excited.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the top 3 in the men's slalom competition. Thomas De Gasperi in third, Freddie Winter in second, and your champion, Nate Smith. Whew. All right, now we're down to the final event award. It concerns our men's jumpers. And we've had records blown out of the water, left, right, and center. We had continental records, national records. But when all was said and done, the top 3 competitors go like this. In third place with a jump of 226, it is Taylor Garcia! 229 feet, I beg your pardon. Thank you for correcting me there. There you go. Spotting you an extra yard, huh? All right. In second place, with a brand new personal best of 231 feet, and the first time he's jumped over 70 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, from Great Britain, Jack Ridgely! And, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you here at the 2020 MasterCraft Pro Men's Jump Competition. He is your champion. He is none other than the man, the myth, the legend, Freddy Krueger! And the best jump yesterday of 237 feet. All right, Freddie. Let me give you this.
All right. For anybody at home, I hope this isn't repetitive, but I do want to thank MasterCraft and Action. When the Collegiate Nationals went down just a couple of months ago, just amazing team effort of everybody shifting gears and deciding to put this event on. And earlier in the year we were going to release the new boat over at Jay's, and due to COVID we lost that opportunity. So to be able to finish the season out, showcase the boat, have the girls ski as strong as they did, have the men, that is the most amazing slalom final I've ever seen, and quite honestly is one of the most amazing jump finals I've ever been a part of. So I couldn't be happier. Everybody that put the time in, Jerry and Phil and Arn and Karen and Freddie Winter and Sarah, and I'm forgetting people, but it was just amazing the effort everybody put in, and it won't be forgotten. And I thank you guys. We look forward to seeing you guys again next year, shall we say.
Presenting to you your top three. Teddy Garcia in third, Jack Critchley in second, and your champion, Freddie the Nightmare Kruger. All right, just two more presentations to make. We're done so far as the presentations of this event, but we've got some presentation with Waterski Nation in with their tour. When the tour results come out, it was showed that in third place is Jamie Bull. In second place, Regina Jaquist. Coming up, Regina. And your winner of the Waterski Nation Women's Slalom Tour, first place goes to Manon Costard. Manon Costard, Regina Jaquist, come on over to the podium. We've got some awards from you, courtesy of Waterski Nation, for their year-long series. Come on over. All right. Yeah, come on up. There you go. All right, Manon Costard, some fine words from you.
Well, thank you very much. It's been a very strange year, but it's been awesome to actually be able to have a tour going and have all 6 of the pro tournaments that we've been able to compete in this year. Very exciting, and thank you so much for this tournament, everyone who had an input in it, and MasterCraft Action and all of this, and also Swiss last weekend, Jack the weekend before, and all of the other tournaments. It's been a great shorter season than usual, but nonetheless a great one. So big thank you to everyone.
Thank you very much. And Waterski Nation Tour Women's Slalom Champions, Manon Costard, your winner, ahead of Regina Jaquist in second and Jamie Bull in third. Congratulations to all concerned. So far as the men's are concerned, when we totted up all of the points from our previous tour stops, we concluded that in the Waterski Nation Men's Slalom Tour, in third place, Cole McCormick. In second place, Nate Smith. And the winner of the Waterski Nation World Slalom Tour, he is the one, the only, Freddie Winter. All right then, Freddie, you're the winner of the Waterski Nation Tour. Must be pretty pleased with that.
Yeah, I'm really happy. Greg at Waterski Nation is doing a really good job just connecting up the events, and I think it's what we need. We need a tour. Right now we have disparate events that aren't really connected, until this year, and I think that, the International Federation is doing a terrible job of connecting pro events, so we should put them together, and that's what Greg's done, and so hopefully this can grow, become bigger and bigger. So thank you for him doing that. Thank you to Waterski Nation, and hopefully a bigger thing next year. Cheers.
Ladies and gentlemen, your top 3 finishers on the Waterski Nation Tour. In third place, Cole McCormick. In second place, Nate Smith. And your winner, Freddie Winter. All right, and Freddie, don't go too far, because I understood that you wanted to say something. well, we'll wait for him to put his ski down. And so, Freddie, I'm going to give you the microphone. I understand you've got something to say.
So I'm just going to quickly thank all of our sponsors that helped us put this tournament on. Obviously, MasterCraft boats. I'm wearing the T-shirt. Action done a great job. But from the top, sorry for the quick list. McClintock Ski School, The Boarding School, Denali Skis, Connolly Skis, Ilmore Engine, Zero Off, Wake House, Ski Fluid, HO, Johnson Propeller, Bays Boat Care, D3 Skis, Give Go, Stoke Skis, Radar Skis, Follow Ski Ropes and Vest, Good, Edge Bindings, Coble Ski School, Whisper Fin, Flow Point Method, and Lead Wake. So thank you so much. These events are hard to put on, they're expensive, and when these guys can help us, you know, it means a lot. And we've ended up with you know, adverts in. I hope everyone's enjoyed that. It was kind of a cool thing. And one more thing I wanted to do was to thank the guys that have been putting on the event. John standing in front of me, Tony, Vince, Alice, Ricky, everyone. They're probably inside, you know, putting in their 100th hour of the week. So this is for Waterski Broadcasting Company, the best damn webcasters in history. Courtesy of Mike Medore up in Maine, who put this trophy together. You can see it's absolutely beautiful. So thank you so much, guys. Continue doing what you're doing for the sport. It is really appreciated by me and by the world. So thank you. Cheers.
All right, then. And with that, that concludes everything we have to offer with the 2020 MasterCraft Pro. So on the behalf of John and Ricky and Alice and Vincent and everyone else who is involved with the production of this competition, we say ciao for now, and we'll see you once again next year, 2021, as we continue on this great sport that we all love, tournament water skiing. Thank you very much. See you next year. Peace.